when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All of this cloud and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the sea? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Yeah, then all you really need is hope.
Let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drop and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Hey everyone, how's everybody doing today? Good morning. So we are going to kick this off pretty quick because there are, I don't even know how many interviews now, like 11. It's honestly getting to the point now where this case is slowly becoming the Summer Wells case. I don't know what it is about Tennessee and the fact that these parents just do so many interviews. But there are a lot. I'm muted? I should not be muted. Sound check for everybody outside of bushes. Because I should be good. Hi, Heather Brat. Hi, Mo. Yeah, there I am. Hi, Salty C. Hi, B Tim. Hi, BC. Hi, Mark. Hi, Neat Noodle. Hi, Amy. Petunia, down under with love. Chicken Lady. How is everybody today? So like I said, there is a ton of interviews. We're going to start with Duchess. We're going to watch them, and I'm going to give my thoughts and opinions along the way. I'm going to be dropping all of the links for everybody who wants to go watch the full, everything. The one is an 11-hour video. We're not going to watch 11 hours. We don't have time for that, but we are going to watch through as much of these interviews as we possibly can, because I think it's going to be important to understand this case and exactly what is happening. I still think that Sebastian could have run away. That's my opinion. I could be completely wrong. I believe that he has left with someone and not so much that it was caused by foul play or anything along those lines. I think that the key is in the details that are changing in these interviews. Not so much that they harmed him, but there's inconsistencies. For example, I believe that he could have been wearing slippers whenever he left because those shoes were never accounted for. And it's one of the things that they have told us, that he never wanted his feet to be bare and things like that. He probably wore slippers around the house. Were his slippers accounted for? We don't know. But I do think that the relationships were not as Leave It to Beaverish as they want us to believe they were. I think that there was a lot of tumultuous things going on in their relationships. You see that in Dad's interview, Grandma's interview. The parents' interviews are slowly changing, and now Chris is I don't know, Chris, please get off of YouTube. Don't do no more interviews, please, 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 before this turns into Dawn Wells and Summer Wells. That's all I'm saying. Just please, I'm begging you. Don't do any more, because all you're gonna do is continue to dig your holes deeper as far as social media goes. And if your goal is ultimately to to not have people perceiving you to be some bad people and perceiving you to be criminals and things like that, the worst thing that you could do right now is continue to do interviews. I'm just going to say that. And so please, just don't do no more. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll drop the link if you want it. You can come up and talk to me, Chris, but don't do no more. Yeah, lure it away possibly. I think that totally could be a thing. So we are going to watch the Duchess discussion first. This interview was done, let me see here. This was done 2 weeks ago. This is on Duchess discussion. So I thank her for doing this interview. She has always been very fair and very honest with everyone. So so here is the link to her live here. All of these lives, I will drop their links in the description of the video afterwards. If you guys are watching on the replay crew, by the way, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up. But we are going to go down through these interviews. I'm not going to play her stuff leading up to when the family gets on camera with her. Sorry, not on camera, but in the video itself. Hi, Avery. How are you? Hi, Ocean Tide. Hi, Daddy's baby girl. Yeah. Chris is, I don't know what he's doing. Like, please just do not talk to anybody. Like, just stay with the police. Don't talk no more. I mean, the family coming against each other and the constant back and forth, it's too much now. We are officially to the point where, guys, look up the Summer Wells case, Chris. If you are wanting your family and this story to turn into the Summer Wells case, by all means, continue doing what you were doing. But otherwise, like, shh. Social media is not going to help you anymore at this point. Yes, keeping Sebastian's face out there is a great thing. But guess what? At this point, we're going to keep his face out there whether you interview anymore or not. I mean, your interviews themselves are going to be talked about for a long time. The ones that you have done. Yeah, let him dig his hole, I say. And I know there are going to be mixed opinions and mixed emotions in this chat throughout all of these interviews. Guys, feel free to express yourselves. Just be respectful to the fact that Sebastian could be also watching these videos. For all we know, he could be in these chats also. And so be respectful to the point that these are his family. This is his grandma, this is his dad, this is his stepfather and his mom. And so please just be considerate to the fact that there is a 15-year-old boy who likely could also be seeing these videos and following this case as well. Just keep that in mind. I don't think any of them, I don't think any of them at this point are helping. I will say though that Seth did give us some insight in one of these interviews that I thought was extremely important, because Sebastian has been referred to as an autistic teen throughout this. Seth recently told us in one of these interviews that we're going to watch, he wasn't diagnosed with autism until this past year. So that tells us exactly how high on this spectrum he is. That he was able to go undiagnosed until he was like 14 years old. And so that's huge. And to me, because that honestly lays the groundwork for how he could have potentially disappeared. And kind of his behaviors and mannerisms and things like that. He gave us more information and more insight than I feel like that we have gotten from any of the interviews that Chris and his mom have done. And so, yeah, I mean, Seth's interviews are, I think they're important, but at this point, okay, so now the information is out there. Do we need to keep going back and forth? Do we need to keep slinging mud at each other and things like that? I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. Like, this is not because we were wondering, like, I mean, is he close to being, nonverbal or something? Like, is he able to would he wander away? Is he going to fall into the water? Like, we were thinking all these things, but he was just diagnosed this past year. So there's, um I don't know. We'll watch these interviews though. Like I said, we're gonna start with Duchess, and then we will go from there. I'm gonna watch everything on 1.25 because that way we can get through it hopefully a little bit quicker. And closed captions are on. If you guys need them, feel free to turn on the closed captions. And yeah. Hi, Erin. Oh no. I hope we don't freeze again. That was crazy yesterday. I don't know what happened to my computer, but it was just gone. Out of nowhere, it was just gone. So, all right, here we go. Let's start this before I keep rambling. So, Duchess has been talking about this as well as Trev. They've both been talking about this since the beginning. Trev has been doing amazing updates on this case, and yeah. So here we go.
For being here. I really appreciate you joining us.
You're welcome.
We had a really good conversation today, and I appreciate you being willing to talk to me about Sebastian going missing. So I guess I will just kind of start out with tell me what happened the day that Sebastian went missing. I know that his mom said that he was having a good day. He had had a great weekend. So do you want to walk us through what that looks like again for everybody?
He did have a really good weekend, actually. When we come home from having supper that evening, um, he was playing.
Mhm.
When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies." A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. I mean, the young man doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very to himself, so to speak. Um, between the
So I'm just gonna interrupt already. So whenever they were saying this, so he's not a runner. Immediately I thought of, okay, so I don't know how many of you guys have experience with autism and things like that, but immediately my thought was how whenever you have a child and they just take off running for no reason, like running out into the street, or would he just run away? And that's how I took that. I mean, they made it sound as if we were talking about somebody with the mentality of a much younger child, in my opinion. And that's where Seth's interview, where he tells us a little bit more about Sebastian, ends up being a huge, huge help. Um, because everything that they portray him to be throughout these interviews, it just seems much, much younger. To the point where, like I said, I was worried about, was there water nearby? Was he going to fall into a pool, or into a lake or a river, or I was worried about those type of things because they would just made it sound like, a I don't know. Yeah.
hours of 12 and 6, he is basically vanished.
Yeah, wanderers.
Walked out of the house, the door was locked and gone.
He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night that
So none of his shoes are missing. But like I said, one thing that was not put out was about the slippers, and I'm curious, are his slippers still at the house? Did those also go missing? I wanna know that. Yeah, Heather Brett, they made it sound like it was an autistic 3-year-old, not a 15-year-old with a recent diagnosis. Not a 15-year-old that was so high functioning that he was just diagnosed last year. Like, you got that perception as well. See, that's where I was at. No, Lioness, this is Sebastian. Sebastian, where he is missing, is about 20 minutes away from Riley. You're talking about Riley, which is the other young man. So Sebastian is a 15-year-old. He is missing in Stafford County near Beach High School in Hendersonville, Tennessee. So, yeah. No, it's not. It's not making any sense. They said last night police did no forensics at all in their home or vehicles and that they only talked to the mother and stepdad at their kitchen table. Right. Being newly diagnosed makes more sense to me because some of their terms aren't usual terms us autism parents typically use, and that makes sense. I agree. Yeah, because they don't know how things are supposed to be said. You know, people on the outside looking in who don't have autistic children or who don't operate with inside of the autism um who don't operate inside of the autistic community where people have children that have autism, we don't know. We don't know the proper way to say things. We're still learning. A lot of us are still learning how people like to be perceived or talked about or things that are appropriate or not appropriate to say. And I can honestly say that, you know, I am very unaware of the appropriate way to address things. It's something we learn and we grow as we learn things and stuff like that. And yeah. Yes, we're gonna watch the Nancy Grace interview as well. He mentioned about Minecraft that he played it, but that he liked to watch videos of people playing. Hmm, interesting. You have two boys with high functioning autism, and those they can get through any tech limits you've ever created. Adults now. Yes, Down Under with Love. That's something else that somebody pointed out also, that they really just have superpowers whenever it comes to technology, I swear. Some of them.
Now, Chris, you were at work. You were out of town at
Yes,
work, so
ma'am.
you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m. And then you got up off the couch and you went to bed and you said that was around midnight.
Midnight.
And nothing was unusual at that point.
So
Everything seemed okay.
there's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way
Okay.
there's transparency across the board. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone for quite some time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included.
I'm just gonna say the way that Chris talks completely disconnected throughout all of the interviews is interesting to me. For example, he said, "Me and the mom." Not me and my wife, not me and his mom, but me and the mom. Like, he keeps himself so emotionally disconnected from the whole situation, and that's something that the behavior panel has also kind of called out, how disconnected he is because this isn't his child. This is not necessarily somebody that he has had some phenomenal relationship with. Um, it's just it's interesting to me because he does it even in these first interviews, just the distancing. It's just me and the mom.
We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, "Hey, you need to wake up. Put the dogs up. Go to bed." Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Mhm.
So then mom does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son in the house. Mom made an effort to look and search several times. Um, Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, "I can't find him." I was like, "Do what?" She goes, "Yeah, I cannot find him." I said, "Well, hang on." I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
He doesn't have a social media.
Okay.
And the only friends that he had were a couple of kids in school.
Okay.
All the kids that have had any interaction with him have been interviewed and asked.
Okay.
We as parents know how social media can be,
Right.
and seeing how kids can be easily manipulated. Um,
He's very young in mind.
yes, he may be.
Right.
He's about 15, and he's 15 in age in his body, but his mind is not caught up to his body. But that is something that goes through with autistic children, as everybody would know.
Right.
But for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media, not in our household. He doesn't online game. I'm pretty strict when it comes to that kind of situation.
Well, that's good. That's good, Chris, that you have control of that, because social media can be very dangerous for young kids, because they don't realize who they may be talking to on social media. So it's always good to have that awareness and to make sure you're monitoring, what your kids are doing. So I had asked you both, did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house? And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
Yes.
I wish that they would get a hold of these interviews, Peter Hyatt and the behavior panel, and really analyze these interviews, because it's so interesting to me that Chris refuses to say Sebastian's name. He tiptoes around it like, "What do you wanna say?" "Well, it's very clear that this boy has a family." "Well, are you part of that family? Because you're all over social media everywhere." And I'm not trying to, like, nitpick and pull things apart, but at the same time, like, come on, dude. Like, he's your stepson. And then you have situations where while this is all going on and these interviews are coming out, and I'm just I mean, you guys know, I've been trying to, like, just kinda keep quiet and just, pass by them and say, like, "Well, it's because they probably didn't have the best relationship in the whole world," and things like that, and that's what we're picking up on. And I assure you that that's likely the truth. Then you got grandma on social media, and this is something that she just recently posted again. She said, "There's one thing I forgot to include in my last post. If you care anything about my son, quit referring to Christopher Proudfoot as Sebastian's dad, father, or parent. Trust me, he's none of any of those. Every time I hear him refer to such, it makes my skin crawl and breaks my son's heart." And part of it is because from what we're understanding from dad and grandma is that Chris and Sebastian did not get along. And so in these interviews, they're painting this relationship as if, it's mom and stepdad and they're caring and they're loving and they're doting. And they don't understand why Sebastian would ever want to run away or why things happened. But then whenever it comes right down to it, were you really that loving and caring and doting over Sebastian? Or were you overbearing and controlling and mean to him? And that's the desire to run away. I still do not think that there is foul play in this situation. I still believe, well, foul play from anybody inside the house, let me say. I still think, in my opinion, that Sebastian met somebody online or at school or somebody, and that he ran away. To where? I don't know.
We definitely need to find him as soon as possible. If you live in this area, Please search your property every day. He could be on the move. Just because you've already searched your
I seen
property
that
one time
Voiders girl.
doesn't mean
I
that you
seen
don't
that on
need to
Smiley. We're
continue
gonna
to
watch
search
that
your
too.
property on
I
a
did.
daily
Yeah,
basis
watched it.
just to be sure. If you have a lot of land,
Yeah,
it needs to be
not
searched,
walking.
just to be sure, because he may be lost. He may be somewhere and he can't find his way back. So that's why it's very critical. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts? Are they searching on land, air? They also have dive
Yeah.
teams there. What can you tell us about that?
So currently, they,
Yes,
as
this
of
is
today, the
interview
National
number
Guard
1.
was also brought in to help with
Interview
the
1.
search. But they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, horseback ATVs, side by side, door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. I mean, the outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. I mean, it's we've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure.
You have a lot of people that are praying and supporting you right now. Was his ask, would he be able to ride a city bus?
Who says that? Like, oh, this is a case to be studied. This is your missing child. You married into this family. You married this woman, and this is her son. A case to be studied. I can't with this guy. This is why we haven't watched these yet, because I have a big mouth whenever it comes to what? Like, are you kidding me?
Nothing is off the table as far as abilities. Could the young man get on a bus? I'm sure he could.
We've never done it before.
We've never rode a city bus, so I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. He may have, like, let's say, a $20 bill in his hand, but he doesn't truly understand what $20 would get him.
He's good
Right.
at it, but he doesn't
I understand.
understand time and money.
And single mom says, does he want his real father? Maybe. I'm just asking. Well, it turns out, single mom, that, he sees his real father every other weekend. And the real father, he is heavily involved in this situation and is aware. And he doesn't know where Sebastian is either, correct?
Correct. I mean, I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all three of us as parents is not your common one. I mean, me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other. We talk. Hey, if we heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up? Um, I mean, it's not. There's no really animosity in between the parents.
That's good. That's good. Discovering the truth. Thank you for being here. They say, did he have any special interest, like trains, parks, friends, maybe a school bus route that he loved? My son elopes and loves trains, so he heads to the tracks.
He loves playgrounds.
Yeah, he loves playgrounds. I mean, he loves to play. I'll give him that. Friends wise,
He wants friends.
Sebastian, his idea of his friend is right now is what he has 2 kids that he talks to at school, but he is extremely socially awkward. And so it's very difficult for him to make friends, which has been this boy's only lifelong dream. I mean, Christmas, what do you want for Christmas? I want friends. Birthday, I want friends. Anything that he could do to get a friend, he would love to do it, which is potentially dangerous because that could open up doors if for somebody to say, hey, I'll be your friend, and potentially cause harm.
Kim Holmes asked if there's any cameras in the area. And I did see, Kim, that they were asking for people that had any Ring doorbell footage or any businesses that had camera footage. Talk to us about that, Chris. We did speak about that briefly earlier about the people getting all the footage, but they haven't found anything.
Our entire neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods have voluntarily and with generosity given up any video footage that they've got. I mean, they have let the departments come in and view and monitor. So as far as cameras, everybody has turned over everything. There's thousands of hours of stuff that they are combing through to try to find an answer.
One thing that I did learn yesterday, I think it was, is that one of the neighbors has a vehicle in the neighborhood that evening, on camera. We learned that on Trev last night or the day before. One of the days. All of my days mixed together, but apparently there was a vehicle that came into the neighborhood. Now, we don't know what type of vehicle. We don't know any of the details. I don't even know if they said what time But again, I still lean towards Sebastian had reasons to run away, and they're trying to make it seem like he did not. Um, no, I agree, Heather Brad. By shelter, do you mean that you didn't give him opportunities to make friends? He likely wasn't allowed to do anything outside of the house. At one point in this interview, they say something about you're not even in trouble, or he wasn't even in trouble, or maybe that's the next one we're going to watch. And to me, it makes it sound like Sebastian was likely in trouble a lot. They likely probably were constantly disciplining Sebastian. And actually, a few interviews down the road, we're going to hear mom say something about how she called Chris and immediately was like, he's not here. And to me, it sounds like they were talking about something, or that she had already been complaining about Sebastian or something along those lines. And then she called him back to be like, oh, well, he's not even here, or he's missing. And to me, I don't know. We'll talk about that more whenever we get there. It just seems like it was a constant reason that he was always disciplined. Does everyone see a little picture next to their name? You have a gifted membership, or you're a member of the channel. I think that's why. Pinocchio, you're not hacked. It's just the membership icon.
It looks like Tish is local to the area. She said, I go to the grocery store or anywhere and our eyes are peeled looking for him. I work at a local restaurant and I'm checking cars as they come through the drive-thru every day. Bless you, Tish. I know this family is very grateful. Discovering the Truth says, so he probably knows the route to his father's house. So maybe he was in the process of heading in that direction.
That has not been ruled out. I mean, like I said, the search that they are conducting is extremely widespread and thorough.
Mhm.
So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean,
Now, this is the one thing that makes me hesitate with the aspect of him going with someone or running away, or going being lured out of the home by a friend, quote unquote, used lightly. This is the one thing that makes me hesitate, because he does have a good relationship with his father. He does have a loving, caring, father-son relationship with his dad. And so it makes me hesitant to think that if things were really this bad in the house that I am perceiving through these interviews, if they were really this bad, that he would have likely just called his dad or reached out to his dad if he had a way. So, yeah, he does. He wants to sound like an expert on every topic. So that's the thing that makes me hesitate, because I feel like he would have reached out to his dad. And that does leave, that possibility of foul play or something like that. If he ran away, someone would have seen him easily on many cameras. Right. But if he didn't run away, how did they also get him out of there? I know Cray Cray, the dogs say he didn't leave. So Salty C, thank you so much for gifting memberships, hun. Welcome to the Sleuth family, everybody. You also all just got hacked by the little face in the corner of your screen. Oh, man. Welcome. You'll say it. Deceased bodies don't need shoes when leaving the house. Chris is sus to me. Yeah, professor of everythingology. Yes, welcome to the family, everyone. Thank you so much, Salty. I don't know. With this whole case, I just don't know. I'm still leaning towards there is hope that he will be found alive. That's what I want to believe. There is hope that he is out there somewhere, and that he can come home. Because otherwise, what are we doing? Hope that somehow he can come home. But man, these interviews, like, just stop with the interviews, you guys, because you are not helping yourselves. You are not. Especially you, Chris. And the more you try to advocate for how you're supposed to sound, or the more that you try to make it look like you're not involved, or you change your story to make yourself seem more loving or more caring than what you were, I'm sorry, but it makes it worse. It's going to continue to make the perception that we all have of you so much worse. It is, Angela. It's so frustrating. Seal's not gonna be happy with me. If Seal wanted to worry about it, Heather Bratt, she'd be here.
It's dad will come down here. We meet him halfway. I mean, there's this. He's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I mean,
RQ, thank you for being a member for 6 months. All of this is very, very helpful to help us, better understand the situation that we're dealing with. And I did see a post on Facebook that it looked like everybody was asked to wear green on Friday because green is Sebastian's favorite color. What else can you tell us about Sebastian?
He is an avid Minecraft fan. Loves the color green. He's got the goofiest and quirky smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it, to be honest with you.
He looks like he's such a sweet young man. He
loves to dance. That boy he'll dance his tail off.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Dancing is good for you. It's good exercise too. I just really hope they can find some answers. Now, I did ask you guys because I know that sometimes when we're looking for autistic children that go missing, a lot of times people are concerned that they may be attracted to go towards the water. So talk to us about that. Is he a good swimmer? Does he like to get in the water? I think you did mention some things about that to me earlier.
So he's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Discovering the Truth, I'm sure that they are probably looking into that. Now, I know that you said there was some misinformation that was going around and you wanted to make a clarification. You did tell me that TBI, was assisting, but that there was some confusion. People thought that FBI was actually assisting in this case. Talk to me about what you spoke about earlier to me on our phone call about how FBI is, that they were consulted and the card team I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies as, for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere in one of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team, and they are trying to work with them from a distance. They're not physically present, to help in any way, form, shape that they can render their assistance.
Okay.
So you guys are calling out the shoes again, and I get that, but I still wonder, are his slippers at the house? Did he have his slippers on when he left? He hates being dirty, but ran away with no shoes on, which were by the front door where they think he left from. Maybe. Or did he go outside in his slippers? That's one thing that we don't know. They have never addressed the slippers that he allegedly wears around the house and stuff. He could have went outside in his slippers. Yeah, his contradiction's coming crystal clear. And I get what you guys are saying, but yes, we do have knowledge that Chris was allegedly at work throughout this time period. And so he may not be directly involved in this because he was allegedly at work. Have we seen proof of that? No. But police likely would be able to confirm or deny those details. As far as when Sebastian was last actually seen, he was seen Sunday night by people outside of his family. So that's another thing that we do know. The bio dad said all foot apparel was there, including the slippers. Okay. I know that he only has a few shoes and things like that, but you guys will hear in the Nancy Grace interview, they talk about the slippers a little bit, and then it's just kind of dropped. Stepfather mentioned he's a crane operator, but he was talking about pouring concrete at work. That is telling. What does crane operators have to do with pouring concrete? I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you, but I don't think, I don't know. You're not buying the work story. I don't know. See, this is all details. I wish that the police would come out and give us more information so that we knew where the heck to actually go with this, right? Because they're not helping us. They're not helping us feel any better about Sebastian missing. They're not helping us think good thoughts, right? Every single one of us are seeing this interview and seeing red flag after red flag after red flag. And I really think that a lot of the red flags, I'm still going to continue to say this, have to do with their parenting is not as loving as what they want it to seem. It's not some happy home like they want it to seem. Does that mean that they unalived him and hid his body? No. Sebastian very much so could have left this house. I just question, why didn't he go to his dad's? Why didn't he reach out to his dad? Did he have access to a phone? What type of internet access could he have possibly had? How could he have made contact with someone to leave in the middle of the night? Because it's clear he likely didn't have friends in this neighborhood. And I do not think that any of his friends' parents would be hiding him if it's not an adult that has nefarious reasons for wanting him to leave his home. We're talking an older man, an older woman, some type of disgusting relationship that we see in so many of these cases, like Alicia Navarro, Kaylee Jones. You know, so many of these cases end up being situations where these children were taken or lured out of their homes and in the middle of the night by people who don't have good intentions for them. Gracie Mitchum is another one. You know, they're lured out of their home through the internet or through whatever because it's somebody who loves them and cares about them, in quotations, that's going to make them feel cared about and loved, which is not something that he was getting at home. And this is something that they have continuously tried to say. He was loved, he was cared about, everybody loves him and cares about him, but then they won't even say his name. They won't even say Sebastian. I'm pretty sure I've said Sebastian during this live more than I've heard his parents used loosely, his mom and stepdad. I'm pretty sure I've said his name more in the first hour of this live than they have said since they came to the internet, period. And so that's all something to keep in mind. Yeah, he could have also been murdered. You're right. I mean, we just don't know. No house is perfect, but it doesn't mean they did anything. It's just a very weird situation. Why is it Tennessee never has anything clear with these cases? Do you know why that is? They don't talk to the public. They don't give us updates. They don't tell us what to go based off of, and then it leaves nothing but speculation. It's very disappointing. I agree, Ocean Tide. TBI is setting us up to be in another Summer Wells situation with this case because the family is going to keep talking on social media. They're going to keep talking on YouTube. They're going to keep coming out consistently about Sebastian, and their words are going to continue to be analyzed and twisted and all of those things, just like Dawn and Candace Wells. Just like it. And if TBI doesn't get into the front of this and put a stop to it early on and find where Sebastian is, I'm terrified that we are going to be years down the road still looking for him, just like we are still looking for Summer Wells. It terrifies me. No, I don't know anything, Green Eyes. I am speculating my opinion on the situation. That's it. We have seen so many cases where it could go either way. The previous CPS interaction has been the most alarming to me. Me too. Hi, Amanda Page. Yeah, Tennessee law enforcement drives me nuts. Just give us updates. The boy, the son. It's crazy. Just give updates. Normal states just give updates. Just saying. Just put out news for us to read from the police.
Light and Sound, thank you for being here. Have burner phones been looked into? I know some teens sneak phones from their parents or maybe his computer use at school to
We haven't
see
been
if
able
he
to
has
find
been
any
chatting.
evidence of a secret phone.
Okay, good. Because digital evidence is really important. They want to make sure that he's not speaking to anybody. This is such an unusual case.
This case is extremely unusual. Like I said before, we are
this case, it's your missing loved one. It's your missing loved one. Right. Yeah, that's my point, Cooter G. I am always going to side with the thing that leads to him being alive. Would you rather me sit here and speculate that he is dead for this entire live stream? That gives us no hope that he can ever be found, and then we were just looking for justice. No, I would much rather always stick my opinion to where this child can come home alive, to go to a home that loves him. Send him to his dad's house. If this house is this bad, so just send him straight to his dad's, honestly, so that he can be home alive. That's what I hope for, right? Runaway means that he is alive out there somewhere. Right. That's exactly it. Nobody's pushing a narrative. It's called keeping hope that he is alive and unharmed. That's it. Hi, Gia. Tennessee is the new Colorado, except Colorado did phenomenal, giving us updates all through Letitia Stout and Gannon Stout. All through that. They give us updates constantly. Constantly.
Are pretty strict when it comes to certain things. As far as comms, communication, electronic devices,
Mhm.
there was only one phone that he had. It was extremely locked down. He had access to his phone, his text message to only his contacts list, a camera, and a calculator, and that is it.
He's a pretty happy kid usually.
He seems like it, and I know that you love him very much. I know that I can remember earlier in our conversation, you were referring to him as Bubba, and I think
That's what I
that's sweet.
what
I
I
call my
call
son Bubba also, so that really tore at my heartstrings because my son, he's 30, but he's still Bubba to me. So it just that name is going to stick forever. It's just how it is. Cindy Caton, thank you for being here. She says, "Are there any old wells that maybe he accidentally fell in, or any areas or mines that he might be at risk of coming in contact with?" I know sometimes those things occur out in Tennessee. Um, the divers, have they found any possible leads? I know that I heard that there was a possible pond that they were draining. You did tell me they were searching all of the pipes.
Yes. So when it comes to address her question as far as wells and things, I'm sure there's plenty of those around here.
they're searching them.
They actually pulled data for all the caves, underground voids, all of that stuff that could be accessible. They brought in teams from all over the state that specialize in either cave explorations, water recovery rescues. We don't know that they have drained a pond. I can say that much, but they
Okay.
have searched,
Dived them.
they've dived them all for sure. They've
Okay.
walked, I couldn't tell you how many miles of creeks and waterways, and they've used cameras. The sewers. It's not really the sewers they're looking in. It's the drainage pipes. Nobody. So that's for clarification. Sewer pipes, we're not going to find a child in. Those
Right.
are enclosed and secured. But the runoff, water runoffs, were all searched by a dive team.
Okay. And I know Ginger Snap said, is law enforcement looking into the possibility that he met a friend through Minecraft? I hope that they would just go ahead and vet all of that just to make sure, because you never know. I'm not really sure how all that works because I'm not a gamer, but I know that there are ways that you can communicate like via Xbox because my son is a gamer. So, and Gabrielle, I believe that you guys were at the Costco on Saturday. That's when you took the picture of him, correct?
Yes, my
Okay.
wife was at Costco on Saturday.
Yeah,
The
not
shirt
Sunday.
that's in the flyer where it says Optimism was on a Saturday. They were
Okay,
at
good.
BJ's on Sunday. Um,
Okay, and what
and
is
when it
that? Is
comes
that a
to
restaurant or?
no, they are all wholesale, like a commissary style stores where they sell in bulk.
Oh, okay, okay. So Costco
So
Saturday, BJ's on Sunday.
yes,
He
ma'am.
loves to eat all the samples, and BJ's is new, so I took him.
You're a good mom.
And when it comes to like the one mentioned about Minecraft, like I stated before, he does not have any way to come with anybody on any form of online gaming. That is extremely restrictive. We don't allow that because of what can come of it.
They combed all of the electronics.
I can tell you this with no hesitation: anything and everything we have given to the police and any other law enforcement to have them completely scan, uh, validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good at." I said, "Yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate through social media or through any type of gaming."
He's so positive about that. And I just don't think it's reality. I'm sorry, but these kids always find a way. But I agree, go Bulldogs. I pulled this up. It really irks me he answers for her. He wasn't even there, allegedly. He wasn't even there. He doesn't know what actually happened over the course of that weekend or what happened leading up to it because he wasn't actually there. He's only going based off of what she has told him or what details he knows about it, things because of what was told to him. But yeah, he answers every single question as if it's his firsthand experiences. And so yeah, but he can watch YouTube videos. So they said later, so the reality is he would have some kind of access. Right, Heather Brat, you call BS. There's a voice chat option in most games. Unless you babysat his every move, he wasn't that restricted. Kids always find a way. All the internet blockers in the world, I guarantee you, they always find a way. I know, Tisha also demanded public apologies, which is something that he says in this last interview that we're going to watch. We're watching them all in order though, guys, so bear with me because I want you guys to hear everything leading up, right? Everything leading up to everything else because the truth doesn't change. Everything should stay the same from interview to interview if everything is the truth because it doesn't change. Now, can little details alter because you're going through a traumatic situation? And so going through that trauma, you have little things that change and alter? Sure, because your memory changes slightly for how you remember those details. But the truth should never change.
Looks like Missing in USA says, why are they wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon? Because
That we cannot release right now.
okay,
That is
I
not something that
understand.
has been authorized us to
Right.
put out to the public.
And we respect that 100%. Ginger Snap says, I was reading that his favorite song is Eye of the Tiger. That's a great song.
He's got an eclectic taste of music. He's a fan of Eddie Vedder. He
Oh, well,
likes
he's great.
Survivor. Oh yeah, I mean young man has a very eclectic taste in music.
And you told me that
Taylor
he
Swift,
loves to play chess.
Carrie Underwood.
And he loves to play chess,
He has a
right?
crush on Taylor Swift.
Ooh, he has her boyfriend better watch out then. Was 911 allowed to be called? Rhonda asks.
On the cell phone, is that what she's referring to?
Yes, I believe so. Is that what you're asking,
All
Rhonda?
all devices that have communications have the ability to call 911. Believe it or not, most cell phones that are not even connected to service have an ability to actually call 911.
Yeah, you can pick one up off the shelf at a store and most will call.
Yeah. That it.
This was actually I don't know. This is back and forth because I'm hearing that he was in regular classes and that he just has a an accommodation basically. So I don't know. We got to get to that part in the interviews because one of them I feel like says that he was in regular school and just has accommodations. I can't remember what they referred to it at, but he wasn't like in a separated classroom and things like that, the way that people made it sound in the beginning. He was in a special program at school and was the only kid in his class. He was not. I feel like that was changed on one of these recent interviews. Because that was one of the things that was yeah, his dad said that he was in regular classes. That's what it was. His dad was the one who came out and said that he was in regular classes, and I was like, "Hold the phone." Because that didn't add up with what we were told. Seth said he was in regular classes but was allowed extra time to finish assignments. That's what it was. The accommodations. Yes, IEP. And so that's what I mean. Like the mom and stepdad are saying things that are completely contradicted by Seth in his interviews. And that throws me off. But also the whole like there's so many things. Yeah, instead of 30 questions in an hour, he gets 1.5 hours and only 20 questions. Right. He gets the accommodations. You heard accommodations, mainstream classes, extra time for tests, etc. Right. He would still have computer lab. He would still be in a regular classroom and things like that. But he was not in a separated classroom the way that they made us perceive it to begin with. Because that was something that threw me off too, because I was thinking, severely autistic. They had wanted us to perceive severely autistic since he went missing. Yes, Lioness, we are going to get to those. We are going to get to those. Right. Stepdad has said a lot of things. He said there was not other kids in his classroom at all. We need that clarified. Seth does clarify that during the interview. I will play it, guys. I will play it. I promise. We're just going in order because all of the details, right? Why is that something that that is so different between them? Who knows? So is stepdad involved or just controlling? Unless mom and stepfather pushed for sped classes but didn't inform the father. Well, they may have, but remember, he's already enrolled in dad's school because next year he will be living with dad. And so dad would be highly aware of what was going on. He might not have had a tablet, but you can go to the computer lab. You can go to the library at school. Right. They have tried to make it seem ridiculous. I know what he said. I agree. I've heard it. But I'm also telling you what Seth said. Why is there such a contradiction between the two things?
That's become a federal thing. That's not a service provided. That is like a federal thing.
We
Right.
wouldn't restrict safety features even if we could.
Yeah, safety is not restricted in this house.
Okay, I do have one other question before I read what was his is saying. There was something I was going to ask you. Let's go ahead and do was his question right now. Shackle Island Road and New Shackle Island Road, are they in the same area?
New Shackle Island Road runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road is actually farther directionally. It would actually be south in front of the hospital, the Hendersonville Hospital. That is roughly, I think, 4 or 5 miles from our house.
Okay. That Single Mom, that's your favorite song too. Now, something I do want to ask you is because I've been watching social media because that's what I do. I share missing cases on lots of different social media platforms, and I was very disappointed when you told me that people were harassing you and attacking you. Is there anything that you want to put to rest while you're here tonight or make clear to the public about this situation? I know you told me there was a statement that you wanted me to make about you and the mom and the dad. So if you want to make any clarification about that, you have free reign to do so. We will not allow you to be disrespected here on this platform.
I have no malice or ill intent toward anybody. Everybody has an opinion.
Of course.
But what is factual is that the father, the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family. It's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state, which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. Because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way. I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right.
And it's perfectly okay.
There's people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be able to have the opportunity to defend yourself. We have 248 people watching right now, and I'm sure that anyone that's watching this on the live stream, please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian, and you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you just plan to meet up, and it's no big deal. So, I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know that people are just going to that without having all of the information and knowing that law enforcement has interviewed, interrogated everyone in your family. They have looked into you, they have all of your devices, and that they basically cleared you guys of any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And I just wanted the public to be able to hear you say that, because you do have the right to defend yourself, because it's not like you said earlier, it's not about you, it's about finding Sebastian.
Correct.
Yes.
And I just don't want to have people to be dragging you around on social media.
Yes, we will be watching Smiley's interview. That's the last one that was done, so we'll probably watch that last, honestly. But I understand what Duchess is saying here, because we are typically a trust the family channel, right? That is always been pretty much our motto: trust the family until the family gives us a reason not to trust the family. Um, I will say, though, that this case is hard. This is very hard because they won't stop talking. They won't stop talking in circles that don't go together. They're like trying to make us perceive something that's just so far from the truth, and then they are contradicting themselves from interview to interview to interview. And it just sucks. Right, big red flag for you is when stepdad says he can't even imagine what Riley's parents are going through, when he should know, because they're going through missing children at the same time. Hello, you also don't know what happened to Sebastian, Chris. You don't feel what they're feeling, that panic, that fear, that worry. You don't know where Sebastian is, right? Question mark. Last night, Chris said again, police told them they are not suspects, and that's fine, but his word is just that. It's his word. I wish police would come out and do an actual update. They need to come out and tell us what to look like. Right. It's just like the Wells family. If TBI doesn't do an update, this case is going to get just as bad. I am terrified that we are going to have a situation like that if they do not find Sebastian soon, or if TBI and the police department do not start giving us actual updates, because these parents are making a mess. They are making a mess. He said all the speaking to police was done at their kitchen table together, right? He does most of the talking, all the talking. Right. We all feel fear, and we all feel that fear, and he's not even our family. He's not. It just sucks. It just sucks, because this is what we're left with. We're left with just their words. And so that's why we're watching the interviews, because we don't know what's going on. So what new clues, what information can we pull out of these interviews? So in this interview, we're hearing that, they're all happy, 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 big happy family. And then we'll watch the other interviews and hear what's next.
Isn't it already difficult enough that your child is?
They haven't said that. They have not said foul play is not expected. Yeah, I think you mean to say suspected. They have not said that. They have said that they can't take anything off the table, right? They can't say that there's no foul play. They also can't say that there is foul play. They can't take anything off the table. And so we don't know one way or the other. We don't know if there is foul play or if there isn't foul play. We don't know if he is a runaway, if he was lured away, if he is being held captive somewhere, if he was kidnapped, we don't know. We don't know if they unalived him and hid him. We don't know any of the answers to these questions. And so all we have is their interviews, grandma's statements on Facebook, grandma's interview, and dad's interviews. That's all we have to go based off of. That's it. Yeah, it's an ongoing investigation. It's an ongoing investigation. We don't know what we don't know yet, though. We don't know. And I don't know. As Pascal would say, the math ain't mathin'.
Is missing.
That's beyond words. This is a feeling that I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't
wouldn't
care.
wish this on
Nobody should
anyone.
ever have to endure. It is not something that should ever be wished upon for anyone.
Now, I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child that is special needs as well, and we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have special needs and them getting fair and equal treatment. And she says, how is his skills on walking around on heels or without a trail? Because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline. So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? Is he able to walk good? Can you hear me?
Okay, let me pause here and we'll read this. So this is from March 20th. This is from TBI from the Gallatin News. It says, updates from state and local law enforcement agencies regarding the disappearance of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers have been few and far between. Still, authorities assert they continue to search and follow up on any leads in the case. Rogers, who suffers from a form of autism, was reported missing from his home near Beach High School around 6:30 a.m. on February the 26th, after his mother went to wake him up for school. The teen is believed to have left his home sometime between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. that day wearing a black sweatshirt, black pants, and glasses. A days-long, large-scale ground search covering 2,000 miles produced few clues. Rogers is still the subject of an Amber Alert that was issued by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation the day after his disappearance. On March 15th, the TBI issued a lengthy update on the case, urging the public to call in credible tips and to refrain from sharing speculation from non-official sources that could damage the investigation. Much of the work is being done to bring Sebastian home may not necessarily be public or visible, the TBI says, but agents, detectives, and intelligence analysts continue to work around the clock to review every bit of information available. Sebastian's family has remained cooperative since the search began and have done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. The agency said that there are few clues to indicate what happened to Sebastian or where he may be. They have no proof that there is a criminal element involved in the teen's disappearance or any proof that there isn't a criminal element. So this is what I'm saying. There's no proof of foul play yet, but there's also no proof that there isn't foul play. So agents and investigators are reviewing any possibility that may indicate where Sebastian is. The agency cautioned the public about putting too much stock into information being presented in various media forms that is inaccurate, incomplete, or could be damaging to the investigation. We ask the public to help us by refraining from sharing speculation posted by or discussed by non-official sources, reporting only credible tips to 1-800-TBI-FINE. Now, my thing is, what are they considering non-official sources? Because here we have the parents are running all over the dang internet. Is that a source or no? I don't even know. So that's what I mean, though. That's what I'm talking about here. So let's pull this back up. See? What does that statement remind you of? Right, there's so many cases. It's not foul play, but it isn't. We can't say that it's not foul play, but we can't say that it is foul play either. It's like TBI's word salad. Like, dear TBI, please do not word salad us and give us actual updates. Right. It's a carbon copy of the last statement they released in the Summerwells case. They just posted in different names. I'd say it's between 9 p.m. the night before when she said she sent him to bed and the time he was reported missing, many, many hours. This situation has me feeling no child is safe anymore, regardless of the facts. Sebastian was in his home. Who or what is out there watching your loved ones, right? Seth gave everyone all the info you need on Nancy Grace last night. Right, AG. We were watching all of the interviews. We are going in order.
I lose you guys. Can you hear me? Trev, are you there? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you.
Okay, maybe Chris lost signal. So if you need to come back, please let us know. I'm going to go over here to the chat while we wait for Chris. They may have had a phone call or something to come in, so we'll give them a few minutes. No, they have the, and look, Chris dropped. He must have lost his signal, guys, but he'll probably come back. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Chris, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's like a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? I figured you might have lost signal.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll figure it out. We get it back every once in a while.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand.
He's high functioning. I mean, he's fully able to hold a conversation, and he walks and he loves to run.
Okay, well, that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if
So I just want to take you back to the beginning of this interview. She said that he was not a runner, and now she says he loves to run. Terry Southern gal, if they don't have anything to update, then how are they going to update? I would say they are working the case, and more stuff that gets put out here on YouTube just gets twisted and messes it up. I agree. I am begging the family, stop. I agree to a point, though. We see how many cases that come out. Look at Elijah's case, for example. Elijah, that we are covering as well. The police are updating constantly. They are constantly posting on social media. They are constantly putting things on Facebook. We have seen that in so many cases. Gannon Stauch, they updated constantly. It's very possible to do an investigation and to keep the public informed. The two things can go together. When she says runner, is it that she means the way some autistic children will just bolt away? I don't know. The two things are just so different. Like I said, in the beginning, it seemed like they were trying to present him as if he was like a 3-year-old with autism instead of a 15-year-old who was recently diagnosed. Seth's interview is very important in comparison to these ones, in my opinion. Yes, they can update us without giving the entire case away. They can still tell us what's going on. March 15th was 6 days ago. TBI has not said a word about it, Sandy, if that's what you're talking about.
he has a special button on his phone.
No,
On his phone?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay.
But he doesn't have his phone.
Yeah, and he left his phone at home, so he doesn't have it. His says, I'm local and I'm trying to get a direction. Thank you. And says something about exit 5. Are you guys close to exit 5?
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call New Shackle Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6, and exit 7 will be in Indian Lake. But as far as a special button on his phone, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, me either. And I know Discovering the Truth said that, her child was able to get around the security system that they had kind of set up on the phone, so they couldn't access the websites, that it was locked. And apparently he got around it and was
Okay.
able to access it. And I guess that's kind of what they were talking about, in a couple of texts in the chat. So that's what I was trying to address, because a lot of the people that come to my streams, they have children that are also autistic. So they deal with a lot of situations, and they can understand some of the things that you may be dealing with at this moment. I can only imagine what you're going through, not knowing where he is.
We, without publicizing our address, the best I can tell you is we are off by the beach area, and that kind of area is where
Mhm.
they've predominantly been focusing their searches.
Right.
When it comes to the special button, no. Just so some parents are aware, even if you lock down your child's phone, some children can actually turn their phone into safe mode, which would bypass the parental locks and then allow a child to go on the internet. There is a way to block that. You would have to look that up. That's too much in deep and depth to go into. But no, I mean, when I say we're strict, we lock it down. We lock it down.
Okay, well, that's good.
That tells me that in the past, Sebastian probably has had access to the internet and probably has gone to these apps or had these gaming thing situations happen and things like that. Most parents in general don't know or look up how to block stuff until they accidentally or until they're looking at their kids' stuff and see that their kids have had access. Right. Why not just say he would never run away? Yeah, all you need is a VPN to get around the school's internet. I mean, most parents, in my opinion, don't even think about, necessarily internet protection if they're not following true crime and stuff like that. Outside of, obviously like porn blockers and things of that nature. But yes, he does have glasses. Is it possible he broke the code and got lured away? Anything is possible at this point. Anything. Hi, Miss O. Your son was never a wanderer, thank God, because he's nonverbal, but we still had a tracker put in the soles of his shoes in case. Wouldn't have helped in this case, unfortunately, right? Yeah, his mom works for a security company. So she may have thought about it in advance, but to me, it's just one of those things where he's definitely gotten around it before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have went to that extent. That's my opinion. You're so mad. I agree. Amanda Page. I agree. Oh, nice of you to join us, Seal. Welcome. Yeah, he does. Overtalk her constantly. Watching other people play video games, it's incredibly typical in that community. I agree. Dear law enforcement, there's a possibility there's someone out there actively preying on vulnerable kids. At least address it. At least address it. I still think that there is a possibility. He was speaking with somebody on social media, on video games, on Kick, on Discord, on a basketball game, a pool game. I don't know. I don't know what type of games. Minecraft, like there's so many different games that have their own little separate chats. Was he playing Clash of Clans? They have their own chat too. Like all of the games have their own little separate chats. It's just there's a lot of ways to have contact with individuals outside of your home.
To know, David Bryant, thank you so much for being here. David says, hey, one question. Do you think he would have stuck to roads, or do you think he could have went off into the wooded areas?
That is that's hard to say. We don't really have an answer, but all I can say is every avenue is being searched, regardless of woods, roads, anything. Everything that can be searched is currently being searched.
Reckless Ellis, thank you for being here. Reckless Ellis says, I'm not saying he did this whatsoever, but I did see a screenshot from Facebook where he yelled at the news and told them to get off his property. Is there any truth to that? Well, Reckless, I'll let them speak for themselves, but if the news was on my property, I might yell at them to get off my property too.
So I have not spoken to any news crew that have been physically on my property. I have spoken to a news crew that was down the street and just asked them politely, do not film my house. They were filming the police doing something, and that was perfectly okay. They gave me the word, we shook hands, and politely moved on. So no, I mean, as far as
Thank you.
yelling at the news, no.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I hope that helps, Reckless Ellis, and thank you so much for being here. Let's see. That's right, Leave It to Beaver. These are real people. Focus on the missing baby. Exactly. Thank you for being here, Miss Chewy. It's so good to see you. That's right. We all know that the child is in danger and needs to be home where he's safe, and that's all we need to know. I just want to make sure that people understand, like, this family is really going through it, and the focus needs to be on the child. So, and we just appreciate anyone that's able to get out there. Now, do they also have search dogs that have been out helping assist in the search?
So I know you guys are saying about law enforcement having the devices and things like that. Absolutely. But I will tell you that in Kaylee Jones' case, I'm just going to bring her up because everybody was convinced that Kaylee Jones was murdered by her family. Except for a few of us, but there was a lot of people who were just convinced that she was dead, that she was buried in her backyard, that she was wherever, that her dad, because he was not a nice person, he was not very social media friendly. Everybody was so convinced that he had killed her. And she is alive, home, and well. She had been speaking with somebody on Omegle, and that app is, once it's closed, there's no way to see that you were on it. There's no way to get the previous conversations and things like that. These predators always find a way. But she was speaking to somebody on Omegle, and they lured her out through that app, had her leave her home in the middle of the night. And I believe what ended up happening was they sent an Uber to pick her up, and she got in the Uber and was taken to this creep's house, and that's where she was for months. For months. So, there it does happen. It does happen.
Yes, ma'am. They have brought in dogs from various locations, from I believe from even other states as well as other areas within the state. So it is deeply, deeply being checked.
Okay, I'm going back over here. I see David Bryant's left another comment in chat. Okay, gotcha. We'll keep searching, praying for your families. I just posted multiple pictures from what my dog has found searching, and you can feel free to reach out if you would like me to search anywhere. So it sounds like David may have some search dogs himself. David, if you want to send me an email or reach out to me with Facebook Messenger, if you have any information that you would like for me to pass on to the family, I'll be more than happy to do that, and we appreciate that so very much. Jennifer Jennings, thank you for being here. Jennifer says, how long has he been married to the mom? Isn't he Seth's son? Who is searching for this boy, mom, dad, or who? Well, it sounds like there's a lot of people involved, including the mother, the father, the stepfather, and law enforcement. When you say how long has he been married to the mom, are you referring to Chris on panel? Julio, thank you so much for being here. Chris always treated my girls and son with nothing but kindness when we worked together. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Julio. I know that probably means a lot to him. That's right, Jennifer. I think everybody is searching. It doesn't sound like there's any animosity with anybody that's going on here. So, and please be respectful in the chat. If you want to come in here and attack the family, the moderators can show you to the door. There's no need to announce your departure. Light and Sound says, I pray he wasn't being bullied at school. I imagine classmates who knew him have been interviewed. And yes, I do believe Chris said that earlier. And did he typically take his phone places with him, guys, or did he normally leave it at home?
Believe it or not, it was actually a struggle to get him to carry his phone. He's not like your typical teenager. He's not this kid that, got to stick their head in the phone. He's not
glued to it.
He's not. Because of his restrictions, he knows that what it's for. It's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your phone.
Teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
And then Julio, I can contest. We worked together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
I think that's wonderful. Let me just take care of something here in chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate you being here. We welcome all opinions, but we're just, how long he's been married to the mother is irrelevant with Sebastian being missing. So I hope that you have a wonderful night, but respectfully, I'm going to have to remove you from chat because it's a distraction. And we are focused on talking about Sebastian and about his case. And I hope you have a wonderful night, and please come back again. Okay, let's get back over here to the chat. I try to not get distracted when we have these situations, but we just don't have time for that. I'm not going to allow disrespect, and my moderators know that. So I appreciate my mods in here. Y'all put some hearts and hands up for the moderators in here. They're doing a fantastic job. We have 363 people in here watching right now. He walked. In Arizona, an autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and was found safe. Incredible. Does he have a lot of energy? Does he like to go on long walks and things like that?
Especially off his medicine.
Mm. I really would like to get a billboard up for Sebastian.
Now, I don't know what type of medicine that he is on. Um, they don't really talk about that. I don't think it's anything life-saving as far as that goes. Yeah, after 24 days, he would need a source of food and water for there to still be hope. Kidnapped would be the better option versus wandering off. I agree, B Legend. I agree. I don't think this is a situation where he just wandered off. I've never I mean, whenever you talk about a child wandering off, you're talking about just that, a child, not a teenager. Um, you're not talking about hey, it wandered off is something that you say about a 3-year-old, right? Or a 4-year-old that they left the house and left their property maybe and went too far in the woods and got turned around and got lost. Whenever you say wandered off, that's what I think. I'm not thinking about a 15-year-old that was just recently diagnosed with autism, not somebody who has had autism and was like, you know, yeah. Seth did say he has to take iron in the morning and at night, and that he's on ADHD meds. I don't know about anything else at this point. Thank you so much, Borders Girl. It sounds like he was labeled with ADHD as before getting the autism diagnosis. I agree. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. Hi, Cat's Eye. So they mentioned money at the beginning of this interview. They said something about like he wouldn't know the value of $20 even if he had it, but not so much that he has money. You meant Chris. Okay, I figured as much, Paula Brown, but I just wanted to double check before I like really read your comment out. You work for a security company and have all the gadgets going, begging, but I didn't have an autistic child. Even the simplest of alarms have night settings. Why didn't she use it that night? I don't know. Steph stated 2 days ago that his wallet was left. He left everything behind. Running away means that he's lost in the woods and starved to death already? Not necessarily. You can run away to somebody else's house. You can run away to somebody else that you know. I don't for a second think that he's wandering aimlessly in the woods, lost. He's 15. You don't buy anything that the mom and stepdad say. I totally understand it. Left home, his key to his dad's house was left in his room. Phone was in the kitchen on the counter. So I'm going to tell you that just out of cases that I've seen in the past, and again, this is because we want him to be able to be found alive, right? We want him to be able to be returned home someday. And so my opinion will continue to be that he could have potentially been lured out of his house by someone who was showing him love and affection or something along those lines that he may not have seen in his everyday life, whether it's an older man, an older woman, a neighbor, something along those lines. Probably not a neighbor, but you get what I mean. Somebody in his community that had the ability to reach out to him and talk to him and lure him away, basically. That he could have run away to a person who lured him out of the home. Mom slipped up last night and said when she ran, yeah, then she drove back to I seen that. We're gonna watch them all, guys. We're just on the first one still. When predators allure children out of the house, they convince them not to bring anything at all with them. That's what I was getting at, Elizabeth Ross. So they're always told to to not take any electronic devices. With Kaylee Jones, they told her not to take any of her devices, but then also to take her social security card and her birth certificate. Same thing with Alicia Navarro. They're told things like that. These predators know. These predators are aware that they will be tracked by a device if they take it with them. And so oftentimes they'll tell them, don't bring anything.
And
Don't
I
bring
think
your
I had mentioned
shoes
that
if
to
you
you
think there's
earlier.
a tracker
Do you
in them.
think that this might be something that would benefit Sebastian to get his face out there if we could get a couple of billboards? Guys, give me some feedback in the chat and let me.
Good call out, Kelly Dime. Maybe he wasn't running away. Maybe he was just going to meet someone outside and thought he was going to be right back. Possible. Very possible. He could have went outside to just talk to someone and thought he was going to get to come right home. I still feel like this case could go either way. It could go either way.
Let me know what you think. I might could, crowdfund. That's what membership is for. When you guys are members of this channel, that's actually where your money goes, is to these little crowdsourcing things that I do. So I have some money already put back that I can put forward to it, but I probably wouldn't be able to keep it up for more than just a few days because it can get expensive. But what do you guys think about that? Do you think, Trev, what are your thoughts about that? Do you think that having a billboard up for Sebastian might be beneficial?
I think so. I mean, it's, we've looked at that in plenty of cases, and you and I have spoken about that before, talked with, different families. It's, at the very least, it's keeping that face and that story in the public eye. It's keeping people reminded of what's going on in their community, what's going on locally, what's going on in the next county over, whether they work there, live there, travel through there, they're seeing it.
Well, I can certainly design a billboard. We can work together behind the scenes. You can send me a picture and let me know exactly what you would like it to say, and we can get something started on a blip as early as tomorrow. If you think that that's going to be something, I will look at the locations and I can let you know where they're at, and we can try to get something going. Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for being here. That's another person that's on my team that covers cases, and she's in Kentucky. And Crystal, did you just send me a Cash App? Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for sending me that, and I will definitely put it for the billboard. We're still going to put up some billboards for Jaden Carpenter, so you and I need to get together in the next couple of days so we can get these billboards up as soon as possible, because we need to help find Sebastian. Is there anything else that you guys want to share with us that you think that we need to know about the circumstances involving Sebastian going missing? Is there anything that you want to share with us that we have not talked about? I'm going to put this flyer again here so you guys can take another look at that.
I mean, everything that we've covered so far, I mean, is exactly everything that we've covered. We miss him and we want him home.
Exactly.
I'd rather be home.
Metro Police are hoping.
I'm not saying that this is related. Before you guys say that I am saying that this is related, I just want to show you guys that this was 30 minutes from where Sebastian's home was, that this happened, okay? And so I get what you guys are saying, because we cover cases every single day that the parents killed their children, right? Every single day I cover cases that the parents killed their child. And so trust me, I understand and believe and know what you guys are talking about whenever you're thinking about all these foul play situations, and you're thinking about all of the evil that is in this world between families. I get it. But I'm still not sold that that's what's happening in this situation. I still think that there is a chance that some type of predator got access to this child some way, shape, or form, and had him willingly walk out of his house to go somewhere. Whether it's a predator who is going to violate him in a way that he does not approve of or like, or whether it's just some person that got him to leave, right? Predator is an open-ended word in this situation, because I don't know if he was in an online relationship potentially with somebody who may even be his age. It doesn't even necessarily have to be, well, I guess it would have to be a little bit of an adult, because it would have to be somebody who had their own house. I in no way, shape, or form think that some teenagers' parents are out there helping hide this kid, right? No way do I think that that's happening. But this happened a half hour from where he lives.
A new sketch will lead them to a man who sexually assaulted a child in a South Nashville park earlier this month.
30
Blake
minutes
downtown
away.
following this investigation with the details.
Hey, good morning to you, Neil. Yeah, this attack happened in broad daylight at Seven Oaks Park, just off McGavick Pike, back on March 7th. And that 15-year-old victim that you mentioned, working with the TBI to come up with this sketch of a possible suspect. Take a look at your screen. The victim tells police, or rather describes the suspect as a white man in his 50s who has freckles and crooked teeth. He was wearing a black ball cap, black zip-up jacket, blue shorts, and gray and white tennis shoes. We're also learning this morning their man reportedly left in this 2000s model Honda Civic sedan and drove towards Night Drive. The teenager telling police that He arrived at the park and was there for about 15 minutes when the strange man approached him, grabbed him, and assaulted him before running away. Of course, if you know any details about this attack, you are encouraged.
At a park in broad freaking daylight, 30 minutes from where Sebastian lived. Right? 30 minutes away. This happens all the time. These creeps are everywhere. Just as often as parents kill their children, there are monsters out there that are doing this type of crap all the time. There are 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old men reaching out through social media apps, and women for that matter, men and women. There are 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old adults reaching out through social media and gaming and all these apps and talking to your 11, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old children and falling in love, quote unquote, in love with your children, defiling their minds, making them convinced to fall in love with them so that they can convince these children to go out of their homes and willingly walk away with them. It happens every day. Every day. I can show you so many teenage cases that the girls or boys walked out of their houses willingly to go meet up with these people. And so I'm saying, we don't know what we don't know right now. We don't know what we don't know. We don't know if Sebastian is deceased, if foul play of the hands of somebody in their family, or if some cretin showed him love and affection and care and friendship, all the things that this kid was so hungry for, and convinced him to just leave, to just walk away. Just come with me. It'll be fine. Come out here and talk to me. I just want to meet you. Just come out here. You can go right home. It's not a big deal. Your parents never have to know that you left, right? They never have to know that you came outside to talk to me. It'll be fine. Just come here. Yes, grooming, Callie Dime. It happens all the time. All the time. A girl was lured away the other day at 11, taken out of state and given a promise ring because their kids are so hungry for affection. Guys, it's gross. I agree. Current statistics say that 4% of kidnappings are stranger abductions. However, with social media, I believe that those statistics are going to change. Are they considering them a stranger still if they've talked to them for months or years online? That's just something to keep in mind. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that that is a possibility in this case. As much as it's a possibility that Chris or mom could have unalived him and hid his body and buried him in concrete and took him, who knows, as much of it's a possibility that UFOs came from the sky and abducted him and took him to outer space. As much as it's a possibility, guess what, guys? He could have been accessing the internet and been lured away just as likely. That's all I'm saying. It's a possibility. But the difference is the possibility of him being lured away and with some creep that's quote unquote in love with him. He's alive in that possibility. And so my brain is just going to stay right there because that gives us the chance that Sebastian comes home. I don't want to hear all of this back and forth between the parents and stuff like that, and then the inconsistent statements. It makes them look horrible. These interviews look freaking terrible, and they get worse as we go. This one, not so bad. There's some red flags in here, but it's nowhere near as bad as the ones in the future. And actually, I'm just going to let this last statement play, and then I'm just going to stop here.
Mods, thank you for checking the chat. Alan, we're definitely not going to tolerate that. So,
Alan's gone. I got rid of Alan. He's gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Trev.
And Duchess, if I may, while we still have the family up,
yes.
People in cases like this, guys, and this is for anybody listening now, watching later. However, everybody in their mind has an idea of how a family or how those who know a missing person should react. You know, should they go and talk to these people this day and say these things this day, or What they don't, the thing is here is law enforcement goes and talks to these people, guys. You know, plenty of families in these situations, unfortunately, but law enforcement goes and talks to these people. They don't owe us answers.
That picture, sorry, Virgo Angel, that picture that I was just showing you guys was the suspect in a 15-year-old was at a park, and that man, that sketch was the picture of a suspect who assaulted that child in a park, a 15-year-old in broad daylight, grabbed him, drug him into the woods, and SA'd him in broad daylight. That's what that sketch was. 30 minutes away from where Sebastian went missing. Broad daylight.
Answers, no matter how curious we get. There's no timetable of when they should stand in front of a camera, or when you should put a microphone in front of them, when they should join this, that, and the other. Now, if they bring that to us, then we should sit back and listen and let them tell their story. But what matters is answering who they need to answer to, and that's not us. That's not me. That's not Duchess. That's not you guys. The chief deputy, I believe Chief Deputy Craddock is his name, has been very clear in his press conferences that the family is fully cooperative and there have been zero signs of foul play. Now, if the TBI and the local authorities are saying that there is no sign of foul play, then it is completely irresponsible to make things.
In the bushes, I'm not sure where you're seeing that all vehicles have been identified. Police have not given us any type of updated statements at all. I've not seen that. And so if you're seeing where all vehicles have been identified, I just don't think that that's factual. I just don't think that that's factual. We just don't know. I haven't seen that. If you want to send me that in private message, the actual statement from the police, not a repost of or a video or anything, but the actual police statement, I would love to see it because the police have not told us nothing. Okay, let me move on to the next interview because that one's pretty much wrapped up at this point. Let me go here. So this is the first news media interview with Seth. So let's listen to this one.
Father, tell me a little bit about your son.
He's got a big heart. He's loving. You know, he's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times. He loves to play video games. He loves animals. I mean, he thoroughly loves animals. He likes plants. He likes to, you know, grow things. He likes to take care of things. He loves his video games. Boy, the kid loves his video games.
What has the last week been like for you as a father?
My heart is missing somewhere out here, and I'm just trying to find him. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I can't find him.
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house. So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games, watch TV. Had a great weekend.
And I mean, obviously, it seems like, what has it been like working with law enforcement? Have they been great, you know, trying to help you with this search?
They're definitely doing everything that they can to find my son, and I thoroughly appreciate it. And I hope that they find him every day. I'm waking up hoping that they find him.
And obviously, so he's autistic. Are there any like tendencies that he may have? Like, does he like hanging out like in the trees or by water that could maybe help people find him?
He does like creeks. I mean, he loves to go fishing with me. But if he's in the city limits, he's, you know, video games. He'd probably be, you know, maybe an arcade or something.
Okay. And has he ever done something like this before? Just leave the house for a short period of time or anything like that?
No.
And I mean, how much sleep have you lost over this last week? Walk me through kind of what that experience has been.
sleep at all. I mean, coffee and energy drinks are my main diet has been.
Yeah. And I know you said you were out there searching. Are there any particular places that you're looking that you think he might be at?
I'm looking everywhere. I'm not from this area, so I don't know it. So I'm just everywhere. I keep telling people, keep your head up and your eyes open. If you see him, call 911. If my son hears my voice, buddy, you need to get a phone and call 911.
Definitely. And you live in Clarksville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you've been out here in the Hendersonville area just searching for him the last week?
Every day.
And I guess, are you in close contact with his mother and stepfather about the situation?
Not really. I mean, we're in communication at least once a day, but that's about it. I'm looking for him,
Yeah. And I know, like, obviously with social media, it's tough because as a parent, you just want your kid home. But there's been a lot of like speculation too about possible like criminal investigations. I mean, what's kind of your reaction to all of that chatter on social media?
I don't have social media, man.
Okay. But just hearing people kind of speculate about that in the community, I guess, how does that make you feel?
I think they need to, instead of being keyboard warriors, they need to put feet on the ground and start looking for my son. If they really want to help, that's what they should be doing instead of coming up with their own opinion. How about get out there and we find my son?
And how much does your son Sebastian mean to you?
He's my life.
Do you have any other kids?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess, is there, anything you want to say? I don't know how well you know the stepfather or the mother, but is there anything you'd like to say about that and that situation and how he just kind of disappeared from the house?
I have nothing to say about that.
Okay. And if you could say something to Sebastian right now, what would you say?
If you are hearing this, son, you need to tell people who you are and tell them to call 911 for you. You need to tell people that you are Sebastian Rogers and that you need them to call 911.
And anything you'd like to tell him about returning home?
I miss you, buddy. And I'm waiting. I want to hear from you. Okay.
All right.
Call 911 so we can find you, man. Come on, son.
Okay. So that was the first phone interview with BioDad. Trying to get this next one. As far as the car goes, so Trev Time he just talked about that the other day. That's what I was talking about at the beginning of my live. There was a vehicle now near the neighborhood that they are looking into, and they have been asking about the Uber situation, if anybody had ordered an Uber. Now remember I told you in Kaylee Jones' situation, She was lured out. She had left all of her social media devices. Everything was left behind. Every device that she had access to was all left behind. And that the creep had ordered an Uber and sent it for her. So here's this next one. Let me see if I can find this. You can't clean in silence. I'm sorry, Heather Bratt. I'm working on it. I don't know why. First of all, I wanted to update you guys about the petition that we shared for Oakley. It's now at 1,028 signatures. And so thank you guys all who took the time to sign the petition. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me drop the link for this. I'm very excited that this was pushed out there and that we were able to help them hit their signatures that they were hoping to get to 1,000. The more, the better, though. This is about Oakley Carlson and getting her records released, the DCYF review done on her case. It needs to be done. And so, like I said, if you have a second to take time to sign this, they are heading at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard to go present this in front of the review board and try to get Oakley's case opened up so that people can see what happened and where the failures occurred. So please, consider going to sign that if you have not already. Just drop the link. Why no shoes though? Slippers? That's what I was saying. I don't know if they're slippers or not. So let me see. I'm going to go ahead and show this hand holding one. I know it's not necessarily the next interview. There is another one before this. I don't know where the full thing went. And so let me just show you guys this one first. This one's only 15 minutes long. This one's weird because they just hold hands. They don't go on camera for it, which was really awkward to be completely honest, because nobody else like they've been on camera before. And so it was just really weird. Like this whole, I don't know, situation. It's just, yeah, just cringy.
Your first and last names and spelling.
Katie Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
Chris, Chris, last name's Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words. This was an experience that I would have never dreamed would come. Honestly, I can't put words to how hard this has been and how much it hurts not knowing where my son is, where he's at, if he's okay. Just horrible is the best thing I can say.
What about for you?
It's rough. I mean, we were on day 11, no answers. And the horrible things that people say just keep rolling in, regardless of taking time to consider the facts and, assumptions is what they're going off of. But, for us, we sit here and we wait, and hopefully we'll get an answer, or hopefully he walks through our door, which would be amazing.
I was going to say, how badly do you both want Sebastian to just walk through that front door to get that call?
I'd give anything. In a heartbeat, I would give anything.
It's not measurable. Let's put it that way. There's no measurable. Anybody says all it is. You've never sat in these shoes. You've never been in this situation. And I don't ever wish for people to be in this situation.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like? What does he love to do?
He, for the most part, is happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos, even building things with me. We build little projects here and there, but he's always a character.
Are there any like weird tendencies that he has that might be able to help people find him in this search?
I don't know how helpful to finding him, but he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always like, whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere. Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them. He loves playgrounds. I mean, we've said it before, he likes fishing and things like that, but
Cats. Boy loves cats.
he does. He loves cats. It's his favorite animal. I don't know. He's a good kid.
There are no leads, nothing caught on video. Your son has been missing for 11 days now. How does that make you feel as parents?
I mean, I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I mean, every day is harder than the last. I mean, we're out, we're looking, we're trying to make sure that everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face fall to the bottom of a feed or get covered by some other nonsense. I mean, we just want our boy home.
When you walked in Monday morning and didn't see Sebastian in his room, what was your gut reaction?
My very first reaction was, oh, he got up and got breakfast. But when I realized he actually wasn't in the house, I've never experienced sheer panic in the way that I did. And basically for every minute since that, not knowing where your child is a pain that I've never known pain like this before.
And walk me through the events that happened, from Sunday leading up to Monday when you didn't see him that morning.
Sunday, we were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out doing our thing, running around. We had dinner that evening. And when we came home, we had a pretty good evening together as well. He was playing right up until bedtime, and then some. I let him stay up a little late. And when I told him to go to bed, he's like, I love you, Mom. I love you, puppies. And he went to bed. And I went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for school, that's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in his room, and he wasn't in the house. And that's when I panicked.
And when you panicked, what did you do?
First thing I did was call my husband, and I said, he's not here. My husband said, what do you mean he's not here? I said, he's not in the house. And he said, immediately just started, did you check here? Did you check there? Did you look here? And I ran through the house. And at that point, I was hysterical, for lack of a word. And we three-wayed the police, and I'm within minutes they were here. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. I know it was fast. And we haven't found him.
When I got the phone call that he was missing, like she said, we asked questions like, where's he at? Check this, check that. And then we called the sheriff's department. After we called the sheriff's department, I stayed on the phone pretty much most of the time. And then while I was at work, I asked for a relief, got a relief, got in my truck from Memphis and made my way to Nashville.
And that was, I guess, Monday?
The morning that he was missing, yes.
Okay. And so what was your reaction when you got that call from your wife that Sebastian was missing?
Initially, I was like, oh, he's goofing around again. Here we go. He's like hiding. And then when we talked about the places to check and he's not there, I was like, okay, stop. Instantly.
Goofing around again, hiding. I mean, I don't know. Has he hid from them before? That's interesting to me.
Call the police. Instantly. I'm a black and white kind of guy.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. Or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he did as he left?
We checked for all of his shoes and none of them are missing. The door was locked.
And was there some discrepancy as to what he was wearing when he went to bed, or what was he last seen wearing? What was he wearing to bed that night?
When he went to bed, he was wearing black sweatpants with white stripes down the side. And he had on a black long sleeve black shirt with a print on the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his
like Star Wars or Halloween or
even Minecraft.
Yeah,
those are the three main things.
That's the three things that majority is on his clothes.
Yeah.
Boy, he has his flavors.
And obviously you guys are going through the unimaginable, and then, getting a lot of like the kickback that you've seen on social media. I mean, how much worse has that made it for you two to go through something like this?
Honestly, we stopped looking at it. There's a lot of terrible people in this world, and I don't want to waste energy on any of that. I want the focus on finding our son. The facts are the facts. I mean, the police know the facts, and all I ask of anyone is, if they're able and willing, is to help find him, help spread his flyer, help look for him, call in if you know anything or see anything. But we just ask that people focus on finding Sebastian.
And he's never done anything like that before, right? Just kind of walked out of the house.
He's not a runner. This is not normal for him to run away. He's not a runner.
And any places, I guess, I know you guys have been told to stay in the house, right? Just in case he comes home.
We are doing what we've been asked to do by the law enforcement agencies and everybody involved. I am not going to divulge anything more than that.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to ask, I guess, next is, if you were to go out and search right now, if people want to help search, what types of places would you guys look at that he could maybe be at?
Anywhere and everywhere. At this point,
it's been 11 days. He could be anywhere.
Yeah. They've searched the woods. They've searched parks. They've searched creeks. They've searched, at this point, anything and everything.
Anywhere that he could be staying out of the weather or getting food or, I mean, honestly, at this point, he could genuinely be anywhere.
How hopeful are you two that he will come home?
I will never give up hope on finding my child.
We're so close to the end, and I was trying to hold my comments until the very end. But this, who panics within 3 minutes of a 15-year-old not being in your immediate line of sight? 3 minutes? That's all it took you to panic? The reason that that is odd to me comes out, and I think it's the 4th interview. The reason that that's odd to me comes out in one of these future interviews, because I genuinely think that something happened Sunday night that he got in trouble for. I think that's why there was a 3-hour phone conversation between her and Chris, that they were discussing his behavior or something that frustrated her, or, something that Sebastian did that just made her so angry or whatever. And so that she was discussing him in possibly a bad way. And maybe Sebastian overheard this. Maybe she constantly would put him down in front of Sebastian. Maybe he heard all of these hurtful comments that they were saying about him, and that he chose to leave that night because of it. So then whenever she wakes up Monday morning and Sebastian's not there, and her response is kind of like, he's not home. Oh my God, panic in 3 minutes because Sebastian has at this point run away. In my mind, I'm hoping it's run away, right? Because the alternative is that she killed him. And I don't want that to be a thing, right? So in my mind, he ran away because of all these hurtful things. Yeah, it sounds like that's all they talk about is Sebastian's failures and how he didn't live up to what they wanted him to be or whatever. I don't know. But to me, you don't panic within 3 minutes unless there's a reason to panic. Unless there's a reason that you had reason to think about, like, oh my God, he ran away because something happened, right? But they make it a point in one of the interviews to say he wasn't even in trouble. I think he was. I think he was. I think something happened, some type of big argument, some type of horrible dispute, whatever, that led to all of this, and that's what they're leaving out. They're not telling us whatever the actual truth is surrounding whatever that event is. It's just my opinion. You don't panic in 3 minutes of not seeing a 15-year-old. Never. I don't care. Like, you just don't. You don't panic in 3 minutes. Not at 15. At 3, maybe at 3 you would panic in the first 3 minutes, but not at 15.
Optimism is at its highest,
Our-
regardless.
Our son is out there. We're going to find him.
And now just, I mean, publicly, like obviously police are now investigating a landfill. People are speaking out about that. What are your thoughts about that?
Everybody has an opinion and their assumptions, and they are entitled to those. But as I've stated before, all we've asked people to do is to look at the facts, not what everybody's putting out there. If they have questions, call the law enforcement agencies, and they'll give you whatever they can give you. But the assumptions are just that. They are an assumption, your opinions. We pray for everybody.
Here's the thing. What if they were fighting that night and she locked him outside? What if she told him to leave? Get out. Go away. Get away from me. What if she told him to leave and locked him outside and then woke up and was like, oh crap, he's not here. And called Chris and was like, he's not here. After she locked him out. What if that's a possibility? We don't know what we don't know. Maybe he ran away because she was fighting with him and locked him out. I don't know. I know now that we know about he has slippers, I'm not worried about his shoes anymore. Right. That came out in the Nancy Grace interview. Right. 7.8 billion people have opinions. Agreed. And probably none of us are right.
Hopefully this never happens to you. And if it ever does, then you'll understand. But I pray it doesn't.
And they're doing their job. They're looking everywhere they can their goal is the same. We just want to find him.
If you could say something to Sebastian, if he's listening right now, what would you say to him?
I would say that we love you and we miss you and we want you to come home. And just know that we all care about you so much.
You're not in trouble. That door's unlocked and waiting for you to come home. Your puppies miss you. Your family misses you. I miss you. Just come home.
Anything else that you two want to add or clear up or anything like that? Okay.
Just help us find our son.
Okay, I think I'm gonna skip the 30-minute one. Do you guys want to watch the 30-minute one, or do we want to skip to some of these more recent ones? I kind of want to get to. Let's watch Seth, because I feel like Seth tells us more details that are actually important about Sebastian and the case as a whole. Yeah, you're not in trouble, is how he leads. Tell me why he was always in trouble with him in some way. I agree. Like, why was he always in trouble, Chris? Does that mean that he was in trouble before, or does that mean that he's not in trouble for leaving? Here's the situation. I'm worried that if Sebastian did run away, if he is out there on his own accord, what would happen? What would happen whenever he returns? How much quote unquote trouble is he going to be in? Like, thank God he's supposed to be going to live with his dad. Which, by the way, this is a breaking news alert. They are currently searching a park in Tennessee for him. So let me pull this up. Somebody sent this to me. Thank you, BC.
Father tells us he's not giving up hope after his son disappeared from Sumner County last month. Blake Eason at the WKRN.com alert desk with the conversation.
Hey, good morning to you, Nikhil. Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing from the father on air. He says he's not giving up hope as he's searching for his son right now in West Tennessee. Sebastian father Seth Rogers says someone told his mom that he should search Natchez Trace State Park. That park is more than 100 miles away from where the 15-year-old went missing. Now, it's
100 miles away, and they're questioning a car in the area. Could have been an Uber. Interesting. Who called in this tip? Who told them this?
important to note, he didn't elaborate on who that someone was. And as far as what happened to him, that still remains a mystery, one Seth is determined to get to the bottom of.
I don't know what to believe. I mean, all I know is that he has disappeared out of his mama's house, and it's my job to find him and bring him home.
And so Sebastian was reported missing on Monday, February 26th. Of course, we'll continue to follow this as we do with each of these stories breaking right now. For breaking news around the clock, you can always go to WKRN.com.
Interesting. So he is at a national park. Maybe your boyfriend and I can go look for him this weekend. It's a few hours away, but given a search, yeah, your area, you're down to go help. If you do, make sure, like you said, take your boyfriend, take somebody with you. Don't ever go search alone. But that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Okay, so let me pull up Dad's interview here. So let's do this one first. Oh, I thought this was it. Hold on. This is just a clip. I need the whole interview with Nick. Is what I'm looking for here. 1 second. Why do they do that? Why do they post such short clippy clips? Oh, let me show you guys the clip while we wait for me to find the whole thing.
Seth Rogers shares custody of his son and the deputy with the Davidson County Sheriff's Department.
It's like the news wants us to watch the news instead of YouTube. Like, pfft, come on. We don't want to watch the news.
Spent the past 2 weeks looking for Sebastian.
I'm hoping he's still alive. You know, that's my main hope right now, is that he's not deceased. I mean, I keep praying that he's alive. I keep praying that somebody's going to see him, or somebody's going to call 911.
Seth's 15-year-old son disappeared barefoot and with a flashlight from his mother and stepfather's home in Hendersonville either late on Sunday, March 3rd or early that Monday. Seth knows the key to finding his son may come from a tip. Several photographs have already been made public, and now he's released 2 video clips of Sebastian. In this first one, you see Sebastian up front on the left in yellow shorts, participating in a tug-of-war with fellow students.
And if you watch, he got swung around at the end like a little rag doll, and it's like, well, he gave it his best.
This second video shows Sebastian walking at his middle school graduation.
I was very proud of him. I mean, he successfully completed something.
Seth says his son, who is autistic, is not a wanderer. He finds it highly unlikely Sebastian would leave in the middle of the night barefoot, based on an experience his son had as a child.
He decided that he wanted to step into a mound of what he thought was dirt, and it was fire ants. And since then, it's always been, he doesn't like to get his feet in the dirt. He likes to have his socks and shoes on.
Seth won't rule out the possibility of foul play, that someone is involved in his son's disappearance. And if Sebastian is able, he says he needs to call for help.
He needs to call 911. And if somebody has him, you need to give him back. He's my son, and he doesn't belong to nobody, but damn it, he's mine. And he's mine.
Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Today, authorities have named no suspects and say that all of Sebastian's parents continue to cooperate with the investigation.
We begin with a surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers.
Okay, so apparently that one was just a clip. I could never actually find the full thing. So then after that, Seth was on the Pascal show, which let me pull this up for you guys. And here is the link for this video on the Pascal show. Pascal has been, he's been covering this and Riley's case since they both started. And so let me pull up this interview here and get to what time he comes on. So
Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Okay. That is basically the whole interview that they put to bring your son back home, you know, of course, home to safety. You have a second, of course you called in, and again, I know that you're really busy. What have you been up to all day today so far? Can you give us like a little bit of a breakdown of what the day's been so far for you guys out there?
I've been out because it's me and some of his extended family, I've been doing flyers and stuff. So I've been passing out flyers and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I've been going to businesses, passing out flyers. Everybody knows, but in my town, in Clarksville, everybody knows and everybody's seeing it. But tomorrow I have a trip. And I've got 7 different locations I'm going to see if I can find anything that and put more flyers up.
Right on. Right on.
I'm going to the south side of Nashville tomorrow to put flyers up everywhere.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Have there been any leads, any leeway, any semblance of any type of hope in finding Sebastian in your search?
I always have hope. I always have hope. I always have hope. I got to have hope because I can't believe that he's dead.
Yeah. If you mind me,
I get up every morning and I hit the road.
Yeah.
I drive around, put flyers out, and I hope that I get to see him. I hope I get to make a left-hand turn and he's there, or I jump on the interstate and
right.
he's walking himself to me.
Yeah.
I just keep praying.
Of course, and we're all praying with you. Trust me, brother, we are all praying with you. If you mind me asking, where were you when you got the phone call that he was missing?
Well, I just got off of work at 7:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I turned around and I got to my vehicle, got in there, and there was a text message from the stepfather. Call me, it's 911. And I called him and he told me that Maxwell was missing.
Yeah.
And I left from there and drove straight to his mom's house. And I was there all day waiting for some type of information. I saw him bring the dogs in. I was sitting there watching police come in and out, ask questions.
Yeah.
And they asked those questions, of course. And the first thing they did is, where were you? And I'm like, I've been at work for the last 12 hours.
Yeah.
They turned around, they took our phones, make sure that everything that we stated was verifiable.
Right. And he's not known, Sebastian's not known, as you said as well, he's not known to just go and wander off or just to just run off the way that he did, correct?
Correct. He's never been one to do that sort of stuff.
So if you mind me asking this, and it's going to be I got a few tough questions to ask you. I know if you don't want to answer them, then that's totally fine. But when you went into the house, was there anything different or anything off maybe in the house?
So I think the important thing about these interviews that we're going to hear with Seth is kind of the difference in how things are done. With Seth, the focus stays on Sebastian throughout the entire interviews. He uses his son's name. He talks about him as if he loves him and cares about him and things like that. With the interviews with mom and Chris, it's a little bit different because Chris controls and takes over most of the interview time. And because he has this more distant relationship, to put it kindly, with Sebastian, I think that that's a big part of the reason that we're not feeling a connection there, because he is like this negative energy surrounding Sebastian's life. Based off of things that we hear throughout these interviews with Seth and with Grandma. And it's not so much that Seth is trying to throw shade at the family or at mom and stepdad. I don't think that that's his intentions, but the truth is the truth. What type of relationships they had and what type of household this was, it's not going to be any better if you present it in a way that isn't truthful. People need to know the reality behind the relationship so that we know, is there a chance that he walked out of this house? Is there a chance that he wasn't taken out in some foul play type situation? But regardless, like I said, Seth, like his stuff, it all stays genuinely concerned throughout the entire interviews, every single one that we hear, for Sebastian and his well-being. So, yeah, and he's searching every day. His responses are so different from Chris's. Very different. Yeah, he's very careful about what he says about mom and stepdad. Now, the other side of things is, Chris is also law enforcement, or I'm sorry, Seth is also law enforcement. And so he also knows what type of details are important to release or keep at bay and things like that also, or to hold closer to the vest, you know?
When you were there?
No, I walked in the house. It seemed normal. Everything was clean. Everything was pristine like it normally is.
Like it normally is.
Except for his room.
I gotcha. Except for his room. Okay. Okay. Have they been out? Has the stepfathers, has the stepdad and the mom, have they been out searching at all, or have they just stayed home?
From my understanding, my talks with Chris and by their Katie, they've been out putting flyers and posters in the ground.
Okay. Okay. I do have another question, because you did make a statement. It was in an article. It wasn't, I don't know if it was in this video that we just watched, this interview, which, by the way, there's a longer version of this interview, right?
I haven't seen the interview. I mean, I was interviewed, but I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Okay. But there is something that you said in the interview that was actually put into an article. Said something about there was no scent. Okay, like the dogs weren't picking up a scent, but one dog followed a scent out into a construction site and then it disappeared. Could you maybe expand on that or explain a little bit more about that?
One of the dog handlers told me first day, Monday, that the dog popped to a trail and they followed it and went all the way around and it ended in a construction site, but it ended. It's like there was nothing there.
Right.
So the dog trail went to the construction site and then it just ended. Now we're hearing that police are investigating a vehicle that possibly was in the area based off of what Trev Time said. And I'm curious, was it seen by the construction site? Was there an Uber that was sent behind Sebastian's house to that construction site? Not on his street, not in the street next to his, but towards that construction site? Was he told to go to the construction site to meet an Uber? The dog trail went to the construction site and then just stopped. He just vanished, poof, into there. I did see that, cray, yes. I'm still gonna keep doing what I'm doing, though, and then we will cover that later on. But yes, there is supposed to be a press conference. Hi, Emily. What Kelly Dime said is, I'm not buying it. I can't speak for others, but he has a missing child. I will always feel bad for a parent with a missing child, especially when I don't feel like they had anything to do with it. And I agree with that to a point, right? I feel bad, but I also feel like they are digging their own holes at this point. Like they got to get off social media. They got to stop doing this. I'm not sure if you're referring to Chris or Seth or mom or any of those things. I don't know. But like I said, whenever I first started this on this channel, we genuinely try to trust the family until the family has given us a reason not to trust them. I don't think that they have done foul play. I don't think that they have unalived him. That's just my opinion. But I am questioning their stories and the different things that they have said, because at this point it has become extremely obvious that the narrative that they first started to spin about this happy family, that they were all lovey-dovey and everybody got along and he was never in trouble, all those things, it just isn't the case, right? Especially with last night's interview on Smiley. Now we're hearing about he was being beat with a belt and different things like that. It's not the reality that they tried to paint to begin with. And to me, that's because they were trying to hide this turmoil that was in their relationships and in their household and things like that. Not so much that they are hiding what they did to him with it being foul play, but I don't know how to express, like, They were hiding the relationship itself and what was wrong and broken in the relationships, not that they were hiding what they did to him. Does that make sense? I think every bit of if he left that house on his own accord, that it was because of the relationships that he had. So, with them. Yeah, Seth, I agree, needs to stay put on social media. He's doing all the looking, and that's great. I just don't think that Chris needs to be doing any more interviews. I just don't do no more. You're making it worse.
And that's a little odd,
Which
right?
leads me to believe that, well, if it ends, normally this ends when you stop traveling on foot.
We know this is social media.
From my understanding,
I'm
that
not
would
buying
mean that
it.
he got into a car.
I'm aware.
If he got into a car, just so I understand the construction site itself, did the scent stop in the middle of the construction site, or did it stop on the side of the road?
How else do you get your child's name and face out there everywhere if you can and don't go onto social media? Unfortunately, social media is the best and quickest way to get information out there. I agree. It's a double-edged sword. That's what I was just getting ready to say, Callie Dime. It is. You have to be able to come to these platforms and be able to say your story without getting attacked, right? There has to be safe places for these parents to go and share their children's stories and share their faces and share their flyers so that they can get the help that they need. But at some point, you go from doing interviews to share your child's story and to share their face to now they're doing interviews to combat rumors and self-preservation. That's where the line is. You shouldn't be on here trying to prove or disprove your statements and things like that. No, you want to come on here and tell me about Sebastian every day of the week? Let's do this. I've interviewed people. We have had people come onto this platform through my channel even to try to get their children's stories out there. But the minute that you start demanding apologies from people and doing things like that, I'm sorry, but you're just I don't know, you're just feeding the negative fire. They're just feeding the fire at this point. The flames that is surrounding them, they're just feeding into it. And like I said at the beginning, I'm very concerned that if they do not find Sebastian soon, that this is going to turn into another form of the Summer Wells case because these families are going back and forth at this point and they are just making themselves a bigger and bigger hole. If mom even wants to come on an interview, then I think that would be okay, but I think at this point, Chris will never be seen in a positive light, and that it would be in his best interest to stay off social media at this point and to stop interacting with people, stop fighting with people in the Facebook groups, stop making snide comments towards people, stop doing these interviews because it's just going to get worse. And now you have him on a video last night saying about beating him with a belt and different things like that. And it's just, come on, that does not help your case at all. And I understand that in his opinion, he's coming out here and he's saying these things because he doesn't have quote unquote anything to hide. And he doesn't see anything wrong with this because in his mind, he didn't do this. And I believe that he did not cause Sebastian's disappearance. I mean, heck, he was at work. How could he have caused Sebastian's disappearance in a physical form? Now, emotionally, did they emotionally cause Sebastian's disappearance and drive him out of the home in that aspect? Did they push him to run away? Or like I said, is there even a possibility that maybe she locked him outside? I have no idea. But right, yes, he's on social media to counteract, not to advocate for Sebastian. That's my thought process right now. And that's how most people, I think, at this point are going to perceive it. And so at this point, it's just going to add more and more toxicity to it. I mean, just like Don Wells, and I hate to even make that comparison between Chris and Don Wells, but I feel like it's going to turn into a similar situation where everybody and their brother is just going to interview Chris just to see what they can get him to say next, right? Just to see what type of thing that they can get out of him to say next. And does that really help Sebastian's story? I don't know. Do you think that every time Dawn Wells does an interview that it helps Summer Wells' story? Sure, we all know Summer's name. We all know that she's missing. But does it help her story, the circus that they have built around the case? I don't think it does. Just like I don't think that Chris coming on to social media and continuously putting more and more stuff for us to hold against him out there is going to do any good, whether he had something to do with it or not. Dawn Wells was at work. It doesn't stop anybody from thinking that Dawn was involved. Chris Proudfoot was at work. It's not stopping not one person from thinking that he was involved. I mean, a lot of us, but there's still going to be hundreds of people who will always think that Chris Proudfoot had something to do with this, whether he was 1 hour away, 3 hours away, 50 feet away, whatever. They're going to think that he was guilty no matter what, just because of his personality and because of how off-putting he is on this platform and on Facebook. Was he even wearing short sleeves when he came out? I don't know. What are we talking about? It was chilly where they lived that night and day. I don't know. So that's my point. I mean, yes, I understand coming here initially, the interview that they did with Duchess. I understand that initial interview and initially trying to get somebody to see Sebastian's case as more than just a flyer, because unfortunately, there are hundreds of missing people out there, thousands of missing people. And so how do you get your case to stand out? The issue is at this point, all they're going to do is hurt his case instead of helping it. If Chris continues to talk.
Okay.
They didn't tell me.
Okay. Because I'm curious
Because
how
I'm the
close.
most.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm not. No problem. I'm not part of that sheriff's department, so
Yeah.
they're not going to share information with me.
Of
and
course.
On top of that, I'm emotionally attached,
Right.
so they don't want me involved in the investigation.
I gotcha.
So everything I do is pretty much on my own. If I go search somewhere, I'm under pretty much orders to turn around and call TBI and tell them where I'm going so that they know.
Yeah.
Because they know I'm searching by myself. And if I come up missing, they want to know where I was left at.
No kidding.
Because they don't want me coming up missing and my son being missing.
Right. So as far as a few things though, I know you live somewhere else, but you were still very tight. You're still very tight with Sebastian. So I'm curious, did he tell you of any issues at school? Did he have any, was he dealing with any type of bullies, enemies, anything like that at school?
Not that I am aware of. I am tight with my son. I moved from California to Tennessee so I could be close enough to go pick up my son.
Oh, good
He'll
on
get
you.
far enough that when I pick him up, I don't want to be in her backyard.
Right.
Because she's not my wife.
Understandable. Yeah. That's respectful. And I totally understand what you're saying. And that's good on you, my brother, for wanting to be in closer proximity to your son. I think that's very endearing. Real talk. Was there any online forums or anything of that sort? Did he game a lot? Could he have been online somewhere talking to people? Yeah.
He played games at my house. My PlayStation is pretty much locked down for my own sake. Because I don't, if I don't know you,
right,
I don't want you popping in to talk to me. So it's like everybody on my PlayStation that are on my friends list.
Yeah,
I know personally.
Gotcha.
So there's no way that he would have been talking to somebody without me knowing, because they're my friends. They're not his friends.
Yeah. No,
I mean, they would call me up and be like, your son's on your account, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm sitting next to him. He's in his recliner. I'm in my recliner.
Right. You guys are spending time together.
He's playing there, and I'm on my phone playing Call of Duty, and he's on the PlayStation playing Modern Warfare.
Right on.
I mean, I know what he's doing because I'm right next to him.
Yeah.
So it's like any conversations or anything that he didn't have the headphones.
Right.
So, and it's a PS4, it's not a PS5, so it doesn't pick up your stuff through the remote or anything.
Yeah.
So it's like the only way he would have had contact with any of them is if he had headphones on, and I made him not wear headphones because you're not going to talk to random people.
Right.
You don't know who, and I explained to him, you don't know who these people are. They could tell you one thing, and they could be some guy that's like in his 50s or something looking for some kid.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, I just put up a poll. I didn't know how to word what I'm thinking in my brain, but I know that there are some of you guys in the audience who believe that Chris was involved. Now, that involvement could be that he helped do a cover up, that he helped murder him, that he drove back at 3 a.m., took the body out, and got rid of it before she, quote unquote, called him at 6 a.m. Any of those options, all of that falls under yes, that he was somehow involved. No means that you think that no, Chris himself has nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance. He's not involved in a cover up. He's not involved in hiding evidence, and that you think that he is genuinely just a guy out here trying to help advocate for Sebastian's awareness and trying to help spread the story that way, and that's why he came to social media. So that is the no is like he has no responsibility outside of perhaps emotional abuse, right? That could have led to a runaway, but that doesn't fall under that, right? So the emotional stuff that would cause the runaway, that would still fall under no. Okay. And then Heather Bratt's option is for the people who don't have an opinion. Either way, you're not sure which one to pick, and you still need more evidence, more information. Instead of writing I don't know, we put Heather Bratt's option because she always encourages me to put that I don't know option there. And yeah. So but I'm just curious what you guys' thoughts are, because I know that it's very split in the chat. There are some people who are convinced that Sebastian is deceased, and it's because of these interviews that have happened and that the parents are behind it. And then there are other people like myself and others who think that Sebastian could be alive and that he is findable out there somewhere. So that's where we're at. So please take a second to answer the poll. Hit the like button if you haven't already also, just because that's, what we do. Because the like button is your friend. If he was physically there, is it a yes? Yes, I would say if he was physically there whenever Sebastian disappeared, then yes. Yeah, for him to be involved, something had to have happened. I just didn't want to put do you think this happened or that happened? I don't know. Either you think that Chris had something to do with it or you don't. So there we have it.
Yeah, those internet streets are dangerous, man. Those internet streets are dangerous. So let's talk about outside of the internet. Did he ever express any issues about his home environment at all?
Not at his mom. He never expressed anything about his mom and dad's stepfather's place.
Okay.
He liked the dogs. He was supposed to come live with me at the end of school. Summer break, he was supposed to move in with me full time.
Oh wow. He was supposed to. Oh wow.
This is
okay.
This is what both me and him have wanted for years.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand that. And now you're out looking for him.
Yeah, this poll is not about mom. We'll do mom separate in just a second. This is just Chris. This is just stepdad, not the person interviewing. The person interviewing is bio father Seth. Just stepdad Chris is who we're polling about now. I will poll about mom in just a few minutes here.
I gotta find it so he can come live with me.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Of course, I'm not trying to point any blame or anything of that sort. But the situation in which he just vanished into thin air is very suspicious in my personal opinion. What are your thoughts as far as him vanishing in the way that he did vanish?
I'm missing something. Like I've stated since day one, none of this makes sense.
Yeah.
There's something missing out of this puzzle, and I don't know what it is. And I hope that law enforcement has figured out the missing piece so that they can bring my son back to me.
Right. I totally understand that. Has there been anything thing that you've heard so far? Maybe maybe a piece of a clue, anything you said? I understand that there's pieces to this puzzle that are missing, but did they happen to give you at least something that could be some semblance of a piece to a
No,
puzzle?
no, they're not including me in on. They tell me what they do, but they're not including me in on what they find.
I understand. I do understand. Especially with your with your experience, of course, being a police officer as well. I can
I'm a
only imagine.
sheriff.
Deputy sheriff, with all due respect, my
I'm
apologies.
sorry. Well, I take my oath to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Tennessee very, very dearly to my heart. As a deputy sheriff, that's what we're supposed to do. Make sure people don't infringe upon people's constitutional rights.
Yeah. I got a few more questions. What was the last time you had a conversation with Sebastian? How
Thursday.
It was Thursday. Okay. So you
Thursday
didn't
before he left.
Before he disappeared, or you mean before he left?
Yeah.
Okay. So
before he left.
Okay.
I mean, because he's gone.
Right.
I mean, he's gone.
Right.
He's left.
So,
But
how
he either
often?
left the house of his own free will, or he didn't. And if he went outside,
No,
I don't know what happened to him.
absolutely. So then let me ask you this then. Did you guys correspond or at least make phone calls often? Like, was it a daily thing, or would it be sporadic every once in a while you get a chance to talk to Sebastian? I'm just curious about the rhythm here, because it seems like Thursday and then it just flatlined, no communication whatsoever. So how often were you actually corresponding with your son?
I call him Thursday. I don't call him on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday because he's with his mom.
Right.
That way, when I have him Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's just a mutual thing.
Yeah.
Other than that, normally I would call him every day or every other day at about 3:30 because he would be home from school by then and either be working on his homework, or if he didn't have any homework, he was doing chores that his mom had him doing.
Gotcha.
And I would call him to ask him how school was. Normally we would talk for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was routine. Call him up. How was school? Did your mama leave you any chores?
Yeah. So, but this was a Monday
Let's get them
through,
done.
but this was more of a Monday through Friday type of thing. But then the weekends you would leave him be to spend time with mom. Correct?
I would pick him up on Fridays on my weekend. I would pick him up. I'd be waiting at their house when he got off the bus.
So in Chris and Katie's interview, they described Sebastian as if he was like a 3-year-old that was going to be drawn to water and things like this. And now we're kind of hearing in Seth's interview that he got left home from time to time, and like he would check to make sure he didn't have any chores and stuff like that. He was basically a 15-year-old, right? And so I think that's important. Like all of these different things that we hear from Seth about Sebastian's abilities are so different than what has been portrayed. They wanted it for years. I remember Seth stating last night that he and Sebastian had wanted him to move in for years, but Sebastian had to work on his behavior. I wonder what that was about. I don't know. That's a very good question. What type of behavior did he have to work on? Interesting. Very interesting. We all know people with nothing to hide. We all know people with nothing to hide nothing, right? Sounds like he's reciting a narrative from a movie script that make me think his story has been planned and thought of before it occurred. Napoleon complex, right? Seth said last night on the lab that he was supposed to get Sebastian for good last year, but mother backed out of it. When Katie was in the military, Seth was the primary caregiver. I don't know. Yeah, just to see if he had talked to him. Right, what behavior did he have to work on? None of the punishment in his room, all that behavior. He was autistic. You have to take that into consideration, right? Maybe he ran away. If I was treated this way, yeah, I would have run away too. I don't know. I don't know. I wish we had answers. I wish that I could be like, "Oh, well, the behavior that he's referring to obviously was this, this, and this." But unfortunately, I will continue to say we don't know what we don't know. We can just go off of the little breadcrumbs that they're dropping for us and see what we can figure out.
I see. But this weekend was not your weekend. Or this particular weekend was not your weekend. Right?
No, that was his mama's weekend.
Gotcha. You know, wow. Okay, I do have to ask you this, and maybe you know, maybe you don't know. But when did Chris go to Memphis? Do you have any knowledge of that? When he actually left for that job on Monday?
Well, I don't think he left Monday. I think he'd already been there all weekend.
So he was out there all weekend. From what all week? Oh wow. Okay, that's interesting. So he was gone all week.
I believe so.
You believe so? Okay.
Normally, I believe so, because normally if I have him,
yeah,
Sebastian's mom would go to Memphis. If I had Sebastian over the weekend, she would normally go to Memphis.
I see. Okay. Interesting. So he might. Okay. So he could have been there for a while. Yeah. And then, of course, Sebastian's mom is with him. She wakes up Monday morning, and he's gone. So there's that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday where he could have disappeared. That could have been time somewhere around that time, let's just say. I mean,
no.
You know.
Sebastian disappeared sometime Sunday night, Monday morning.
Sunday night, Monday morning. Okay. I apologize.
There's evidence, there's video proof of Sebastian with Katie Sunday evening.
Are there cameras in the house or around the actual house?
They went to dinner.
Gotcha. So they did go to dinner on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And there's actual video proof of that.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Well, Seth, do you have anything that you want our listeners to know about the search, about Sebastian? Anything that can help finding him?
I just ask people, keep your head up and your eyes open. If you see him, please call 911.
Yeah.
You know, if he's hungry, give him some food. If you see him outside your house, do not let him in your house. Call 911. Get him something to eat. Get him something to drink.
Can I ask?
I'm pretty sure he's starving.
Right. Do you mind me asking one more question? I know. I was just trying to wrap it up with you, but I got one last question. Because I know that he was on medication as well. Was there any possible medication that he took that could give him some sort of mental break or some sort of psychotic break where he would?
Wait, I want to pause because you guys are talking about the dogs. But Seth just told us that the dogs followed a trail to the construction site, and then they stopped there. That came from Seth, not Chris or Katie, but from Seth. And so I do believe it because I don't see any reason that Seth would lie. And so there was a dog that followed his scent to the construction site. Now, we also heard on Trev Time, I believe it was yesterday, maybe the day before, I shared it on my community wall, that there is a vehicle that they are looking for that came to the area, not his street, not right there, but in that area. They are asking all of the neighbors if they ordered an Uber at all that night that Sebastian went missing. And so it sounds like there could have potentially been somebody who possibly could have had an Uber go and pick him up from the construction site. BC, it's in the one interview we're going to listen to. The pull-up thing is definitely interesting at his age. You wonder if he had a bedwetting issues still. I don't know. Yeah, it's in an interview, BC. It's in the 11-hour one that you didn't watch. That's where the pull-up thing is.
Just wander off without shoes on in the middle of the night?
I have no idea. I've asked TBI and Sumner County to checked to see if that is,
Mhm.
and nothing.
And he's never done anything like this before, correct?
Cool. Yes, sir.
Okay.
The pull-up thing came from Seth and Grandma, and I'm not buying it. We don't have a receipt for nothing. Literally nothing. Not a thing. The police have been silent. Not a peep. So all we have is YouTube reporters, regular reporters like Nick, and these interviews. That's all we got, because TBI, typical TBI fashion, is not giving us anything concrete.
Not out of spite or out of anger, out of protest. He's never done anything like just leave or walk off or anything like that out of just being a teenager with angst, you know?
I love my son. I love my son a lot, and I have thoroughly aggravated him at different points in times.
Of course,
because I'm his dad.
I was going to say, you're not a dad if you're
And-
not doing that. You know what I mean?
And he has never once walked out my front door, no matter how mad I've made him.
Yeah.
You know, he has stormed off to his room. He has sat there and, I don't want to talk to you. And I'm like, well, you can get over it. I'm your dad.
Yeah.
And I'm going to talk to you whether you want to talk to me or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
You giving me an attitude? Go load the dishwasher.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Your attitude ain't going to stop the fact that you live in this house and there's things that need to be done.
Yeah.
You know, I've taught him don't let people get you mad or angry.
Yeah.
You know, that's you losing control and them having control over you.
Yeah.
You know, don't be like that. Be better than that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He you know, because I understand that he's autistic. I love him no matter what.
Yeah.
But I also understand that kids are cruel, especially in schools.
That they
You know,
are.
we all deal with that. If you weren't the popular one, you could be made fun of or whatnot. And I wanted him to already have an understanding that those people that do that are just insecure. And they're wanting control or power over you. And you getting angry gives them that. But if you look at them and just smile and brush it off,
Yeah.
because it ain't worth it. Their opinion is not worth it.
Kill them with kindness, right?
Or food, school food, either one.
I will say, Seth, I do appreciate you calling in and just because this was very impromptu, everybody. Okay. Let me just be completely honest. This was not planned. But I do appreciate you calling in. You know,
I watched your podcast. I watched your podcast earlier,
Mhm.
and you said you'd be back on at 8:00.
Yes, sir.
And I watched your podcast a couple days ago because you're keeping my son's face out there. You're keeping his name out there. And the more that we could do that, the less likely it'll become a cold case.
Absolutely.
My son will become a cold case. I want him found.
We all want him found. I'm going to be honest. We just like Chelsea just said, we have an army behind you, sir. People are putting in a lot of green heart emojis in the chat right now. You know, people are really showing a lot of love. Discerning just said, we in Hendersonville are behind you, Seth. We are with you. That's what she said. There's a lot of people here that are praying for his safe and swift return. And yes, we will continue to say his name and we will continue to talk about Sebastian here until we find out what's going on, right? Until we get him home. And that's the most important part. And I commend you. I give you so much love and healing vibrations. And again, God bless you for stopping everything that you're doing and just being boots on the ground and going out there trying to find your son. That is commendable, my brother.
I can honestly say I don't know what you're referring to, Miss O. What happened between Sebastian and Chris's daughter? I don't know anything about that. I must have missed it. Is it in one of these interviews? Because it's possible. Law enforcement must have an idea who it is, or I would think that they would put a vehicle description out to the public. Right. They have to. You sub to Pascal, but you missed this. Oh, Emily, he did. It was great. This was, let me see what the actual date was. 9 days ago. So it's been a few days since this happened. Sometimes whenever they're quiet, it's because they already know what they're looking for and they don't need our help. But it sure would save the family a lot of headaches if law enforcement would just tell us, like, hey guys, an Uber picked him up. We're just trying to locate where that Uber took him or whatever. But that takes time. It takes time, and they don't obviously want to tip off the person who has him if he is with someone. Chris will not allow Sebastian around his daughter. Why? He won't speak on it, he said. That's weird. Has anyone found out what the trash man tipped in? I don't know. Hi, Freezer Bert. It's not being said this car was outside Sebastian's home. It was right. It was just in the neighborhood. I'm wondering if it was on the construction side of the neighborhood where the dog scent tracked to.
And man, if I was with you right now, we'd be sharing a beer. I'm serious, and a big old hug. But I'm telling you right now, we're with
Big
you.
old hug.
All of us are with you.
I
And we're
love
praying
Pascal.
with you. Okay. So
I appreciate it. I really do.
absolutely, man. Absolutely, brother. Please, I'm gonna try to find touch with you. All right, because I do want to know what's going on. And again, we are all here. We're all on the same team. We are rooting for you. We just care about the truth. We care about transparency, and we care about justice, and we care about
I know,
getting
Shaggy.
him
It's
home.
so freaking
So again,
heartbreaking
Seth,
because
I
you can
appreciate
tell
you
he's
so much for
genuine.
calling in. It means the
He
world
really,
to all of
truly
us.
loves
And a lot of us have
Sebastian.
shown a lot of love in the chat. All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
He really, truly loves Sebastian and just wants him home. And so that interview, again, that was on Pascal. Pascal obviously talks before and after that. I suggest you guys go sub up over there if you haven't already. I'm sure most of you guys have. But Pascal, he just does a very good job covering a multitude of cases and situations. He does it in pretty much a respectful manner. He has speculations. He does talk about his opinions and his thoughts on the different cases, which is completely normal to do. Some people don't necessarily agree with his style all the way, but he has, like I said, gotten a lot of people's names and faces and things like that out there. And Sebastian's is one of them. And obviously, Chris's dad has appreciated the coverage enough that he called into the channel. Yeah, he's a pretty awesome guy. Yeah, Tracy, I've seen that. I seen so stuff like that is like Facebook rumors, right? Are you going to throw a 100-pound, almost adult-sized body into a trash can and just put it out at the edge of the curb? No. Come on. There's no way that would happen and that it wouldn't immediately be noticed, in my opinion. I mean, and that's just my opinion, but again, I don't see that being a reality in any way, shape, or form for that to be happening. So let me get So Chris then goes on Duchess again. It's just Chris. He's on there for like an hour and a half. I am going to go ahead and skip that one to a shorter interview because like I said, I feel like these ones with dad or with Seth are important and needs to be heard because the details are different than what we have already previously heard. So, and then there's this one by Chronicles of Olivia as well. This one's a little bit shorter. Let me pull this one up first. And then the next one is with Seth and it's long. It's a long one, but he gives so much information that is just it's a lot of information. So, this is Chronicles of Olivia. So this interview this one is weird to me. I'm not gonna lie. It just the way that they do this whole interview, it's as if well, I'll just play it and let you guys see.
On his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast.
And she had just got done saying about, oh, it's weird that he doesn't like to be dirty, but then in this picture, he has chocolate on his face because he never wiped it off. Like, okay.
It's funny like that.
I don't know if it's just the editing and how she does stuff because it is Chronicles of Olivia. It's just, I don't know. It feels very different. You haven't seen this one yet?
The day before he went missing, we got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning.
Fun fact, that fun fact was only put in there because people were calling out the fact that whenever she would have been looking for Sebastian that morning, she had said something about the lines of she didn't know where he went, if he was making breakfast or getting breakfast or something along those lines. And people pointed out that her bedroom, as she would have walked out of her bedroom to go up to Sebastian's room, she would have necessarily pretty much walked through the kitchen. And so that was something that people were calling her out about in the Facebook groups and calling her out on YouTube and different things like that. And now this is a quote unquote fun fact that she brings out in this interview right off the bat, like, oh, well, I actually made breakfast that morning. So it's just the little things that they do that is trying to, it's like self-preservation. They're just trying to make sure that they look as good as as good as possible in these interviews and try to answer all of the speculation and all of the drama and the rumors and stuff like that instead of just keeping the focus on what actually happened and what took place with Sebastian. And she very well could have actually made breakfast that morning. I'm not saying that she didn't. I'm just saying you don't have to answer all of our questions. You don't have to tell us every detail about what happened. Yes, we are gonna watch Smiley's interview too. But, yeah, I don't know.
We had a good time. We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley. And then from there, we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. And he's come out of his room where he was playing. And he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight I got up and I
So now that is something that is different that we had never heard until this interview. She had said that he went straight to sleep, which was weird because he never goes straight to sleep. And now she's saying in this interview that about an hour after he went to bed that she heard a noise. You need me to sound boost it? Yeah, I absolutely can. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it was that low. Give me 1 second. I'll move it around. Don't forget to, you guys, the closed captions are available if anybody needs them, but yes, I will absolutely sound boost. Give me 1 second. You wonder if there is camera footage of him taking the trash out to the curb. We will talk about Smiley's interview while we are playing it. With social media and the public, if you don't answer the hard questions, yes, Callie, you are damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's absolutely true. Because people always think that their opinions are what? Like everything, right? I wonder if they've contacted the girl he gave his phone number to at the Waffle House. And did he give his number to other people? I don't know. Interesting. We're almost to Smiley's, I promise. Let me put this on 1.25 or higher. Let's see what 1.5 does.
Bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he went here. What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling? To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, where the F is he? I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already like, at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming. And he was like, three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And
now, to my knowledge, this is the first time that she has discussed actually driving around the neighborhood. She had not previously, to my knowledge, said in any of the interviews that she had left the house. She had said that she looked around, looked outside, things like that. But I didn't hear previously that she had drove around the neighborhood. So this is something that people are calling out also, because red flag. At first people were like, why didn't you drive around the neighborhood? And now people are like, oh my God, she just said she drove around the neighborhood. I can't believe she said she drove around the neighborhood and she hadn't said that before. So this goes back to what Callie was saying, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah. You wonder if there was some sort of life insurance on Sebastian. Does anyone know? So the thing with life insurance, and this gets asked in a lot of missing cases, the thing with life insurance is he would have to be declared legally deceased in order to collect on any type of life insurance policy. And so it would not benefit anyone in this family for him to just be a quote unquote missing child. It takes 7 years in most states for somebody to be declared legally deceased just by missing. And so having a life insurance policy, unless they're truly in it for the long game, where they're like going to hide his remains for 7 years before he is declared legally deceased, it just doesn't make sense for me and doesn't play a part in this, I don't think. Now, if you were going to try to pretend like some type of accident happened, a house fire, something along those lines, and your child would die that way, then that would make sense. But to kill them and then just to ride the long game for a life insurance policy, I'm not sure why people jump to that a lot, but it does happen in a lot of these cases where people are like, oh, there's probably a life insurance policy. In reality, that doesn't help them at all. Chris is more concerned about what is said about him on media than finding Sebastian. And so hear me out. I'm going to be completely honest. All of us, okay, not all of us. Some people really don't care, but most people, if you know that blatant, flat out lies are being told about you, they are going to want to defend themselves to a point, right? They're going to want to make sure that rumors or things are cleared up to a point. Is that something that they should be concerned about right now? I don't know. You got to get thick skin if you're going to come onto social media. There's always going to be people who are saying something untrue about you everywhere you go. And you can either sit there and spend every waking moment to try to combat those rumors and those false truths, or you can just know what your truth is and just ignore the haters. From what I understand, there was a Gerber policy of some sort. I believe that's what somebody up above said. But again, does that matter? Is somebody going to hide their child and wait 7 years for a $10,000 Gerber policy? I doubt it, right? That's ridiculous. Hi, by the way, Justice Jane. You fell asleep, Amanda Page. Come on. Gosh, if I addressed every single rumor and untruth out there about me that I know exist on this platform alone, I would never stop being live. There's so many people that have said some really vicious, nasty stuff about me. You just have to let it go. If you sit there and try to combat it and fight it, it just makes it bigger and continues to give them ammo. And it goes from being a drop in the bucket to now you're dealing with a whole river of misinformation. Yeah, nobody knows if mom had policies. So I don't know. You just have to take it as it comes. The truth always comes out, though. It never changes, and it always comes to light. And so if people are saying something that's not factual about you, guess what? Eventually, the truth will come to light. And those rumors, all of the misinformation, everything that's incorrect, it'll go away because the truth will come out. Whether it's for you or against you is another story.
20 days later, we haven't found him. Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever like walked away before? Like, has that ever happened? It's just, no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is.
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His primary areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And what are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind has thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is, with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table.
Hey guys, don't leave. If you're wanting to see the Madeline Soto update with the press conference, do not leave. I will play it. We will pause the interview and we will watch the press conference as soon as it comes up. I do have it pulled up on the side, and so as soon as it plays, we will play it, okay? Promise. We will watch the new information.
Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst.
Yeah. And that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's...
Yeah. Really try not to go down that road because we're going to find him.
Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
We just know he's out there somewhere. One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video? Or
Sure. So there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay. And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from, and nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately.
So I found this crazy because Nick is pretty much always very, very good about putting out things on social media and things like that. Nick Bears, who originally released that audio. And he put it out there and said about it being the flashlights and being these images walking away and things like that. And I don't know if he just took that and assumed. But now we're in this situation where Chris has gone on social media and he has said that that's actually floodlights. All of those lights are all floodlights. And that the reason that there is this perception of that footage moving is because of the wind in the case and things like that. And so I don't know which is accurate or what's going on with that, but that's just what we're saying. Again, those of you guys who are looking for the Madeline updates, I will play it as soon as the press conference goes live. I will pull this up bigger and we will watch the press conference because I know everybody is curious to see what the police are going to say. There has been rumors that there's going to be more charges and things like that out there. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's very clear that he's getting frustrated over the online conversations. And I understand wanting to correct misinformation and stuff like that. But at this point, all he is going to do is make things worse.
And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI News link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff, and it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has, and they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. So that's
around this neighborhood and this whole community. I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So
props to the community for doing this, for being so open with your footage and stuff like that. No, the press conference coming up has nothing to do with Sebastian. This press conference coming up is about the Madeline Soto case. It is about the new, well, we don't know exactly what it's going to be about, but from what we understand or what people have been saying is that there may be finally the murder charges against Stefan, but I'm not sure. So that's what we're waiting to see for that. I was like looking, I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? Because we lost so many people all at once. And I realized half the internet went live because they're going to be covering that press conference. And so I'm like, wait a second, we can watch it here. You guys do not have to leave. I promise that I will play it. So we're just waiting for that to come though. As soon as they start it, I will start.
But yeah.
That's good. If there was something that you could say to Sebastian if he was listening, what would you say? Oh, God. That if you can see this or hear this, that we just want you home, baby, and we love you. And there ain't nothing that'll stop us from coming and getting you and bringing you home.
I can't speak for his father, but I'm pretty sure we all have the same opinion, that we love you, miss you, we want you home. If you can, call us, get wherever you can, let us know, and we will come get you.
Call 911, run out to the street, go in public, anything. The signs that we've been blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us, but we've been out spreading those as far as we can, even over state lines, trying to get awareness because, not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone could see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get his face out.
It's crazy because we have this perception because since all of us know that he is missing, since the internet, from our perception, from the true crime community, we all know about Sebastian. So we just assume that everyone knows about him. And it's so important to just keep sharing and keep talking about it. Thank you, Susan. I'm here. You can't get rid of me. I would never want to. Maybe he locked him out. Well, so I'm wondering if mom locked him out. Like, that's actually something that I said earlier, Kirsten. Maybe he locked him out as punishment for making trouble again and did not let him in for a long time. And then he got lost. Maybe their house is the last place Sebastian should go back to. I think based off of things that we heard at this point, Justice Jane, I do think it's a good thing for him to go to his dad's house. I'm just going to be honest, especially after the interview last night with Smiley's World, which we are almost to. We're almost to the end. I promise we're getting to the end of these interviews. I told you guys we were going to do this one day. I've actually skipped a couple. They've been online a lot. But we're 3.5 hours in right now. So, oh, are the police walking up? Let me see. Not yet. So this interview, though, is on Chronicles of Olivia. This one just came out the other day. And yeah, I know. I can't speak. That statement bothered me too. He's just got that personality that it just really rubs everybody the wrong way. His personality just is very abrasive. Unbelievable. I can't speak for his father. His father is on different news sources crying tears and begging for you to come home. You can't speak for his father. Why not just say that?
The press conference, we're going to break down what we have learned.
Thank you so much for being here. My name is Alibet Suarez. I'm the Communications Director for the City of Kissimmee. Chief Betty Holland will be providing remarks about the progress of the investigation. After that, she will open the floor for questions. We are not doing one-on-one interviews after the press conference. If you have any questions that are not related to this case, please send an email to kpdpio@kissimmee.gov. At the end of the press conference, you will receive a package with information about the case in English and Spanish. Now, I would like to introduce Chief Betty Holland.
We'll break down what we have learned after the press conference concludes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today and allowing us to provide an update on our investigation into Madeline Soto's disappearance and death. Madeline was reported missing on Monday, February 26, 2024, just one day after her 13th birthday. Since then, our investigation has been relentless, fueled by the unwavering commitment to uncover the truth. During our forensic investigation, we uncovered disturbing evidence, graphic images, and videos depicting crimes being committed. It was during this examination that we learned we needed to act swiftly to remove the suspect, Stefan Stearns, from our streets. Despite the arrest, our investigation into her disappearance remained ongoing. We understand the importance of thoroughly exploring every lead and piece of evidence. The Kissimmee Police Department, along with other law enforcement agencies in Central Florida, continue their search for Madeline for the next several days following her disappearance, and we turned to the public for help. During this time, our investigators combed through a significant number of tips, and on March 1st, we received information placing Stern's vehicle in a rural area of St. Cloud, where ultimately Madeline's body was discovered. We are all deeply saddened by the outcome of Madeline's disappearance. The Kissimmee Police Department continues to piece together the timeline leading up to the events that occurred. I want to address some questions we are receiving from the media in everyone's effort to keep the community up to date on this tragedy. At this time, Stearns is facing a total of 60 charges related to our investigation. This includes sexual battery, lewd and lascivious molestation, and unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child. These charges reflect the meticulous work of our law enforcement community. Our detectives also are working closely with the State's Attorney's Office for the 9th Judicial Circuit and the Medical Examiner's Office on the investigation. Death investigations are complex. Tasks like forensic analysis and thorough interviews are crucial and require careful attention. It is vital to address these misconceptions in the pursuit of justice while preserving the integrity to the case. Also, are working closely with the State's Attorney's Office. During an investigation such as this one, we gather additional information from individuals close to the deceased. Each person interviewed is treated as involved until proven otherwise. This is a standard protocol to ensure all the facts are uncovered. During our investigation, we have interviewed many individuals. Each interview has been vital to our understanding of the case. We are reviewing all of the information we received and are following up on every lead. Attention to detail and the diligence are the most important aspects of this investigation. We are committed to transparency and will provide updates when possible. Madeline's story has touched the hearts of many. Rest assured, our department is diligently working on the investigation, and while we appreciate the public's interest, we must prioritize the integrity of the investigation. We appreciate your support and understanding as we gather the facts. We intend to release additional information in the future, providing more details that we do not compromise the ongoing investigation. We vow to do everything in our power to ensure Madeline's memory is honored with justice. Our detectives are dedicated to pursuing every lead, uncovering every fact, and holding those responsible accountable. Now I will open it up for any questions.
Chief, I have a question. We know that you're working behind the scenes during this investigation to make sure everything is in order, but what can you tell us new today that we don't already know?
I don't have anything new that you don't already know, other than our detectives are working tirelessly day in and day out to ensure, all the facts are uncovered in this investigation.
Chief Holland, is the mother a suspect or a person of interest in this investigation? And also with the videos that you uncovered, is there any evidence of the mother's involvement on any of these videos?
So everyone that was close to Madeline is considered suspect until we have proven otherwise.
Chief, how close are we able to know what actually happened to Madeline Soto?
Well, this is a very sensitive and, it's very intricate. We want to make sure that we uncover every single fact and all the evidence before, we don't want to put a timeline on it, basically, because the detectives are very meticulous in what they do. And we want to be sure that everything is uncovered that possibly can.
Chief, can you release any information about the manner in which Maddie died at this point?
No, ma'am. We are still waiting on the medical examiner's report.
Chief, do you believe Maddie was killed inside of the family's home or somewhere else?
We're still uncovering all of those details. I'm not going to speculate on that until we have the facts.
Chief, can you tell us if Stephen Stearns acted alone in all of this?
We're still uncovering all the evidence. I don't want to speculate whether he was or not. We will wait until the investigation, is completed to make that determination.
Has Stephen Stearns said he has acted alone, or what has he said in interviews with you? Since we know he's in jail for these,
yes.
What has he told you about other people's involvement, if any?
He has invoked his right to a lawyer, so we have not spoke with him.
Is there any time that you can expect an update for us? The public is asking every single day, and we understand that you're working on the investigation, but we would like to give them something.
I don't want to rush my detectives. I think it's paramount that they take their time. And, Mr. Stearns is not going anywhere. He's in jail and he's going to be there for a while. So my detectives, I want them to be, just look at every single detail and make sure, but I don't want to give a timeline at this point.
Chief, you mentioned you're working closely with the medical examiner. What does that relationship kind of look like, and what information are they able to release to you before that exam is complete?
So not really. I wouldn't say that they've released an information. We depend on the medical examiner's report for our report. So we're going to have to wait until they release that report.
Do you believe there are any additional victims?
No, it appears that this all was isolated to the home.
Chief, I'm still trying to get a sense of things. Do you still feel like you have more questions than answers at this point?
I think our questions are being answered slowly but surely. For the integrity of the investigation, we have to, keep things close until such time as we hold those accountable for her death.
Chief, do you feel like this is taking longer than it should because Stearns is not speaking?
No, I just think that, sometimes these investigations are just very lengthy. We know that he is in jail and he is not going anywhere. So the detectives are just making sure they cross the T's and dot their I's. They want to put together, a foolproof investigation.
Chief, is the mother and the family members being cooperative and answering questions? Have they lawyered up? And also the father of Madeline, who is not a Florida resident, is he a part of this investigation or at least being asked questions?
We have interviewed, all those family members that are close. Mother has cooperated. She did give us an interview. So there's, no one is not cooperating other than Stearns.
We know that the crimes were committed in the home. We also have, the date of birth of the person, but we have not confirmed that is Madeline Soto. Would you be able to confirm that information for us?
Right. So all of the charges are with children under the age of 18, and they are protected. Their identity is protected under the law.
So it's going to expect. It's been a couple of weeks. Nobody's charged for the murder of Madeline. Nobody knows exactly what happened to Madeline. We can expect in the couple days someone is going to face charge for the murder of Madeline Soto.
When the detectives put their case together, like I said before, they want to ensure their investigation is tight. We're working, hand in hand with the state attorney's office to ensure, every piece of evidence is revealed and uncovered. So I can't put a timeline on when that might be.
And Chief, with his cell phone, there's just one thing to understand here. So he originally went to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. At least that's what we understand. He gave the cell phone to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office then found something on his phone which led to an arrest. In the arrest affidavit from Kissimmee PD, it says he offered his phone freely to Kissimmee PD. Can you kind of explain how that happened? Because I just have a tough time understanding how somebody who's been arrested for something on his phone freely gives a phone up again.
Well, I don't know the intricate details of, I do know that the Orange County Sheriff's Office and Kissimmee Police Department were working hand in hand, during, the actual disappearance investigation. So I don't want to speak on exactly how that happened, but it's not uncommon for us to ask someone if they want to, give up their phone.
Chief, is there anything in particular that keeps you up at night regarding this case?
Well, a lot of things keep me up at night. My takeaway from this is talk to your children, families, talk to your kids. Know that there are agencies out there, the abuse hotline, Help Now, that people can report suspicion to. And I would encourage mothers and fathers to have those conversations with the kids and be aware.
Last question.
Had you guys investigated this family before?
Not for anything like this, no ma'am.
I'm sorry, can we just confirm how long that relationship was, the mother and the stepfather?
That is still being under investigation. We're trying to get the timeline for that.
Chief, I have one more question. This is a case that became really big out of nowhere for a lot of people, but what has the department learned through all of this so far?
Well, this was a very tragic event. I think that, like I said earlier, it's up to us, up to each family member to have those conversations with your kids and report any suspicion of abuse to your school resource officer, to an adult that's a trusted adult, to any police officer that's out there. So just report it and let the law enforcement community investigate. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chief.
JB's face is like, that's it. Look at him. He's like confused.
I'm baffled. I'm just baffled.
His
That's my
face.
first. I just
Sorry.
want to.
I'm not laughing
always
at the
upfront and
situation,
honest with
just-
our audience. I'm baffled. No significant update today. No charges, any charges, let alone murder charges being filed in this case. The Kissimmee Police Department, on their own accord, deciding to call a press conference today. And the press conference there was the anticipation from local media that this was going to be to announce an update, to announce new details, to give us an update on the progress of the investigation and what has transpired in the weeks since Madeline Soto's body was discovered and since Stearns was initially charged, and then a follow-up 60 additional charges were filed against him related to the disturbing evidence on his phone. Here we are now, and we have this press conference from Chief Betty Holland, and Betty tells us very little. And I think I'm being kind when I say very, very little.
Well, there was honestly nothing new. But I will say I'm not gonna hate on the police department for not giving us anything new. Because this is what we're asking for in Sebastian's case. Just come out and talk to us. Right? So they may be waiting, yes, they may be waiting on toxicology. They may be waiting on whatever it is. Maybe it just takes longer. Maybe their MA is backed up. We have no freaking clue what is taking them 100 years with this, but it's not that uncommon. No, we learned nothing new. Not one iota of a detail. Nothing addressing the rumors with the mom. Nothing addressing dang near anything. It was all just stuff that we know. But they're not going to charge him with murder until they know for sure that she was murdered. There is still a possibility that something else could have happened that wasn't necessarily murder, like an overdose or self-harm or whatever. There's other things there. And I'm going to tell you guys something because I said self-harm the other day, and somebody was like, well, why would he go through all of that to get rid of her remains if it was self-harm? And I'm not saying it was, like, please just hear me out. Just hear the whole sentence before you're like, Sleuth Bomb said that she killed herself and that he didn't do it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if, like, they have to roll that out, because if she did, he still would want to get rid of her remains, because guess what? He had been assaulting this child for years and documenting it since she was 8 years old. That's a long time. That's a long freaking time to be doing this to a child. There was going to be evidence all over her little body of him. No matter what caused her death, it was all going to point to him. Yes, because she had been severely sexually abused for years. So no matter what, he had motive to get rid of her body, no matter what. No matter what. My cousin is the one who sent photos of info to KPD because Crime Stoppers brushed him off. What? That's insane to me. That's insane to me. And so there is a lot of things that the medical examiner is going to have to roll out before they can just charge murder. But it does take time. He hasn't been charged with murder yet, but the charges he does have now can give him the death penalty. Yes, with the new law that was put into play in Florida. I was very exciting about that. I wish that more states would enact that same exact law. It is. It's awful. Absolutely heartbreaking. This case is one of those cases that I was on my way out of town. I did do an upload about her missing, but then I've mostly been watching Alex Erickson cover it. I've been following it in depth, but I just haven't really done lives about her or done much in-depth coverage about it, because what she went through is traumatic and it's very horrible. And so I have a hard time doing what some people are doing where they're covering it day after day after day after day, because I don't want to speculate or assume, or I can't spin narratives about what happened to her. Period. I can't do it because it's so freaking horrific, the things that this girl went through. And I just can't do it. Bye, Emily. I hope you have a great day. I just can't do it. And so I've struggled to do any types of live streams or anything about that. I've just been watching other people's coverage. And I understand that other people are able to talk about cases like that and they're okay. But for whatever reason, her case, I just can't do it. It's just one of those ones that hits just so wrong. Will I watch court and follow that through court? Most likely through trial. But as far as the speculation and the evidence and things like that we don't know, it's hard. It's hard to even surmise the things that this child went through. So, all right, here we go. No, the law was before it. I don't know. They didn't answer any questions about Jen Soto. Nothing.
Out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks that don't even know what's going on.
Back
It's
to
kind of
Olivia.
like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? You know, it is amazing because in the past couple of weeks, you've got 2 cases. A 15-year-old boy that has vanished without a trace. You've got a 22-year-old, 6'4" or 7" college kid from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. That's a huge significance here. That it's like, wow, how? So
It's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the college kid is from Missouri, I think.
Yeah, Missouri.
I can only imagine what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive. Do you guys receive hate on the internet?
Yes, and it's ongoing. It's every single day. People are people, and they have their opinions. Everybody is formulating their idea of what's going on and who's guilty and who's not guilty because they want to know or they feel they need to know. There's a difference. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is that when you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement and everything's going the way it goes, people automatically assume this parent or that parent. And in this situation, I can.
Just going to interrupt. The law in Florida went into effect in October of 2023. It had nothing to do with this case. I know that you were saying that you think that it came from this case. It didn't. It had nothing to do with that. I had to look up the exact date. You can't take a new law, and make it cover something that happened 3 years ago. She has to be under 12 for that law to cover, and the law came after she was 12. The law came in October of 2023. She just turned 13. She just turned 13. So there was abuse that occurred under that law still between October and her 13th birthday that still could, after she was 12, she has to be under 12. I thought it was until 13. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let me hit the play button again.
Promise you, every single parent has been vetted. I can't go into details, but I can tell you we have been vetted and we have been cleared of all possibility of wrongdoing, foul play. There's nothing to that.
The police have never said that, Chris. That's the problem. You can't say that they have vetted all of the parents, quote unquote. Okay, I believe you. Under 12. You can't say they have vetted the parents and cleared the parents. Like, why are you talking about yourself as if you're not one of the parents? I just don't get it. Like, stop being weird. You don't have to be weird. Don't over-explain yourself. Just don't do it. But the issue is, so you guys can say this until you're blue in the face. all it does is make you look more guilty to the people who want you to be guilty. The people who want you to be guilty are excited that you're like, ooh, they've cleared us, because every single person who is guilty in the history of forever comes to the internet and says that they're innocent. Every single person. I don't know. It's like the I killed my child handbook or something, where they all come to the internet and they're like, I didn't kill my child. And guess what? The police even said that I didn't kill my child. And while it may be true that you had nothing to do with this, I don't even think that you're guilty. I don't even think that you had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. But please, Chris, if you're watching this, hear me out. Stop. Because you over explaining stuff and trying to make yourself look innocent is just making you look guilty to these people, to the people who watch this. Yeah, I would not want to be in that situation, because there's no right thing to say, but coming on and saying how innocent you are and saying how much law enforcement has cleared you and demanding apologies someday, it's not how you're perceived as innocent. That's not going to work. I don't know. There is nothing that you can do actually to make people perceive you as innocent, but this is definitely not how to do it. Yeah, he wants to distract from him and her is what it seems. I don't know. I wish he would listen to himself and realize he will not change opinions by talking more. You just continue to dig the hole. You just continue to make yourself look worse and worse and worse. No matter what, people are going to have bad opinions of you. The more that you try to make them have good opinions of you, the more you try to defend yourself for the bad things, the more they have ammo to say that you did other bad things. Right? Just focus on Sebastian. That's all you have to do. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Why does nobody say his name? I forgot to count. I wanted to count how many times they said it, and I didn't. Just come on. Yeah, he's putting fuel on
We've
the
heard all
fire
kinds of
instead of
stories.
calming and
I
fluffing
pretty
it.
much don't even go online anymore at this point.
I, on the other hand, I do go on, and I do
innocent.
talk to these folks, and I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion on who we are, not who we truly are. They've never met us. We've never crossed paths with some of these folks.
You never will. And here's the thing. It doesn't matter. You're not going to change the opinion of people. Period. Period. That's just the way things go, unfortunately. Even once the evidence comes out, even once this case, even after Sebastian is sitting at your house, alive and well someday, because he will be found safe, there will still be people who think that that's not the real Sebastian and that you killed him. There will still be people that think that you have a stunt double of some sort come in to live in your house instead of it being Sebastian. Let me just tell you this, Chris. I'm looking you right in the eye right now. I know you can't see me, but let me tell you, they will literally still believe that it's not him and that you murdered him from work 3.5 hours away, even after he is home safe. Because that is the way people think, and you're never going to change it. Just saying. Just saying. It sucks, but it's just how it works.
But I have told them online, if you want to know, just ask me. I'll answer your questions to the best of what I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we are not to provide certain information. But I will try. I am direct, I am brash, but I am very respectful. So if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. Just be respectful, please. And keep in mind, there's 3 parents and there's thousands and millions of people out there that may have a question. We are trying to get to them, I promise you.
You're never going to answer
How
them
has
all.
your guys' life been affected by this? Like,
the more that you answer questions about Sebastian's disappearance, and then they have answers to satisfy the questions that you have answered, the more they will dig into something else For example, your previous history, your personal life that you seem to want to protect. The more you answer the questions about Sebastian, the more that opens up different rabbit holes that us as internet sleuths feel like we need to dive into next. Until we get all the way to your birth and how you came out. Was it a C-section? Was it vaginal delivery? What type of doctor you had? Was it male or woman? Have you ever had issues with men in your past? All of it. We're going all the way. The further you let us dive, that's how far we will take this, Christopher. That's how far it will go. You will never answer all of our questions. Ever. Right? Take yourself out of the situation. Let Katie come on. Let her talk by herself. Okay? Stop trying to answer it all. Seth and Katie need to take the forefront of this. Period. That's just my opinion. I'm just saying. I don't know. He has zero reasons for his attitude because he feels like we should just automatically trust him. But I'm sorry, but he has that type of personality that people don't like him because he is him.
I know it's a broad question, but what's like when you wake up in the morning, what's it just like? Miserable, to be honest with you.
You're right. He's worried about Facebook groups that believe in aliens. Chris, wake up. Wake up. Stop. Just stop.
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning and your routine is what it is and you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single day on trying to get out of the bed, to deal and face everybody's negativity, and you try to make it a positive thing.
Shut the internet off.
We have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend.
It's like a Tennessee thing. I swear to God it is, Amanda Page. Yes. Ask Dawn and Candace, your neighbors, how it's working for them to constantly come onto any social media platform and try to continuously answer questions. Ask them. It's not going to go well. It's not going to go well. His ego will not let him. I know, Lucy. It's crazy because listen, if he was anywhere near this house and didn't have an alibi, I swear to God, he reminds me of Letitia Stout with his personality. I'm not even kidding. But I don't think that's what this is. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that he had anything to do with this. But he is so much like Letitia Stout. It's mind-blowing. In every interview, it gets worse. Every single social media post, everything that he does. Like, he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. But let me tell you, like, just walk away. Just post flyers every day. Just post flyers. Just do that. Just only answer questions about the disappearance. That's it. It never goes well. Oh my gosh, it's horrible.
So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
Well, that's kind of tricky because Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's going to be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, always hungry. On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
he can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he
No.
gets really like aggressive stance or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah,
Share, look, pay
be
attention.
vigilant. We don't expect everybody to stop what they do and spend every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are complacent and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes just being a little bit extra vigilant,
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
you never know. But don't ever stop is all we ask. Please keep looking, keep searching. Anything, reach out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely keep his story in the spotlight, and all it takes is for one person to see something or know something, and that's just that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can. I'm taking, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child, and they can't stand to see children missing, hurt, and it doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter what group it is. That's one commonality between every group, and that's why as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody.
Which case? Summer Wells case, Kim? Summer Wells' case was blowing up before Dawn and Candace Wells started coming to the internet. And they attempted to try to clean up the craziness that their quote unquote friends, I use that word loosely, started to spread because they were coming on and doing interviews. And there are times and situations where parental interviews are extremely, extremely helpful in these cases. There are interviews that I have done that I will never regret doing because they did help to get the cases to the forefront and to spread information about that case and about their missing child. For example, Candace Cooley, whenever she came on about Dylan Rounds. Amy, whenever she came on about Aiden Clune. Kaylee Jones, whenever her parents came on about Kaylee. They were coming on to put information out about their missing child so that people would watch and learn about their missing child's case so that they could spread their child's information and that kid would become more than just a flyer shared on social media so that you could learn about them and fall in love with them. You could learn about who Sebastian is as a person, who Summer is as a person, who Dylan Round was as a person, Aiden Clune as a person, right? Oakley Carlson, we're all in love with her because of the picture and the relationship that we have heard about because of Jordan Bowers, Michael Vaughn. All of these missing children you connect because of the social media interactions that made them more than just a missing person. Ariel Sellers. More than just a face on a flyer. We've gotten personally and emotionally invested into these cases because their families, their loved ones came out to advocate and interact for them. I'm not saying that missing people should not have their families come out and interact for them. Don't get me wrong. However, FedEx guy's here. However, the downside is the minute that you start addressing the rumors and trying to answer to the rumor mill, that's whenever it loses all focus. And you get into a pit of just a never-ending situation where it goes crazy. Yes, and in these cases, it's where law enforcement says nothing. Social media has no choice but to go forward and make up lies. It's law enforcement's fault for not giving us the details and the information. Because they don't leave us anything but speculation. And then these poor parents' interviews where every single one of us turn into body experts and start analyzing their behavior and analyzing their size and their wording and all of the different things and how they were holding hands and how she's been doing nothing but looking down for like the majority of this interview. It leaves us nothing but that whenever law enforcement won't come out and tell us what to think. So now here I am, a channel that doesn't do this. I have nothing left. I have nothing left to show you other than what the parents are saying. What else can we do but to look at this because law enforcement doesn't? You think this guy has this mother wrapped up as a victim in his narcissistic ways. He's beat her down. I think that could be a thing, Salty C. She's very submissive towards him. Very much so. And he never lets her talk. He never lets her talk. Why? Let her answer the questions. He's answering everything as if he was a first-hand witness, and he wasn't even there. He didn't even come till later in the day.
The biker. So
How can people help?
this community, I'm gonna tell you right now, far and wide, multiple communities, counties, various people, some people in other states reach out either through social media, in person, but everybody is searching. They've looked. They're constantly looking. They're constantly giving us ideas. Hey, check this. What about this? All of that is great.
Report anything that could potentially, even if it's little.
Doesn't matter what it is. However, what we can ask is that instead of people assuming and trying to put negative out there, just try to stay with the facts and report all the things that are positive. Any ideas that may help, trust me, all law enforcement are available and they are looking at everything.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing.
Okay, again, so that was Chronicles of Olivia. She did do this interview, and she did this one 2 days ago. Here is the link again if you did not already watch it. If you guys want to watch, it again or watch it in normal speed, because I did have it sped up through there. Yes. When will law enforcement realize that they need social media help, especially in Rogersville, Tennessee? Especially in Tennessee in general, apparently. Privacy is not going to happen. Sometimes females are deadlier than the male and are good at emotional manipulation. So that's kind of how grandma feels. So we're going to go into so grandma comes on. This one's long. So I hope you guys have snacks. It's a three-way call to the 911 to the sheriff's office is off to you. And Chris calling them, not the mom. Like, what? I don't know. So this is Terry Lynn. And Terry Lynn did an interview with Grandma Robin, who has been very vocal about not liking Chris. Get this up here for you guys. So in this interview, we learn a lot more information about Sebastian and how Sebastian truly is as a person instead of how he has been portrayed throughout. So now I will tell you, I'm going to put this one, they recommend 1.75 speed. Those of you who are Southern know why. But they recommend on the thing that 1.75 speed is what you should watch it. So we're going to try it there and see what it sounds like. You just wondered, since Grandma has said about Chris not being his father, makes you wonder if there has been an issue in the past about it. I don't know. So here we go. So this one it's long. It's like 4 hours long. We may or may not get through all of this today, but we're going to start watching it. Yes, you talk slow, not listen slow. I'm not saying that you listen slow, but yeah.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for helping. Thank you. All right, Seth, you got this. And I know that you're gonna think I'm crazy here, but come on. This cat is a part of everything, and I don't know if it's a sign. I don't know. Come on. So they have some questions for you. Come on, buddy. This is Kevin, of course. He's the mascot. Come on, buddy. And maybe he's got something. He's gonna talk to us. So anybody have any questions? Let's see. They're thanking you for joining. Let's see. Y'all had some questions earlier. I'm trying to remember what that question. Okay. Do you know of anybody that has been given one? That's been a big question. Everybody's asking. I'm asking the questions, the hard ones they've asked. I bet it for Seth. Y'all heard me. I said I bet him. He was working 12 hours. He got a call in between that.
Message at about 6:20 in the morning. I've been there since 6 p.m. because I would like to beat traffic because on 24 you never know how traffic is. I was there about 6 o'clock Monday evening at work, and then when I got the message at 7:20 Monday morning to call Chris that it was a 911, and when I called, that's when I found out my son was missing.
Okay, and they had another question here. They want to know, how often do you feel okay? Oh, I don't know if he can answer if the bed was slept in that morning. I don't know.
I know that when I got to the house and I walked in, I saw the room was a mess. Blanket wasn't. I mean, his bed wasn't made, stuff like that. But they had already been in the house to search.
Okay, they want to know what the F is up with the stepdad story. It's all over the place. I'll answer that in my opinion. That way he doesn't have to. If that helps.
It's fine because I mean I don't know. He's his own person. He's going to say whatever he wants to say.
Mm-hmm. Is he one of your good friends?
Who?
This stepfather.
Talk every once in a while. Actually, I'll see how myself.
Yeah, I'll read some of his own answers if you want. When he left for Memphis, out of his, he has given. I've read the 3. I think it was 2 or 3 answers that he's given. That's what I can say. I don't know officially.
See, I see.
You can answer that one.
I'm sharing it this way so that I can audio boost it a little bit because he is a little bit harder to hear and she's a little bit soft spoken as well. I don't know if it's just because my ears are being lazy or what, but sorry about that. No, you're freezer burnt. You're fine. We're all watching some of this, close to the first time, if not the first time. So you're good.
I don't know when Chris left for Memphis. From my understanding, he was there. He had been there. That's just my understanding is he was there. I know he was there the weekend before because when I had Sebastian's mom went to go see him. I don't believe he had been back, but I don't ask another man what he's doing, really.
This right here is Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth, and he's speaking out on his son that has been missing for 3 weeks.
Cat, I don't believe my son would go on an adventure with a friend. If he were to want to go on an adventure, I believe he would go on an adventure with me. That's Gracie. I have not seen the video of Sebastian and his mother out there on Sunday night. I've asked to see some of these videos, and I have not been given access to see them. I may be law enforcement, but I'm with a different county than Sumter County, and I'm not part of the investigation. Therefore, they won't break protocol by allowing me to see some of these things that I've requested.
And I'm keeping my, I'll say it. I don't think they did the best job, but that's just my opinion. I'm from here. He doesn't look, let's see. No, Seth doesn't. I spoke to him for 4 hours and 14 minutes the first call, and I think the second time, I don't know how long it was, but we spoke for a long time.
It was over 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
My Bluetooth died twice.
Oh my God. Seth, you answered that one.
This Jennifer negativity is back. He's never eloped in the past.
Tracy, you have done the magical thing of confusing my name with my son's name. I know that I was not out to dinner, but I was informed that Sebastian was out to dinner with his mother.
Was he abusive ever to your ex-wife? Oh Lord. I can't answer that. Let's see. They did have dogs out.
I wasn't
Yeah, they had a total of, the last time I was informed, they had at least 12 dogs out. 90 on blast.
Your mother laughed at that question that 90 Days on Blast asked, and I'm just going to highlight it there.
Is or was he abusive ever to your ex-wife? No. Don't take this personally, don't care.
I don't either. Let's see. Everyone has cameras. They would know if he drove back or not. And not everybody has cameras, they say. Trust me. They say not everybody has cameras. Even if you're on a $600,000 home. Not everybody.
Which I don't understand.
Do you have to go through him, Chris, or could you also
honestly,
communicate with
I'm just going to say this. Like, get cameras on your house, guys. You never know whenever something's going to happen that you or your neighbors or somebody in your neighborhood may need that footage from. Like, outside of your own safety, your own protection, your own household's protection, you never know if your neighbors are going to need something. Oh my gosh, Callie Dime. It's more than just tension. They apparently hate each other. You don't know if it's because of the situation or if there are issues prior. She is nonstop throwing shade at him. Nonstop. It makes it very, very hard to be completely unbiased in this case because of how much she comes on and just blatantly speaks out against him. Just blatantly just does not like him.
Sebastian's mom, like, was he the controlling type?
Have a good day, Justice Jane.
I communicated with Chris more than I communicated with Katie's mom, with Katie. Basically because I could get a contact more with Chris than I could with Katie. Like, Chris is the one that called me and sent me the text message telling me my son was missing, not his mom.
Doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Yeah, early February. I don't know.
So she says that doesn't make sense to her. It makes perfect sense to me because, in my opinion, Chris controls the situation no matter what. Whether it is, for while Sebastian's missing, before he was missing, after he was missing, he just controls everything in their lives, and it doesn't seem like Katie's allowed to talk or to do anything. I mean, she's not allowed to answer questions about an experience that she had. I'm wondering if Chris sat there and controlled the interviews with the police as well.
Yeah.
I called the phone to communicate with him. When I communicated with Chris about Sebastian, it was to find out about school and things like that. But I would call and speak to Sebastian on his phone.
Why the stepdad says he hasn't seen him since early February. Good
Probably because he was working on that St. Jude project in Memphis. From my understanding, he has a trailer and he normally takes it down there and just stays down there because it's cheaper. And it was like 15 minutes every day to get to work and tackle traffic. So I wouldn't want to drive 3.5 hours to get to traffic better. I mean, sometimes I feel I don't get enough sleep as it is.
Yeah, she does not talk to me.
I'm falling behind, but
No, you're good. Is Chris a control freak? Let's see. You mean to answer that? From my perspective, I will. In my opinion, he seems to take over everything, and that's what it looks like to me. He's the one speaking in an interview. If I were the mother, I'm screaming, "Bring my baby back!" That's me. I'm going to be screaming.
I agree, Jennifer. Unfortunately, protocol is protocol.
Agree on that too. Yep, he is his father, and he should have all access. Let's see. Yes, he was going to be living with his father.
Yes, Jennifer. I truly believe that in order for him to get in the vehicle with somebody, he was either forced or he knew the person well enough to get into the vehicle.
He wasn't one that would. He never was a bolter. He didn't bolt. He never wandered off like that. He was not a bolter.
Eloped? Is that what that was? Or am I mispronouncing that?
Where are we at here? Where are we at? Has he ever eloped? Like, has he ever ran off?
No. I thought I answered that one. My apologies if you didn't. But no, he's never done anything like that before.
Okay. She talked about her going to pick up another kid on Sunday. But when did she take her home? I think they were talking about what's that lady's name? I think it was. Is it the sister-in-law or the sister?
I believe so, Miss Gracie.
Hello, Freeside. Welcome.
90 days on blast. My son has a slight iron deficiency. I've watched him push against the ball and have a bruise. So, seeing signs of abuse, I've never actually seen like fingerprints or anything of that sort on him. As for bruises, I've seen my son get out of the shower, and it's like, where did this bruise come from? And he's like, I don't know. I've taken pictures of the bruises, and I've sent them to his mom. I just know that he bruises really easy, being iron deficient that he is. It's one of the things he's supposed to be taking twice a day, morning and at night.
I don't know if you can answer that question right there.
I guess I'll call him.
Okay, let's see. Well, it turned into criminal because
he is on the spectrum. Yes.
2 years. I'll answer. 2 years. They've been married for 2 years. No cameras. Yeah.
His phone was at the house. The police took it.
His stepfather answered you all had a great co-parenting. Well, Chris told him that, yes, Chris is the one that told him that his child was missing.
When he went missing, yes, he was the only child. There were adventures, yeah. He was diagnosed at Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt Hospital diagnosed him.
Yeah, I would think they would give her one. I don't know.
Close to anemia, 90 days.
Not without those shoes. Will you want to answer why about the shoes, sweetie?
Yeah, he's saying about him being just recently diagnosed, basically, that his stuff. Yeah, Sebastian is a difficult case. However, he went gone and no evidence of him leaving. It's hard to say, and we're still in the middle. But yeah, Ringo, this is a dad's worst nightmare. He needs a break. His frustration is coming off as being very defensive. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that? I was reading.
The shoes, why he would not go out without his shoes.
That's because, well, he learned at a young age in South Georgia. We have fire ants down there. And one little amount of dirt, his little bitty feet, he learned really quick because they swarm. And he was barefoot, and the fire ants swarmed up his legs. Was he adults? Actually, I'll go to the one above that. Allegedly, did he ever go anywhere without his phone? When he was here at my house, he had his wallet, his house key, and his phone. 3 things that I always make sure he grabbed before he goes. Trying to teach him to be a proper adult. Don't go anywhere without your wallet, your phone, and your key. Need all 3 of these things. Lord Marine, was he trusting of adults? It kind of depends. But most of the time, he's pretty shy. He would sit there, he would watch. We have communication. And most of the time, he would judge off of my language, off of my body language, and some people even approach people.
Welcome, Lauren Marie. Oh, yeah.
It took forever. When she was in the military, we were trying to get him in to be for our diagnostics, and literally we couldn't get him there. San Diego was pretty horrible. It was 6 months after he was born that we finally got him into Children's Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida, and they did a DNA test on him, and he came back with a chromosomal deletion syndrome. He was missing one instead of he was missing the end of 26 or 1627 chromosomal deletion syndrome.
Let's see.
And Vanderbilt's diagnosis was, let's say, October of last year.
So October of last year is when he was actually diagnosed with autism. Everything else in his behavior, they've always attributed to his chromosome deletion that he has. But not autistic until this past year. It seems doctors are quick to diagnose autism these days. You've seen it on the rise. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining our family. Heard it on the X. Welcome. Welcome to the Sleuth family. Woo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so again, this is Terry Lynn's interview with Seth, and Grandma Robin comes on too here in a little bit. We may skip around a little bit because, like I said, this is 5 hours. This is 5 hours long. So we're going to listen to parts of this and then we'll skip around a little bit. And then if you guys want to watch the entire 5 hours, you can certainly go over here. But some of the stuff that he says in the very beginning, especially, it's just so important because the autism and stuff like that, it was diagnosed later. It was not since the beginning of this case. Whenever they have described him, has made it sound like he had a very, very low ability and that he potentially could, I don't know. He's lower on the autism spectrum scale. She is so precious in that photo, isn't she? That's my favorite. I did change it, and edit it to a better looking, that one's a little bit better. Still goofy Snapchat filters because she sends me photos, but this one will always be my favorite. This one will always be my favorite. That's Lokamai, Seal, in the bushes, and myself. In the bushes is the little cat. It's our little cute sleuth family. I've been trying to get BC to send me a Snapchat photo, but she never does. She won't send me no pictures of her. I just want to add her to our family. I'm going to put your beard somewhere in this one of these days, Ringo. Just put your beard just chilling and blowing in the wind up in the sky or something. This is whenever we all went on vacation with Lokamai, though.
Thank you, Kendall. Keith, has his mom and stepdad ever gone searching for Sebastian? You want me to answer that, or do you want to answer that one?
No.
No.
Certainly.
No.
Not searching with me.
No.
So
They said they were at the house.
I can't tell you what I don't know.
I'll say it. They were at the house. Was he trusting of adults? Welcome, Laura Marie. I think he was.
I don't know what you're talking about.
To you, probably more so. Thank you, Apple.
Lies.
Yes, we do. Let's see. That's weird. Sorry, that is awfully weird.
Oh, yeah.
The three-way phone call is weird.
Yeah, I haven't heard it. So
do you find him trusting of adults, though? You do?
I stated earlier about that, he would sit there and he would watch the interaction between me and the adult, and it would depend on what was going on. I have seen him step in between me and another adult to tell adult to back away from his dad, and that was when he was even younger. And as he gets older, I watch him. He sits there and watches the body language between them, between me and whoever I'm speaking to, And most of the time, if I know the individual, I'll be like, I'll tell Sebastian, introduce yourself.
Welcome to our family, Lone Wolf. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming in. Yeah, you need to see Sebastian in his new normal routine. This is a difficult case. I don't even know if it's so much the fact that we don't know his new normal routine, but Dad only knows, even Seth only knows a surface level of what possibly was happening inside of that house. I don't think we've seen it all yet. You're quitting. You can't quit. Even if you quit, I'll still leave the pictures there. They'll just get worser. I'm just kidding. That's horrible. You can't quit. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't fire you, did I? You're curious what the chromosome disorder symptoms are. Chromosome deletion syndrome. So, like, Junior has a chromosome duplication. She has a duplication, but so it would depend on which chromosome. I have to go back and listen. I think he said 20. Let me see. I mean, so it depends on which chromosome, because they can be pretty difficult or pretty big things like the Prader-Willi syndromes, Wolff-Hirschhorn syndrome, Prader-Willi syndrome, sorry. There's all kinds of different things that can have, or it can be something as simple as just intellectual disabilities or birth defects. It's so hard to say. Like, there's a lot of different things listed here. A lot. So I'd have to listen again to which one he said. He said somewhere in the 20s. We're all guessing different numbers. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look.
Either he would or he wouldn't. And that would just depend on his attitude for the day. Or right then and there. I mean, try to be as lean as I did at Waffle House getting to give a girl his phone number.
I'm sorry, but that is precious. That is.
You know, I mean, we were halfway back home, and I was like, "Did you want to give her your phone number?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Why didn't you?" He was like,
Oh.
"No, if I should." I was like, "Slim, I'm going to turn around. Here's pen, here's paper, write down your phone number. I'll take it," and I took it back. And he got her phone number.
And he liked Taylor Swift, didn't he?
Now, see, these are one of those questions that I'd have to say I fifth on. I mean, I thought my son had good taste in music, and then I found out he was a Swiftie.
Oh no, you did not just say that. You're in a room for a
I skip around a little bit.
The investigation, the GoFundMe would somehow interfere with this investigation. No, it will not. No, it will not. That's how I feel. It won't.
That's why they said to watch it at 1.5.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of like dead air.
Let's see, Sarah, is your phone live? No.
Full Larry Victor's, not while I was open.
They want to know what the actual threat was. I was not there for the threat, so I don't know if you want to tell them the threat or not.
Well, Apple Crescent's got it right there.
Hello, Jesse. Let's see. Welcome, Vanessa. I'm looking through here. Vanessa sent. Let me get back up here. Let's see. Vanessa, Seth, do you want me to share your YouTube channel? I don't know if he does or not.
Oh, you won't find anything on my YouTube channel except for some weird comic shorts every once in a while.
I heard on one of the interviews where they were saying Sebastian was making it hard on the relationship. What was up with that? They said. I did read that myself. I don't know how he would make anything hard on the relationship, but yeah, if he is privy to that and wants to answer that or can't answer that, that's up to him. I'm not aware that. I don't know how that.
An autistic child with two separate people that were raised differently and don't know how to assess a situation would make any relationship difficult. At the same point in time, some people can see the situation for what it is. There are some people that live off a routine, such as I live off a routine. When I'm at work, it's the same thing. I do the same thing every day, whether I work or not. I work nights, so even on my days off, I sleep during the day. My alarms still go off at the same time. I get up, I still make coffee. You know, when I had my son, I would change. I'd get home from work, and I would come home. I would take a shower. I'd get a couple hours of sleep, and then I would drive back down to his mom's house to pick him up for the weekends that I would have him. And then I would literally come back home, and I would make sure I stayed up until it was bedtime for him, and then I would get him to go to sleep. I would go to sleep a couple hours, and then wake up because my natural body rhythm is already night shift, and I'd deal with it because I want to spend time with my son.
And my question is this: do you think that there was a better routine with? Do you feel like you had a better routine at your home? That he had a better routine than he had in their home?
I don't know what their routine was in the house.
Okay, gotcha.
I know that when me and Katie were together and she would be on deployments, my routine at the house was better for Sebastian in school because it guaranteed that he would lay down and he would get a full night's rest. I don't really know their routine for how they do things. I mean, to me, a school night bedtime's at 8. You know, I'm pretty adamant about that unless you're still working on homework or something. Because him being autistic, he'd lay down at 8 o'clock, and the whole thing was to lay down, calm down, relax, and be asleep by 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Devil Eye Elvis. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's see if Mom said that were a small specialty like the CT field. I feel some would be willing to hide him if they were told a lie.
So I'm going to skip to
More like his dad.
again. Here's the link if you guys.
Hello, Lindsay, spelled the fun way. Hello from Kansas.
We are
Yep, we're born in Kansas.
Like I said, it's 5
Woo-woo.
hours.
Go Livingston Rams.
Let's see what you got. Dogs, okay, they said dogs picked up scent and it dropped in the construction area, but Chris Proudfoot will tell you dogs are unreliable. Oh my God, because he's the smartest man on the planet. That's a lie. Well, the smartest part. Welcome, Gigi. Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Let's see. Can you talk about the scents at all? Do you know anything about the scents?
That is, I did not treat my son like he had a disability. I knew that once he was an adult, people weren't going to treat him like he had a disability. So why would I treat him like he had a disability?
I agree for you. Has he ever left with the friend without telling anyone?
No.
He's done that? No. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's see what's going on here.
Margin? I sure hope so.
Me too. Let's see. Yeah, we have to know that one.
T. Cherry F. I have no idea.
Amen, Angel. Agree.
Thank you for the hug.
No place like home, that's for sure.
Toto said he took my slippers.
Let's see. Continue prayers. Let's see. Agree.
Lady Miguel, I wear club lenses. Thank God. It's technology. They don't weigh that much.
Murfreesboro.
I would say that he puts on his glasses every time he gets up out of bed.
What's the best way we can support you, sir?
Get flyers up on this one.
Okay. We're on that. Okay, let's see. I'll just be honest. I'm so pissed over this precious boy situation. I can't even keep a train of thought most of the time. Justice for Sebastian. I agree on that. Seth, did you say Chris didn't come back from Memphis until law enforcement started asking questions?
Yes.
The dog barked when the stepdad did an interview. Yes, it did do that. I heard that myself. Yet no dog was barking that night has me concerned, which I've mentioned this. I pray for a miracle and ask for Sebastian Rogers to be returned to his dad. Amen. Yes, I've got that on my community wall on my channel. It'll take you directly to it, and you can donate right to that, and he would appreciate support, any support that you can give. He's not going to stop. I don't think any of us are.
I'm just Karen.
I don't know if you want to comment on that right there.
Which one?
The locks on the
Every time that I've been there, the door's never been shut because people are there.
Okay, and about what time did he come back? You were there all day, I think you said.
Really don't remember. I mean, I was there. I'm so exhausted. I know that I fell asleep in my truck in front of the driveway, and I vaguely remember him coming in with his hazards on and rolled into the thing. I really don't remember.
Do you know William Daly? He goes by Billy.
I'm just going to say, guys, this is at 1.75 speed. Just so you know. Could you imagine, like, no offense to these people. I could not have watched this live. I really couldn't have. This is at 1.75 speed. And this is with me jumping around. The one part I do want to try to find is about the school, because I know that that is a part of contention, that people were talking about the different situations with the school and stuff like that. And I do have a statement of somebody who summarized basically this entire interview that tells us a little bit more about everything. Again, here's Terry's link if you want to watch the entire thing. So there's that.
Sounds familiar.
I agree, Angel. Completely agree. So the doors don't automatically lock. They say it's a keypad lock. A house key to both.
I know that his housekeeper here was in the front door on the dresser.
You know, the bus stop. The bus stop might have been right outside the subdivision. I don't know.
Bus stop was right in front of their house.
Oh gosh, you got a better ride. Does he have any particular mannerisms or stems that may stand out with stand out with possibly helping to spot him? My son has Asperger's and has some distinct stems.
He likes that. Well, when he runs, Naruto runs.
And can we correct his weight? He's not 120 pounds.
No, he's like 106, maybe 108. I mean, I don't know what it is now.
Now, the dogs did track him according to Seth. I don't think Seth is wrong about that. The dogs tracked him to the construction site. From the house to the construction site. And then it just stopped there. That's how he said it on 2 different interviews that we've listened to now. Somebody needs to slow down the live. Is it going too fast? Do I have it playing too fast? Oh my gosh. If you need to slow it down, yes, you can use the wheel in the top corner to slow it down. I apologize. This is it seems slow to me still. I can't. I was talking to Novelist about this in his comments the other day, actually, because he had posted a thing and he was frustrated that people only watched like 5 point whatever minutes of his video. And I pointed out, like, you know, if you watch it in 2 times speed, it's not going to account for all that time. I don't ever watch anything in normal speed. Oh no. Yeah, you can barely keep up in the chat, right? I bet. You're a slow listener. No, it's fine. Okay, Amanda's like, please don't slow it down. You're a slow listener. It's okay though, and I understand that. Whenever he talks, he does like put his sentences out very fast. And so that was just, you know, that's just part of it, unfortunately. But yeah.
Fish, the phone was at home, and they already asked if he had a burner phone, and I don't believe that he had one. So I'm aware of it. Let's see. Oh gosh, they keep asking the same question. I don't know why they would not want him around Chris's daughter. I have no idea, and I don't know if he does either. And I don't even know. Huh?
Chris drives the truck.
He drives the truck. Okay. Let's see. They're asking about. Let's see if you want to elaborate on why they don't want him or Sebastian around Chris's daughter, which I'm not aware of this. Hello, Claudia. Yeah, I don't know if that even pertains to anything, to be honest.
I don't know. When Sebastian's here, he FaceTimes Faith for a long time.
I mean, I don't even know, does he, oh no, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Can he be around her? I mean, not Sebastian, but I'm saying, does he even see his own daughter? There you go. They're in a court battle here. I don't even know if he sees his own child. So I don't know why anybody would worry about that. No, you're fine, Angel. You're fine. Let's see. Oh, it does. It does, especially when somebody's a control freak, in my opinion. Yeah, he is the respondent. She's the petitioner, and he's the respondent.
I have no idea. So
I'll answer it. I'm answering it. I answered it. Any more questions? This poor man has probably slept 2 hours, and he's doing a damn good job. And plus, he's been looking for his child. Plus, he's been cleaning. And that side by side, next time they better offer it. It did change, actually. There's a different date on that. Because I don't want to keep him all night. I don't. But when you tell me when you're ready, let's see. What kind of truck? I don't know. Was it a Chevy truck? I think that he drives a Chevy truck. I don't know exactly.
One big enough to tow that fifth that he's got. It's bigger than my truck. I don't have anything to prove.
No, this is just a dad. Listen, he's just a dad that wants his baby back. That's all it is. He's a dad that wants his baby back. That's it. We're here to try to figure out what we can. And at least we have somebody that's honest. Thank you, Fish, because it's odd. And that's thank you, Fish. I really appreciate that. Fish, you're showing you have a heart, man. You're coming around with that heart. Because that was one of my questions I did ask, but when you're locking down a phone, why would a teenager want a phone that's locked down? I wouldn't want nothing to do with that phone.
Yes, Fuller.
True. It's a fact. Yeah.
Well, my whole point is, why would you get a smartphone if you're just going to lock down the internet anyways?
Yeah.
I was going to get him a flip phone. If she went and got him a smartphone, I was going to get him a phone he could call, take pictures, and he could play Snake.
Let's see. I'm going to read you some of these things. Let's see.
Thank you, Gigi.
Well, they treat him like that he's not allowed to actually do anything, to be honest. Like he's stuck in a home. Let me just grab some of these real quick, and I'll run through what I do have. Let's see. He says that he knew about 3 vigils. One that they didn't attend was because of law enforcement agencies they were dealing with. The second one because of the security reasons. The third one because they did not know about it. They weren't informed. And it was where the biofather lives. Let's see.
Oh, I don't know which.
Yeah, I'm just reading some answers that were given by stepdad.
That's right. I mean, typically TBI doesn't clear anybody until until the investigation is done.
Correct.
The investigation will be done after Sebastian is found.
Let's see, what else do we have here? He would not answer anything about the door locks. He said his dogs were trained, they were on a schedule, and that they have potty pads and trays in their pens. Let me see what else we have here. He did say that he had been away, and the last time that he had seen Sebastian was in the first part of February. How true that is, I don't know. I don't believe it. Anything else that snuck out and struck out at me?
And they talk about like the school at some point. That's good.
Log every place that we put flyers. That way we're not going back over the same places twice.
Let's see here.
Like
but I don't. In my neighborhood, he liked my neighbor's schedule. He would go over there and
video, go over,
literally just
check it out,
basically let the dog clean his face.
Carrie Lynn's live.
I shouldn't laugh at that.
She pops up comments a lot. That's why I was trying to do.
Let the dog clean his face.
Do it.
What dogs lick all the time?
No. Wow.
My life.
What were you initially told when he went missing? Do you recall what you were told?
Same thing that everybody else was told. That So same thing that they told her.
Yeah.
Well,
Was he close to any neighbors?
it's not like he would tell me he wanted to go online. When he was here, most of the time, when his phone wasn't locked down, he was here. He was watching Minecraft videos on his phone. He would be watching Minecraft videos on his phone, watching Yu-Gi-Oh on the TV, and playing on his Switch.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. And that says, please tell Seth I have respect for him. The other two should have been looking like you are. I agree.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
for that.
there's always still access to
I
the
appreciate
internet, Lone Wolf. I agree.
And that's exactly. I mean, he was about to have a custody change right there. He was.
Sebastian's going to live with me. I have him. I still have him enrolled in school and everything.
And we should have known about that in the very beginning, in my opinion, but we didn't know that either.
Sebastian didn't have a lot of shoes because his feet were growing. I know that he was his tennis shoes. His tennis shoes that he did have were too small for him. And Katie told me that he needed a new pair of boots. I took him to Boot Barn. We made a nice big thing out of that. It took him a while to find boots that he liked, but it took him even longer to find boots that he wanted. He tried on 3 different sizes, and finally he bought the boots that are still at his mom's house, the gray ones. And she went and bought him a pair of tennis shoes. So he's got an old pair of tennis shoes there, a new pair of tennis shoes, a pair of boots, and then here he's got his slides and an old pair of tennis shoes that he can wear when we go fishing.
I don't know if you can answer that the way you might want to answer that. I know that there was no children at school bullying him.
Mention the slippers there, but I guess Nancy Gracie mentions.
And if he did, he never told me that. But my son also knew that I don't play that game. If he had told me somebody was bullying him, I'd have been at school.
I agree. Well, good morning, Dan. Let's see. Thank you again, Paige. Thank you. Yeah, there's some things he can't answer. He's a good guy. I mean, what vibe? I mean, you're not gonna get a bad vibe. He's answered everything that he's answered. He's answered most every question besides what he can't answer because he's been asked.
His vision was nearsighted.
Let me get down.
Nearsighted.
But then again, he does have a flashlight in his room, so that way,
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. And the time, I mean, if that was at 6 o'clock and that call come into dispatch at 6:38, 6:39, that's a big discrepancy there.
From my understanding, his glasses were not missing seclusion work.
The side-by-side, what are we talking about the side-by-side? I'm confused about the side-by-side. Somebody covered the side-by-side. Let's see. That's real. What behavioral panelist?
Yeah, open Wi-Fi is any Wi-Fi in the area. Yep, you don't need a password to get on it.
Oh yeah, they could. Yeah, bring another crew in.
I haven't watched it yet, Karen. I'm sorry.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. My nephew has. I mean, he is autistic and he's nonverbal. And that's something that my mom and I talked about that last night, and this kind of scared her a lot. Yeah. Well, what did they think about the tapping? I'm just curious. I'm not gonna watch them because I've seen enough. Because I won't agree with it.
I said, as long as it's not anything to do with Sebastian or anything of that sort, because I'm not trying to use it. I'm not using my son as a way for this. And
He's not trying to get rich.
Sebastian's not going to be involved. I said, that's fine. Whatever you'd like to do. She's my older sister. Do you think I could really tell her what to do? That's like kind of telling my mom what to do. It ain't
That's
that
what
much.
happened because I spoke to his mom, and I wouldn't know. She reminded me of my mother. And I'm a baby sister, and I'm going to be honest. Listen, there's nothing. My brother could never tell me not to do it. I'm going to do it anyways. Period. You're not going to ever stop me from doing it. I'm going to do it anyways.
We're talking about the GoFundMe and stuff.
As long as he's out there having to do what he's doing, to bring his boy home.
All right. So, yeah, I can't do 5 hours of this. I'm sorry, guys. So, but like I said, if you want to watch that entire thing, some of the more pertinent points that come out during that interview, Trev Time was discussing on his live on yesterday. And this is also the live that he shared the information about. Let me pull this up. He also shared the information about the vehicle that they are now talking about. So it's definitely worth watching. But let me just play this little part here. My phone, because I think Chris was blocking my phone. So I was going to just play it, but I think Chris was blocking it from playing. I'm sorry. I know I said that we were going to watch all the interviews the whole way, but I can't. We will be here all night. Again, if you guys want to go watch that whole interview, though, it is there. Let me pull this up. Put this right over here. He kind of summarizes some stuff.
A lot of big points, I feel like, and I want to go over them. So he says Sebastian is in regular classes, but in a program called, quote, Why We Try. It's a program that allows him to have more time on schoolwork and have less questions on that schoolwork. So the big piece of that is it really, I think, hones in on his high functioning, how his the nature of his autism. He is on the autism spectrum, but he seems to function pretty high. And I think that is something that can play into people's that you can kind of read into that as you can think of that as his behavior, because if he did wander off, or his behavior, if anything that happened, if he had something with his behavior that made him wander off or go try to meet someone, if that is the theory, that if that is what happened here, we simply don't know. But if that is what happened, then his behavior could play to that. So I think it is interesting to note his level of autism. He doesn't have a lot of shoes because his feet are growing. He has an old pair of tennis shoes, a new pair of tennis shoes, and a new pair of boots. They're all at his mom's house. Seth was unsure why the shoes were such a secretive thing. If you guys remember when the other night when the mother and stepfather spoke, the mother made it seem like the shoes were, they couldn't divulge how many shoes Sebastian has. Well, pretty odd to me. I don't think that's a key portion of the investigation, how many shoes he has, but Seth did share with us that he has to have a few pairs. Seth says Sebastian is not 120 pounds. He's more like 106. Again, law enforcement has released him at 120 pounds, but that is what he was reported as when he went missing, I believe. Also, Sebastian was diagnosed with chromosomal deletion syndrome as a baby, and it sounds like he was not diagnosed with autism until last October. When Sebastian is at his dad's house, he FaceTimes back at home, FaceTimes his mom's house, it looks like. When Sebastian is running, he runs like Naruto. If you guys know who that is, or if you have kids that know who that is. Seth had been teaching Sebastian how to cook and shop/find things at the grocery store. Sebastian really likes math. The only thing he asked Seth for Christmas was to see his grandparents in Texas. And you guys have probably heard from his family or from his grandmother. If you guys are in any of the Facebook groups, anything going around from his grandmother, that is the grandmother he wanted to go see. That's what he asked for Christmas. He wanted to go see his grandparents in Texas. He wanted to see his dad's mom, or his dad's parents, so Seth's parents. That's what he asked for Christmas. He last spoke
Grandma
to Sebastian
does call in to Terry Lynn's live just after Dad gets off, and then they stay on the phone for a bit. And Grandma kind of gives her opinion of Chris as well, and so that's something worth looking at during this thing. Is there a screenshot of him or just a video they won't show? I don't know. Oh, as far as the videos, yeah. I just figure his Amber Alert flyer is just as good. There's nothing on the screen on the videos except for their bouncing heads. So
Thursday after school, it was a short conversation about school in his day because he had to, he didn't want to interfere with their time that weekend. So he talked to him a short time after school, the Thursday prior to his disappearance. Yeah, Kiko, that seems very similar to what happened here. He wasn't diagnosed until last year, last October, so not even a year ago. Seth said the closest thing to hiding Sebastian would do at his house was reading with a flashlight under his bed. He always knew he was there, though. So he wasn't somebody that hid even at his house. He would just simply go under his bed and read with a flashlight, and that was his version of hiding. He kind of got in his own space.
Aries, how
it
are
was,
you?
his little confined space down there, and he read.
Absolutely.
He likes to read under his bed.
This is one of those situations where there's just so many interviews in order to actually catch up and watch them all. I mean, look, we are 5 hours in, 5 hours into this live. And we're not even watching all of them. We've skipped 2 and then only watched bits and pieces of the other one so far. So there's just a lot. They're just everywhere. They're just absolutely everywhere. This is him kind of summarizing Terry Lynn's interview with Seth. Now, I will tell you guys, if you are going to, you still need to go watch Trev Times Live, because he talks about at the beginning of his video, the first couple minutes, he talks about the car in the neighborhood that the police or that the neighbors have told him about. And that's the vehicle, or not in the neighborhood, but near the neighborhood, that the police are asking them if they ordered anything or if they ordered an Uber, things like that. So if Sebastian went missing in Texas, it would be solved. Yeah. Yeah.
No, police have absolutely not cleared anyone. And so at this time, we are operating under the assumption that everyone is a suspect.
So Seth is
They have
saying
absolutely not been cleared. We have not even got
Seth is saying that no one has been cleared and everyone's a suspect. And then Chris is saying, well, we've been cleared. We've all been cleared.
a clear timeline of when the stepdad was
Chris, shh.
home or
Just
not, or in Memphis or what.
Don't talk no more.
Sebastian has his fishing and sportsman license. He loves to fish. Sebastian had no bedwetting issues while at Seth's house. He had issues apparently at Katie's and Chris's while using the bathroom. He would often have pull-ups on when he would get to Seth's, and he would tell him to take it off. So Chris and Katie would send him sometimes to Seth's house in a pull-up. So it does sound like he was made to wear pull-ups at his mom's house, at least at sometimes, but he had no bedwetting issues at his dad's house. So it sounds like it was unclear to his dad why he had to wear pull.
And so that makes me wonder what type of stressful situations were going on in the home that Sebastian would have accidents and things like that at home, but never had that issue at Seth's house. That's definitely a red flag to me, and points a little bit towards this tumultuous relationship that they may have had.
Pull-ups at his mom's house because he had no issues at his dad's house. Sebastian was taught to always have his phone, wallet, and house key. Now, that's a big one. If he left on his own, why would he have not taken his phone? His dad has taught him to take his phone with him. Not saying that declares he didn't walk off. Absolutely not. But he did take his phone. He does know to take his phone in situations. So the fact he didn't take his phone was kind of a big deal, in my opinion, now knowing that his dad taught him that. Yes, I know they have been saying in a couple interviews they are clear. That has absolutely not been relayed by law enforcement to any media or the public. So we are still operating under the assumption that everyone is a suspect. Once law enforcement comes out and states that they have cleared somebody or they have determined a timeline and they know they're not there, then I will absolutely operate under that. But until then, we do operate that everyone is a suspect, not because we're big meanies, but because we are fair to Sebastian and acknowledge that any theory is possible.
Yep. Any theory is possible, not because we're big meanies, but because that's the reality of the situation. So, but that kind of summarizes that interview a little bit more. I can't do the whole 5 hours, guys. I'm sorry. I was trying. I really was. But I can't do it. So let me go to the next one. Where are we at? Nancy Grace. Oh, Lordy. This should be interesting. High five for Nancy Grace. Do you guys want me to sound boost her voice? Just curious. Everybody loves Nancy Grace. Nancy. Here is Nancy Grace's link. Wonder if I can find a not YouTube version.
Him, give or take. I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him.
Seth Rogers. Mr. Rogers, thank you for being with us. Could you recount for us when you learned Sebastian is missing? I know it just seems completely surreal.
Son,
Nobody wants
there's
their
no words for
volume
it. I
boosted.
mean, when I
Sorry.
found out that he was gone, I
I
was
just
just
clicked
like,
back over and seen that.
I headed over to Katie's house, see what was going on, and he's not here. I don't know where he's at. I've been looking for him every day. It's just
Her twins went to the dentist. Maybe.
Seth, what have you been doing to look for him every day? And I know that to be true. You are looking for him every day.
Let me boost her a little bit. Fair use, Nancy Grace, just in case. We're going to talk all through this, but just in case, fair use.
Guys, please look at Sebastian. This young boy is autistic. He may not, in a scared and emotional and lost state, he may not even be able to tell
Her bedroom
someone
defeated
who he
you.
is and
Hey,
where
no
his home
problem.
is.
Thank you, Heather
He
Brett, for
is
sticking
out
around.
there lost, and the Lord only knows where. Seth, what have you been doing to find Sebastian?
been handing out flyers every day. I've been on some podcasts. I've done some face-to-face interviews on the news. I'm just anything I can. I've been to the south side of
He's
Nashville. I've been to Franklin. I've been to Bellevue. I've been through Henderson. I've been through Gallatin. I've been through Clarksville. I've been through Oak Grove, Kentucky. I mean, I'm handing out flyers, finding out. I mean, just, I want everybody to see my son.
He was this morning with JLR searching in that national park that I pulled up earlier as well. So I know not everybody is fans of JLR, but he honestly has been Johnny on the spot for some of these cases recently, and it's been extremely helpful. It's nice whenever he's there assisting and not so much, harassing people and stuff like that. So he's been a really great source for ever since the cornfield. I feel like we've all been kind of watching stuff occasionally over there ever since the cornfield, back in the cornfield days. So it's interesting.
And know that he's missing, and that if you see him, call 911. I need my son back.
Yeah, Roberta,
I'm
I
just
think
trying to get my mind around what
I think that JLR seriously may have mastered the ability to teleport. That's the only thing that I can honestly come up with. Because no matter where a case is going on, he is there. He is there. It's ridiculous. He just boom, there's JLR. And somehow he's able to be in Texas like at 9 a.m. and then in Tennessee doing a search at 11. I don't even know how that happens. I'm honestly starting to wonder if he has cloned himself or if he has just split into two or if there is more than one JLR. Yeah, he's been doing so much better. It's really debatable that there could actually be JLR twins, and that is how he is doing two different types of content, but also being in two different locations at once. Hear me out. It's a possibility. Conspiracy theory. JLR is a duplicate.
And I heard that once I got there. When I got off of work, I had a text message from the stepfather, Chris, and a missed phone call. And I called him, and he told me that Sebastian was missing, and he didn't know what had happened. So I had
Okay, let me ask a couple of quick questions, Seth. Number one, is there any type of a burglar alarm in the home?
I don't know. I don't live there.
Okay. Okay, that is not helping me. Let me see if I can find that out. I'm going to go to Aaron Cantrell on that from News Channel 5. So we don't know if there's a burglar alarm. Was a window open in Sebastian's home, in his room?
Not that I am aware of.
Well, Nancy, we don't know. We do know that they did search the perimeter of the house. And I know one day when I was out there, when they were searching, they had a dive team out there. They were searching the grounds. But the area is very, some parts of it is very rural. And they're doing a lot of construction around the area. So there's a lot of construction, lots of subdivisions being built in that area. And like you mentioned earlier, the flashlights in the backyard, that was a very common area where people could potentially be walking. But it is odd at that early in the morning that there were two flashlights, in considering that's what detectives are saying, that they believe that Sebastian left the home barefoot with the flashlight. So that is very odd. But as you can see in these pictures,
See, they're still referring to the footage being flashlights. You would think that that would be something that Seth being on with them would correct if that was true. And so that makes me wonder because Chris is it was floodlights. It has nothing to do with anything. And they're talking about flashlights here on Nancy, like it's nothing. And then Chris, let's see what his response is. Well, yeah. So the footage that came out, let me pull that up. Oh, here it is. So this. Whoops. What am I doing? Where'd it go? This here. So Nick told us that these were flashlights and that there was 2 different subjects that walk through. Well, Chris has come out on Facebook saying that they're not flashlights, that it's not people walking, and that they are floodlights, and that because of the wind, it's giving us the perception that the 2 different subjects move. Whenever they don't really move, they're just staying stationary and it's just the camera blowing. Now, mind you, this is being recorded by somebody's phone off of a monitor, and so that can give the perception of additional movement that may not actually be there. But to me, I don't see how he can say that they're not moving lights, simply because we watch them move. Like, here's subject 2 goes from here on the screen up and over. Like, to me, that doesn't seem like something that a floodlight shaking or the wind blowing, I don't see how it moves. But that's what Chris is saying. And like I said, let's see if Seth addresses it. I don't know.
I was there at about 8 o'clock.
So immediately, when you got to the home, tell me about the state of the home.
The home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
So were there any signs?
Yeah, and TBI released a statement saying that the footage has been investigated and that there is no relation to it. So it's just crazy to me, because is it just floodlights? It's crazy that Seth didn't address it there, because he just heard her talking about it. I think we've all seen everything, yeah, up to this point, right? Everything was based on hiding. He's hiding. The mom said that Sebastian left with the flashlight, so why is Chris denying that the video is wrong? I don't know. Chris just wants everyone to be quiet until he walks through the door. You can't do that though, right? You gotta keep talking, but maybe not you. Let somebody else talk for a little bit, Chris. That's all. That's it. That's all.
Signs of forced entry at the front or back door, or on Sebastian's window that you could observe?
No, there was none.
Was anything stolen from the home?
Not that I was informed of.
She's so intense.
Do you know if there are burglar lights, motion sensor lights that would turn on if someone moved on the perimeter of the home?
Nancy, take a breath. It's gonna be okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm trying to understand his daily routine. Did Sebastian get up every morning and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school?
Beach High School.
How far away?
I think it's like 0.6 miles.
6 miles? Did you say 6 miles?
You can tell whenever she gets intense, because like her hair literally starts to develop like a life of its own, and it starts to like raise up as she gets like more and more intense.
0.6.
0.6 miles, very close to home. Did he walk or take a bus or ride a bike?
He rode the bus.
He rode the bus. Is he mainstreamed? He is autistic. Is he mainstreamed with other students?
He's in their Why We Try program.
What is that?
It's for the special needs children, where they are doing the same tasks that the mainstream does, but they get a little bit extra time. You know, if they have like 30 questions, and then in the Why We Try program, they get like 20, and they get extra time to answer them. So they're still learning the same stuff.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. That morning, your wife calls you, your ex calls you about 7:20 a.m. Would that have been?
That's horrible, Heather Bratt. That's so horrible. I swear listening to her is like a dumber female version of Dr. Phil, and I mean that in the most disrespectful way. Now, I will say, Ringo, you did say that she runs at 1.75 naturally. I do have this sped up, so she does normally talk fast, but I also did speed it up as well. So keep that in mind, please. Hi, Ronald. Welcome to the channel. Well, it wasn't 6 miles, so he said 0.6, and she misheard him. I just can't. You guys are hilarious. Very use, Nancy.
Been on a school day?
No, it was her husband that called me.
Okay. Was that at 7:20 a.m.?
You think he's gonna?
No, 7:20 a.m. is when I got to my vehicle, because I got off of work at 7. My shift ended at 7. By the time I found out to make sure that I didn't have to stay over or anything, then I got to my truck about 7:20, and they had texted me and tried to call me on my cell phone at around 6:20.
She's like ready to pounce.
And you found out about it at 7:20. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She's putting everything into her bank, and she's like, "What am I going to be able to yell about in just a second?"
Okay, Mr. Rogers, did he go missing on a school day?
From my understanding, she put him to bed Sunday night, and yes, Monday morning he's missing.
Was this a school day?
Okay, so he's in his room Sunday night, Monday morning, he's gone out of his home. Could you tell me the level of the severity of his autism?
He's very intelligent. He's very smart. He just lacks social skills and reading of people's body language. He likes things to be in a routine. He likes to control his environment.
I'm looking at Sebastian right now, and it is breaking my heart thinking of this young boy, this autistic boy, possibly out in the wild, possibly with.
He's not in the wild. Listen, no matter what happened to him, he's not wandering in the woods lost. He is not a 3-year-old that got lost, guys. I can't. Even to the extent that they were playing his favorite song over the loudspeakers in the woods. It reminded me of whenever they get like a nonverbal child with autism that's like 3-4 years old that they're trying to lure out to the sounds of their favorite music. Like, come on, guys. That's how they have portrayed him this entire time, though. He's gonna communicate with you. He can speak. He can understand whenever people are looking for him. He probably also understands being lost if he was lost and would have come to, the officers like speaking and stuff. They would leave him home alone during the day, and he was able to take care of himself and do chores. I don't understand why this perception has been there of him being like I don't even know how to express it. Like, and it's not just her though, but like even like I said, the searchers were also just playing music. Come towards the music, Sebastian. Like, he's 15. He might have the mentality of a 12 or a 13-year-old, but are you gonna tell me that like a 12 or 13-year-old also can't I don't know. I just okay. It's fine. Just play the ice cream truck song and pray that he comes towards the truck, right? He's not in the woods. Probably out in the wild with the capybaras, maybe. There's fields and woods around, but they don't go for thousands of miles. Right. It's not just her though, Heather Brat. I swear to you, this is how Chris and Katie have been putting him out there since the beginning. Even I wish that I could have been there and seen the interview with police that led to the search parties, going out there with boom boxes, playing his favorite songs to try to lure him out. That is what they do with literal children that cannot speak. Literal children. He is not a child. He's 15. He's a teenager. I know. She said he was nonverbal at the beginning as well. I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, sorry. My rant. I don't understand what they're trying to portray him as. Actually, I do. You know what they're trying to portray him as? Let me hit play, and I'm going to try to find the clip that I'm thinking of.
With strangers he doesn't know, what would his reaction be to that, Seth Rogers?
I don't know, because I've never seen him have to deal with this. Most of the time, if he's with me, he gets his information from me about interacting with people. If I sit there and I'm meeting new people, I talk to him. It's like, son, you can introduce yourself if you would like. If he does, he does. If he doesn't want to, I don't make him.
Seth, when was the last time you can verify that he was alive and well?
When I talked to him on Thursday.
How often do you see him?
I get to see him every other weekend. If he's on like a spring break or a fall break, or he's got an extended time away from school for like school days. When we had the weather was bad out here and they canceled school, he was with me. Summer breaks, I get him whenever he's not in school, except
Seth,
for the week.
Whenever you have the opportunity to be with Sebastian, isn't it true that you exercise that opportunity? You are with him.
This is what they remind me of. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Have you guys ever seen that movie? I swear they are trying to portray this child as if he is Gilbert Grape throughout. And honestly, even Gilbert Grape, I don't think is off enough to just wander into the woods and get lost, really, or just stay out in the middle of nowhere forever. But this is how they've been portraying this kid, and it's just not. This isn't him. This is not. What are you doing? Is this reality? Is this like, in my opinion, this is how he has been described the whole time. And it's like, what are we doing here? Like, that's what this reminds me of.
Match in the gas tank. Boom, boom.
Come to your favorite song. Come on, guys. And this is not who he is.
Good boy.
Yeah, come to the music. Come to the music. Come on. It is. It's a really great movie. I love this movie. But just, he's not Gilbert Grape. He's not Gilbert Grape. Okay. Sorry. Stop portraying him like he is. He's not broken.
Yes, ma'am.
He's not broken.
Guys, I'm bringing in the rest of the panel. You are hearing Seth Rogers describe the moment he gets off of work at around 7 a.m., gets to his vehicle, and realizes his wife and the stepdad have been calling and texting him, thank you, since around 6:20-ish a.m. So on a Monday morning to tell him his son, an autistic boy, is missing from their home. And from what I can tell right now, you heard Aaron Cantrell jumping in earlier, and thank you for that, Aaron. Please don't hold back, Aaron. We're not having high tea at Windsor Castle. Aaron is joining us from News Channel 5 in Nashville. I believe you said Keys.
I'm going to skip to just the parts where Seth is talking. No offense to all of these other people. I'm sure they have lovely opinions. But we'll skip to just Seth. If you want to watch Nancy's whole interview,
his old tennis shoes, his new tennis shoes that his mama just.
I don't know. I don't know what their point is to make him seem like this. Why are they doing that? Why are they portraying him in such a light? It just doesn't I don't know.
Bought him and the boots that I had just bought him. His mama had told me
another set of shoes.
His feet were growing. The last time I had him for the last weekend I had him, his mama told me that his shoes weren't fitting anymore. And she asked me to get him shoes. And we wanted a pair of boots. So we went to Boot Barn and got him a pair of boots.
Is it possible he wore a different pair of shoes?
I don't think so, because if he's not fitting into them, she gets rid of them.
Okay, let me tell you something, Seth. My son and daughter have one of those shoe racks over the back of their closet door. And I see those closet doors 10 times a day. I would see if shoes were missing. I would know that.
There's no shoes in his room.
Okay, there's my answer. He left without his shoes on.
Shoes get taken off at the front door, same as my house.
Same here. I always have people take their shoes off at the door. Just have it. So there were no shoes in his room. All his shoes were still sitting at the door. Can we confirm that, Seth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Guys, you may think, why is she asking and asking and asking about the same thing? I'll tell you why. Behavioral evidence of routine. Hold on, Courtney Lasky, because this touches on you as well. Dr. Sherry Schwartz is with me, forensic psychologist.
Three pairs of shoes were at the front door. His old tennis.
Did I skip the part about the slippers?
Child that leaves a home without his shoes. First of all, Seth, how do I know he didn't have shoes?
Three pairs of shoes were at the front door. His old tennis shoes, his new tennis shoes that his mama had just bought him, and the boots that I had just bought him. His mama had told me
another set of shoes.
His feet were growing. The last
time to go outside and wander around at all, period. Number one. At night in the dark, number two. And without his shoes on, number three. Would he ever have done that, Seth?
No. I mean, the only time he goes outside at night at my house is to put the trash in the trash can, which is right outside my front door.
I know, I'm skipping around.
I'm very curious about this. And one more thing, what's on my mind? Does he have social media, Seth?
No, he does not.
Okay, good. I can rule that out, or at least we don't think he does. Does he have a cell phone?
He does have a cell phone.
Where's the cell phone?
At his mom and stepfather's.
So he didn't take his cell phone. Seth, is he like every other boy in America glued to his cell phone?
When he has access to it.
What do you mean by that? When does he have access?
When he has access to like YouTube and stuff like that, he is glued to his phone because he likes to watch videos about Minecraft and he likes to watch videos of people playing Minecraft.
Okay, you do know that it's social media because people can talk to each other on Minecraft. Did you know
No,
that?
he
I
wa-
didn't know that. I
no,
found
what I'm
out.
talking about is the videos. He watches videos of people playing it on YouTube.
Does he play it?
I think he has it for his Switch at his mom's house, but he
The
does
little,
not.
yeah.
And he's glued to that all
Okay.
the time.
Glued to it all the time. You can get on to the thing without having internet, like, or without having the, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. You can get into the chat thingy through Microsoft. He didn't necessarily need an adult to get him Microsoft to do that. Yeah, watch this later. I'm skipping around. I'm skipping all the people that isn't Seth talking. Let me get her link. Nancy likes to strike people, so we are going to say fair use again, just in case.
We need a forensic search of that phone pronto, Seth.
She probably
Because
does now. Ringo,
I find it very curious if he went voluntarily, that he didn't take the phone with him. Okay, because it'd be a cold day in HELL that either one of my 16-year-olds would go anywhere without their phone. And it's not just them. I mean, everybody takes their phone with them everywhere they go. It's like their magic wand. You can't be without it. So I find it interesting. Did the mom have the phone put away? Could he have taken it with him?
Most of the time, I've seen the phone plugged in on the counter on the little bar in their kitchen.
Okay, I'm going to Courtney Lasky joining us, expert in children and teens with autism. Courtney, you've been listening. Weigh in.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you, Nancy. This is a very unusual pattern of behavior that we're looking at. If this child has access to a cell phone, like you said, Minecraft is social media, YouTube is social media, anywhere that he would have access and the ability to talk with others. My concern would be related to his autism diagnosis and that deficit in communication and understanding of social skills. Is it possible that peers at school or someone has contacted him through these gaming methods? Bullying, peer pressure, was he persuaded to leave perhaps from his mom's house in the middle of the night?
I know
Is that
that
you jumping in, Seth?
Yes, ma'am. I know that his phone was locked down. He had no internet access. He only had the ability to take pictures on his phone, text on his phone, FaceTime, and telephone calls. Everything else was locked down on his phone.
Have the police looked at his phone? Have they taken his phone to look at who he may have been speaking to?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we're all spectacle. I think we're all skeptical that he didn't have access. I mean, you can lock so many things down. And these kids just get around stuff. They really just do. Especially if he was watching YouTube. He could have very easily watched one of the thousands of YouTube videos about how to get around parental controls. Hi, Thistle.
Question: Where is this coming? Where's this coming from, Aaron Cantrell? That people saw flashlights, two people with flashlights around the property the night that Sebastian disappears. And I keep seeing in all the headlines the night that Sebastian wandered off barefoot. I don't think that's what happened. He's never wandered off before. What? Go ahead, dear.
Yes, ma'am.
You see how her hair does that thing? Like whenever she gets like really sassy. Watch it. Watch her hair in the bottom right.
Video me.
Oh, where'd it go? Watch it. It like takes on a life of its own. Watch. It just like flies out there as she gets going.
What? Go ahead, dear.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we know.
I missed it again.
Trail that people saw flashlights, two people with flashlights around the property the night that Sebastian disappears. And I keep seeing in all the headlines the night that Sebastian wandered off barefoot. I don't think that's what happened. He's never wandered off before.
Her hair gets
What?
just
Go
as
ahead, dear.
sassy as she does.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we got that video a little later, so we just got that video maybe and released it
It's
within like the last week or
alive.
so. But this is from just neighborhood video, like the Ring doorbell cameras. In that subdivision from the reporting, there's not street lights there, so that's why it's so pitch black and it's so late at night.
You know what I wish? I wish Heather Brett, I wish that Nancy had the eyebrows of the lady in the court hearing for Corey Richins. That would be so much better. It would make her look. It would just complete her. If she could just get a pair of them eyebrows
Seen in that video, and it is
to match up with her hair.
Wait a minute. Why do you keep saying Sebastian did leave? Why are you saying that? Would you go out in the middle of the night and leave without your shoes on? I'm just curious. Would you, Aaron?
No, you make a good point. I would not leave without my shoes.
I don't think you would either. Even more so because you're hearing Courtney Lasky and Seth Rogers state this boy is autistic. He doesn't think the same way we think. We have to try to think like him.
Every strand has another accusation, Heather Bratt. You ain't kidding. It's like, we know. Why you keep saying that he left? Why you keep saying that? Do we know that? Would you leave without your shoes on? Woo, simmer down. Simmer down, Nancy.
He liked everything in a particular routine. His routine was he wore shoes every time he went out after the aunt.
I still think there's something to what I said earlier about the fact that mom really could have like locked him out of the house, and that's why she freaked out that he was actually gone. And apparently Peter Hyatt said that this morning. I honest to God did not watch Peter Hyatt and had no clue he said that. But apparently that's what Peter Hyatt is saying now also. Somebody put in chat. No idea. Could you imagine getting Nancy's coffee order wrong? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Her hair would probably pick the coffee up out of your hand and then whip it at you. Oh, man.
Bed incident. Okay. So, no, why would he go missing? And let me ask you something else, Aaron Cantrell. Isn't it true that Emergency Management Agency Director Ken Widener has told us that the canines could not pick up a scent outdoors?
Exactly. They have not been able to pick up a scent. They had a false hit, but then that did not turn out to be anything, because when Sebastian went missing, it was kind of a warm day that first day, but after the next day of the search, it went extremely cold. It was rainy, which made it even more concerning, because here you have this 15-year-old who has autism with no shoes on and maybe a sweatshirt and sweatpants, but it is now cold, so they were concerned about hypothermia as well. So a lot of factors kind of changed the search as well, but they have not picked up a scent at all.
Officials have now been able to analyze home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood and discover signs of what may have happened to Sebastian. 2 people near the family home, and as I recall, it was around 3:10 a.m. that Monday. 3:10 a.m. Who in the hay is walking around? 2 people, 2 flashlights at 3:10 a.m. in that neighborhood, and coincidentally, it is the same time during which Sebastian goes missing, which leads me to our guest, Douglas McGregor, geographic profiler specializing in violent crime and missing people.
Did he fall into the river? No, because he's not a 3-year, he's not Gilbert Grape, right? He's not. Her hair would look like she touched a light socket. Sorry, my husband came in, and so I was talking to him for a second. She keeps saying about the lights, and now TBI said that it wasn't. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, no offense with this man. He sounded like he sucked all the helium out of a birthday balloon and wrapped someone's mailbox post. This is what happens after 5 hours, guys. We are semi-professional and try to keep things normal, but after 5 hours, everything's out the window, and now we are making fun of Nancy Grace and her panel, because this is what we do. It eventually just all goes out the window, and then we're just ridiculous. It's not because this situation is funny. It's just because after 5 hours of looking at it and the ridiculous things that these parents say, we have no choice but to laugh.
You can find him at the Geo Profiler. Douglas, thank you so much for joining us. A lot's happening right here. No canine scent outside. No shoes. No break-in. No theft.
She got like so many
The
things
phone's
wrong
still
there.
Weigh in.
Weigh in.
So if we look at,
Tell me what you think. Never claimed to be professional in any way. Neither do I, actually. My name literally says Sleuth Mom. I don't know how many of you guys have moms that are professional, but I don't. So I never meant for it to be like a professional channel, I guess, even just with my name. Just kind of a mom hanging out with her kiddos. Taking her kiddos to the true crimes.
Check the mail and doesn't want to put socks on.
Have you seen him since the ant bed incident? Go outside.
Putting brat in the corners.
No, not in my house.
Okay. All right. Back to you, Douglas McGregor. Go ahead.
So continuing on with just how he left the premises, the other question I have is the wording and law enforcement is giving out with regard to what he was wearing, the clothing, that he was in a black sweater and black sweatpants. How do we know that? Did he go to bed in that clothing? How do we know he didn't wake up in the middle of the night and change clothing? I think the wording should be he may be in a black sweatshirt and sweatpants, or he may have those things on him if they are missing from his house, but we don't know that he left in those.
Yes, Seal. He knows how to swim. They said he's a great swimmer and that he loves to fish. He's not in the water. He's high functioning, but he still could fall into the water. That's true, Malia's mom. I just don't think that. I mean, I look, though, I could be wrong, because look, Riley, I'm pretty sure Riley is most likely in the water. If it was a river, he wouldn't. Right. I go back to, they have been describing him as if he is Gilbert Grape throughout this entire situation, and he is not Gilbert Grape, you guys. He's not.
That's a really good point, Seth Rogers. What about it? Is that what he slept in? How do we know that's what he was wearing?
His mom said that he was wearing black leisure pants and a black T-shirt when he went to bed.
Guys, I want you to hear what Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy of Sumner County Sheriff's, has to say.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Did he? Did he walk off? If so, why are canines not picking up his scent? I can tell you.
Is this what I do wrong? It's because I don't ask you guys enough questions. Nancy Grace has a billion Ds of followers, and she is absolutely ridiculous, but people love her. And all she does is she's like, are you sure? Is that what happened? Did he do that? Weigh in. Tell me about it. Tell me.
That this young
She hair whips people.
autistic boy just wandered out in the middle of the night without shoes on. Okay, back to you, Douglas McGregor. Tell me more of your analysis.
So looking at what the canines were able to pick up, those canines should be picking up multiple scents. And it's all based on Sebastian's routine activities. Does he go to a friend's house during the week? Does he go to the corner store? Does he occasionally walk to school, even taking the bus?
Here's the thing, though. We know that Sebastian was outside of the house to come back into the house on Sunday. He left with his mom and came back. So again, his scent had to be outside of the house somewhere. We know he was out of the house Saturday, Sunday. The only person Chuck Norris fears is Nancy Grace. Oh, come on. Chuck Norris don't fear near Nancy Grace. No way. All right, I'm going to skip to the next part where Seth talks.
Them to the landfill to start looking around.
Seth Rogers, have you been asked to take a polygraph?
No.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
I volunteered.
I'm glad to hear that. You know why? I hold every parent to the gold standard. I don't know if you've ever heard of Mark Class. His daughter Polly was kidnapped from the home. She was horribly molested and murdered.
I don't know, Ava.
He, like you, was separated or divorced from his wife and lived separately. You know what he said when they came at the door? He's like, take my fingerprints, search my home, search my car, search my office, do whatever you want. Find my daughter. Find who took my daughter, because it's not me. I'll take a poly. I'll do whatever you want. And they did all of that. Of course, it wasn't him, it was somebody else. But that said, has the mother and stepfather taken a polygraph?
I know the mom has.
What?
I said I know his mother has.
So she agreed to a polygraph. What about stepfather?
I have no idea.
Guys, there is a reward for information in the search for this little autistic boy. Aaron Cantrell, I want you to take a listen to what Chief Deputy Eric Craddock has to say. Listen.
Last Monday morning at about 6:30, Sebastian was reported missing from his home. Since then, we've conducted an extensive and exhaustive search around the home, looking for any evidence, any trace of Sebastian. At this time, the decision's been made to scale back on the ground search operations. Let me be clear that this does not diminish our commitment to finding Sebastian. This is simply us transitioning from the ground search to the investigative side. We are still committed to finding Sebastian, bringing him home safe. We have no leads, no details to indicate that Sebastian is not alive.
And Seth, who can verify his last conversation other than the mom and the stepdad? He was at school on Friday. You spoke to him Thursday night. He was at school on Friday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know he was alive and well, say at 3:30 on Friday afternoon. Who saw him other than the parents from that afternoon, 3:30-ish, till we find out he's missing on Monday morning?
I don't know who else.
Seth. So I don't have any proof of life between Friday afternoon and Monday morning?
I haven't been informed of anything. My only proof of life would be Katie, his mom.
Okay, who is cooperating with police? Guys, I want to give you the tip line again. 615-451-3838. Repeat. 615-451-3838. Listen to Sebastian's mom, Katie.
We love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, open arms are waiting for him to come home, from every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. We just want our boy home. Bad. Bad.
I really don't like him. I'm just going to say that.
That is from WSMV4. That also has the full discussion with Sebastian's mother, the full interview. WSMV4. To you, Seth Rogers, what are your final thoughts?
I'm just looking for my son. I want him to come home. I need people to look at his picture. Keep your eyes open. Keep your head up. If you see him, please call 911. I need my son back.
Do you think he left that home alone?
I have no idea what to think. It's not like him.
Seth, am I missing anything?
I'm missing something. This puzzle just isn't making sense. There's missing pieces to it. There's just missing pieces.
I've been following this search, and law enforcement has done a thorough job of using different assets at their disposal. But the search needs to be expanded. The number one reason that autistic children go missing are runaways, endangered runaways. And once that hits a certain point in time, statistically, it turns into a parent abduction is the number one leading cause. But based on his age, they need to expand this search. Where might he go? What method of transportation might he have? And they need to research everywhere that they've already searched within the 5-mile or 10-mile radius, because autistic children, they have a tendency to hide or avoid stimuli. So just loud noises in general, helicopters, sirens, people shouting, they may hide. They may seek out crevices. That construction site that the dog hit needs to be researched thoroughly. And this is something that not only law enforcement can do, but the parents can get together volunteer searches within the community to search these areas as well.
Hold on, let me understand something. Aaron, you told me that the dogs had not made a hit. Wasn't that a false positive at the construction site?
Yes, ma'am.
But still, it needs to be further investigated. Back to Seth, you keep saying that a piece of the puzzle is missing. Something is missing. It doesn't add up. What do you mean by that?
Something it doesn't add up. For him to break routine and to leave the house with no shoes, no socks on, no coat, something just doesn't make sense.
Guys, please help us bring Sebastian home. This boy needs us. 615-451-3838.
Hey, thank you, Seal, for gifting memberships. She just wanted to see her selfie again. Welcome to everybody in the family who has gotten a membership. Welcome, welcome. Glad that you guys could join the crazy house. You don't like that Seth didn't just say about the public places they were over the weekend. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but thank you, Seal. Appreciate you. Even though you quit earlier, I'm glad to see that you're still here. Woohoo! I know, who got them? I didn't even see. Battissimo used to tell us who got them, and now does not. Nightbot doesn't announce it. Goodness, my chat is so far behind. By the time it catches up, we'll be into tomorrow. Hey, Green Eyes, welcome. Yeah, Oprah. And you get a membership. And you get a membership. And everybody gets a membership. All right. And now Smiley's story. Now, guys, this interview. Oh gosh, it's 3 hours. Tell you what, I'm going to give you guys the link for her interview, and then we are going to embark upon this one tomorrow. Here is the link. I cannot do another 3 hours because we have swim tonight. This is for Smiley's story. Yes, did I skip the ending? What did she say at the very end? It was like 1 minute left. What did she say? What did I miss? So, Smiley's story interview, you guys, and I don't have a timestamp for it. But at some point during this interview, it starts to get very not good. During this interview, it is revealed that Chris has beat Sebastian with a belt. and different things like that. He hit him with a belt because he wasn't wearing a belt and he forgot it. And so he hit him with a belt. So this interview, like I said, it's worth watching on your own if you want to see the whole thing. I am going to give it a little bit more time because this just happened, let's see, through the night, I believe. She also questions him about why he won't do an interview with JLR. And their accusations that he will not interview with a man because every channel that he has gone on so far has all been women. This is all stuff that they are talking about. Yes, and the lab has an interview also. Thank you so much. The lab, he was on the lab also. Ooh, really? Was Chris on the lab or was Seth on the lab? Did he go on the lab because people were making all these comments about the fact that he wasn't? Oh, no. Okay, it was Seth Rogers. So Seth was on the lab. It wasn't Chris. I thought it was Chris for a second. So here is this one. So what we will do is tomorrow we will watch the lab and we will watch Smiley's story. This gives you guys a chance to pre-watch those if you would like to form your opinions. And it gives them a chance to get more views on their videos because they did the interviews and such like that, and they deserve to get the views first. I always like to try to give people 24 hours before I do like a review, quote unquote, of their stuff. Yes, Seth was on the lab. So Seth was on the lab and Chris and Katie were on Smiley's story. We are getting to that point in the day where logically my sentences are not starting to make sense. or maybe we've been there and I just didn't realize it, but finally my brain is realizing that it is no longer making contact with my tongue. And who knows what will come out. So it's probably best that we stop before we hit the 6-hour mark and take a break. And then we will watch more of these later. So you'll be at work, so I'll watch the replay tomorrow. Okay, sounds good, Salty C. I work also, actually. I work also tomorrow. Let me see. Hold on. We may have to watch them tonight. Watch for me to update, guys, because it might be tonight. It'll either be tonight or tomorrow. I think I also work tomorrow, so we'll have to keep an eye and see what's happening. Work has been kind of slow this last week or so. Or well, not last week. Today, yesterday. It's been a little bit on the slower side, so I do have a little bit of free time. That's how this happened today. But so we'll see what work looks like in the morning, and then it will be tomorrow, hopefully. Either way, go check them out. And yeah, we finally stopped the madness. I know how they're at, right? I'm done. All right, I'm shutting it off. Thank you guys all for being here and hanging out throughout the live stream today. I hope they find him. I really hope that they find him before this turns into a Summer Wells case. That's all I can keep saying. I'm just cringing every single time that I realize like he is still not there and the family is everywhere and they're doing what they can to try to share awareness and spread awareness about him missing. But is it helping? I don't know. Thank you again, Salty C, for gifting 20 memberships. Thank you, Click and Go Books, for joining. Heard It on the X. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for becoming a member. I appreciate you guys. And Seal, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Could not do this and make this happen on a day-to-day basis if it wasn't for you guys' support and for those of you guys who show up and do all the things. Watch, hit the like button, and share, and all the things. Yeah, Josh called in to Smiley last night. There's a lot of stuff. There's not enough suspects for a circus. I think there is. I think there is. It can and will go crazy fast, in my opinion. There are plenty of people in that neighborhood that people could probably dig into. Not that I want it to turn into a circus, but it can happen. Yeah, they've been around the YouTube streets. They have. Anyways, I will talk to you all later. I love you guys. Thank you so much and have a good day. Bye.